This guy was seen as nobody, just another weakling in a world torn apart by monsters, the guy who cleans up the mess after the real hunters have already left. Kiritani's show isn't even awakened. No mana, no class, no rank. But every single day, in silence, he trains, sharpening a power he shows to no one. Not his guildmates, not the captain, not even his best friend. The Brave Guild is about to run its first C-rank dungeon, and Sho got hired for the same job as always, gear carrier. In this world, power means more than money ever could. Even low-rank hunters walk around acting untouchable, and everyone beneath them exists only to be stepped on. To all of them, Kiritani's shoe is weak. They're wrong, and they're about to find out the hard way. Before he carried gear, Sho carried a sword. In a past life, he was a knight, and in that life, he died taking down the Monster Queen in the single biggest battle humanity had ever fought, a war that took every friend he had. He watched them fall, one by one, and in the end he beat the creature, bleeding out to the edge of death. His last foolish hope was that somehow, somewhere, he'd find them all again. Our hero died saving the world, and the reward for saving an entire world was this: waking up in the body of a nobody. In this new world of portals, monsters, and flashy hunters who awaken power overnight without lifting a finger, Kiritani is just a porter. Lowest rank, lowest pay, zero respect. He remembers being legendary, but in this body, he can't even use mana. Still, he trains every day, habit from his past life. Or maybe because some broken part of him still believes he'll need to protect these weaklings again someday. Only one person treats him as an equal, his friend Ren. Ren doesn't want to become a hunter for fame, and he doesn't want it for money either. He wants it because his sister is dying and there's no time left to wait for another way out. Shu is left reflecting on what it means to have something to protect. The dungeon schedule is set for the next day, and none of them want to end up somewhere dangerous. To everyone's shock, their assigned location is incredibly sketchy, leading the crew to question the captain. They're terrified because rumors are going around that other dungeon teams were completely wiped out there. One of the guys protests, saying this is way too much for a team that just barely made it to D rank. Pissed off, the captain yells at them to shut up. He tells them not to compare themselves to actual hunters and says their opinions don't matter. He then pointedly asks if it isn't about time to renew Sho's contract, threatening that if they abandon a job halfway through, rumors will ruin their credibility. The captain snaps at Sho again, asking how many times he has to tell him to behave. Ren steps in to defuse the situation, volunteering to go and asking the captain if he's just trying to avoid bad rumors before the raid. Everyone else gets fired up by Ren's decision. The captain grumbles that they're just idiots who only know how to follow orders and walks off, telling them to get the job done and that he'll be waiting. With no other choice, Ren tells the crew it's time to move. Standing in front of the portal, the captain announces they'll run an analysis before going in. They start organizing the group, coordinate where and how each hunter will move. Sho notices the heavy anxiety in the air. The cleanup crew will have to go in soon, but even the hunters are dragging their feet. Ren warns him that their turn is coming up. The tension is through the roof, and Sho, just like the others, can only hope this won't be his end. The guild members push forward into the raid. Soon they start getting a bad feeling about the place and think about warning the boss, but then they figure that since this is just a C-rank dungeon, it's probably nothing their leader can't handle. The scavengers can sense the group's anxiety. Suddenly, everyone tenses up as something happens. The boss signals for everyone to stay alert. A terrifying creature emerges from the darkness. Right behind it, a bunch of other hideous monsters appear, and the group gears up for a fight. The hunters wonder if this isn't a bit much for just the entrance, but the captain is great at motivating people when money is on the line. He brushes them off, calling them just bugs as he easily takes one down. Right after, he orders the tankers to lead the charge. The frontline fighters rush in and manage to hold the bugs back. Meanwhile, the scavengers just watch and gather info, keeping their distance from the fight. One of the monsters lets out a bizarre screech, and even more bugs start showing up. Terrified, the scavengers scream for the tankers. An archer yells at everyone to get back and fires an arrow. The shot blows the monsters to pieces, forcing two of the allies to shield themselves from the flames. Just as one of the hunters thinks the fight is over, the boss barks at him to move, warning that the dungeon boss is coming. The monster appears, instantly unleashing chaos. The captain coordinates the attack on the creature. However, the monster proves to be incredibly powerful, knocking down several warriors. Despite its massive size, it moves with insane speed. The vanguard screams for magic support, complaining about the delay. The mages tell them to shut up and finally cast their spells. The blast damages the monster, sending it crashing to the ground. Believing the creature is dead, the captain orders everyone to harvest everything they can, knowing it'll fetch a high price. But the monster's body feels unusually hard. Suddenly, to everyone's shock, the monster gets back up. The dungeon boss spits a toxic venom all over the area. Someone complains that they weren't warned about any poison, and the captain screams for a retreat. The captain warns everyone to back off because the poison steam is highly dangerous. Shu thinks to himself that they should have verified this information before the raid, and that someone seriously messed up the planning. The captain barks at them to stop wasting time and keep holding their breath. Since the other hunters can't handle it, the captain decides to take matters into his own hands. He leaps onto the monster's head and finishes it off with a single blow. The group cheers for the captain's strength, but he immediately snaps at them. They start checking their gear and treating the wounded. However, to everyone's surprise, the battle isn't over yet. Even though they just defeated that creature, the real dungeon boss is approaching. The group is left in disbelief as the actual boss finally appears. The captain orders everyone to hold the formation. He also tells them to use the antidote, warning that the monster's feathers cause mental corruption. Right after, the feathers start raining down on the group. One of the feathers touches a hunter, who immediately begins to lose his mind. The others panic and run away in terror, ignoring the captain's orders. The rest of the group is also hit by the corruption and starts suffering mentally. Shu thinks there has to be a way out, but for now, they just need to escape. He tells his friend, Ren, that they need to get out of there with the scavengers as fast as possible. However, Ren has already been affected by the corruption. Ren insists they can get treasures if they stay, claiming that any item in this place is worth a fortune. He becomes obsessed with the weapons scattered around, believing they are worth millions. Sho grabs him and tries to drag him away, but Ren resists, wanting to stay. Completely out of his mind, Ren breaks free and ends up launching an attack at Kiritani. Shu manages to grab his friend again. Ren screams at Shu to go away and leave him alone, telling him not to get in his way while trying to shake him off. Ren is armed and tries to attack Shu. He screams deliriously about the money, while Shu desperately tells him to calm down. Ren then reveals he's doing all this for his sister, who is extremely sick. He breaks down in tears, saying he wanted to be a hunter, and that it's not fair for his sister to suffer from this disease. Ren cries out that he just wanted to live happily with her, leaving Sho stunned. Then, he lets go of his weapon, and his sword clatters to the ground. The blade digs into the ground right next to Sho. Shu agrees with Ren and reaches out to touch his friend's hand, telling him that if he leaves now and survives, he'll be able to see his sister again. Ren breaks down in tears, deeply regretting how badly he treated his friend. Sho tells him it's okay. Ren says he needs to get moving now that he has what he wanted, but suddenly things take a weird turn. Out of nowhere, Ren lunges forward with his weapon drawn, but in the next second he takes a devastating hit. Shocked, Shu has no idea what's happening. Shu is speechless as he watches his friend cough up blood. He rushes to help, but Ren just mutters that he's glad Shu is safe. A voice asks them where they think they're going. It's the captain, who has been corrupted, and he's the one who launched the attack. Shu notices there's a feather stuck to the captain's body. Terrified, Shu flashes back to his past life. He used to think Ren's talk about protecting people was just an unrealistic dream, but now, he understands the truth better than anyone. He knows his friend sacrificed himself to protect him, and he won't let Ren's death be in vain. Meanwhile, the corrupted captain mocks the dead boy. The captain taunts Shu, saying he looks like a helpless kid holding two weapons. But Shu is focused, and he's absolutely sure of one thing, that Hunter is dying today. The raid was a failure, and the hunters were wiped out. Looking at the feathers, the captain wonders why this had to happen. He clearly thinks he's incapable of making mistakes, blaming the scavengers and claiming they got in the hunters' way. Deciding they don't deserve to live, the captain starts killing them off one by one, trying to make up for his own failure. When he gets to Sho, the captain lunges with an insult and swings his weapon, but Ren throws himself in front of the blow to protect Sho. The captain sneers, saying he hopes Sho is wetting himself. Shu glares at him as the captain calls him a little insect. The captain keeps mocking him, asking if he actually plans to fight back with those weapons. He brags that he's a highly skilled hunter while Sho is just a brat, warning that he's going to start by cutting out Sho's eyes. But while the captain is still talking, Sho moves incredibly fast, instantly appearing right behind him before the man can even react. The captain tries to counter, but Sho dodges. Shu notes that even though the man is corrupted, his power is still insane. Shu decides to see just how far his brutal training will take him, while the giant bird boss simply watches the whole thing play out. The two trade powerful blows, but neither can get the upper hand. Shu barely dodges a few strikes and has to back off to create some distance. Finding himself on the defensive, he thinks to himself that this would all be over if he could just use 1% of his past life's power. The captain asks how a mere scavenger is able to move like that. Shu realizes he's wasted too much time overthinking his strategy. He taunts his opponent, asking if he needs someone to give him combat lessons. The captain takes the bait and unleashes a massive special attack, hitting Sho multiple times, but it's not enough to bring him down. Spotting an opening, Sho counterattacks and lands a solid hit. Thrilled to see he can actually do this, he keeps up the pressure, landing hit after hit. Feeling the heat, the captain backs away. He starts to panic, unable to believe he's getting outclassed by a scavenger. The captain then activates multiple hunter buffs and charges. Shu knows his eyes can't keep up with that kind of speed, but he can still read the movement. Focused, he preps his counter. Realizing the captain's moves are completely predictable, Shu springs into action, easily dodging the first strike and shattering his opponent's weapon. The impact also leaves the man severely wounded. The captain falls to the ground, screaming, and keeps cursing even as he lies there. Shu looks down at him. From the dirt, the man asks if he really thinks he'll get away with this. Shu asks if he wants to regain his sanity before he dies, but quickly realizes the captain is just begging for death. The captain screams that he's a hunter and can't lose to someone like him, but Shu cuts him off and finishes him for good. With the entire group wiped out, Shu reflects on the fact that he's never seen so many casualties. Suddenly, a strange energy begins to envelop his body. He wonders if this is happening because he was just thinking about his past life, realizing that simply holding the sword has awakened something inside him. A surge of power washes over him, and his system terminal alerts him that he's leveled up multiple times, revealing his class as Executor. Looking over at his friend, Sho notes that Ren is still alive, realizing that out of everyone here, he's the only one who ended up awakening. The bird boss finally makes its move. Annoyed by the noisy monster, Shu dumps his stat points into magic, noticing that even a single point makes a massive difference. He glares at the boss, warns it that he's not the same guy as before, and tells it to bring it on. Sho wonders why mana works the way it does in this world, just releasing itself without any control. He knows hunters have become arrogant, and a moment later he begins to grasp how the energy actually flows. With a clear understanding of the flow, Sho delivers a precise strike right at the boss. His sword pierces through the creature, leaving a massive hole. The monster roars in pain and anger, but Sho tells it to shut up as he goes back on the offensive. He leaps toward the boss, telling it that death happens in an instant, and slashes at the monster, ripping off one of its wings. The creature shrieks from the wound. Shu thinks he only needs a little bit more, and concentrates his power, deciding to pool all the mana in his body and let it explode all at once. He leaps and strikes. In an instant, he's right above his opponent. The devastating blow hits the creature dead on, spraying blood and debris everywhere. The boss crashes to the ground and finally goes down, defeated, while Sho strikes a pose after the battle. Sho looks around at the bodies scattered across the area, and the next second, he passes out cold. Overloads were calamities brought by the Monster Queen to devour the entire world. The 8 races of the Aslan continent teamed up to stop them, knowing the queen was incredibly powerful, and after countless battles, they finally won. But then, a voice asks if this was really the future he dreamed of, calling him pathetic. He realizes he hadn't actually defeated the creature. He screams at Helena to run, but she turns into a monster and says there is no hope. She tells him to remember the consequences of his incompetence, warning that the scars of his sin will keep burning in his next life. Sho wakes up with a start and realizes he's in a hospital. A man sitting nearby says he's finally awake and explains he's been out for 3 days. Sho asks who he is, but the man just hands him a business card. Sho asks what happened to everyone else. The man admits it's admirable that Sho's first thought was his team, but reveals that by the time the medical crew arrived, everyone else was already gone. Shu asks about his friend, only to find out that the funerals were already held at the Hunter headquarters while he was in a coma. The man explains that the dungeon had been reclassified as Rank B, meaning a Rank D guild never stood a chance. Shu stays quiet, letting the man keep talking. The man mentions that the captain probably kept it a secret, but he had massive illegal gambling debts, which is why he took on that dungeon. He adds that the sudden rank change in the dungeon seems legit, and they are currently investigating it. He tells Shu to get in touch if he remembers anything. Shu processes everything that happened, along with his own awakening. Turning on the TV, he sees a news report about Aoki Sora, an SS rank hunter and vice guild leader who gained 4 skills when she awakened. He notes she's the most popular hunter in Japan. Curious, he decides to check his own power level. He realizes he can gain power by absorbing the karma of heretics, but he needs to figure out what actually defines someone as evil, especially since he can't find anything about this skill online. Shu figures it's a rare, unique skill just for him. He wants to test it out, but knows that as an E rank, he's still way too weak. Memories of his past life with Helena flash back, and he finds the whole situation interesting. Eventually, Sho is discharged from the hospital and leaves. He used to think nothing mattered, and that they couldn't use their skills to their full potential, feeling completely helpless. Standing in front of a portal, he stares at the challenge ahead and steps inside. Shu realizes he's been given a second chance to fix his mistakes, and he won't let the same tragedy happen again in this life. The next second, he's surrounded by monsters. Knowing there's only one thing left to do, he locks in his first goal. As the monsters charge, Shu resolves to climb his way to the very top. Meanwhile, in a hospital rehab room, a nurse announces that the treatment session is over and the patient needs to clear out for the next person. Another woman in the room mentions how lucky they were to get access to a treatment cube and asks if the girl has anyone there with her. The young girl says no. Her name is Igawa Eri. Just then, another nurse comes in to take over the shift, teasing her coworker for being so blunt and tells Eri not to worry about it. Eri thanks her, but when the nurse starts to mention that something happened to Eri's brother, Eri cuts her off, suddenly claiming she has a major craving for sweets. Eri suffers from manna allergy, an incurable disease that no one ever fully recovers from. It first appeared 50 years ago when portals started opening and manna flooded the atmosphere. Hospitals can only manage the symptoms using a physical cube. It really was incredibly lucky that they managed to get one for Eri's treatment, which makes even Eri herself wonder how it happened. On the hospital TV, a news report is playing about an SS rank hunter. As the woman shows off her powers on screen, everyone is amazed by her skills, and Eri looks totally mesmerized. Suddenly, a kid sneaks up and startles Eri, bursting with excitement over the hunter. He mentions that she already had 4 skills when she awakened, and says he wants to be a hunter too, even though he's still super young. He asks Eri if she thinks it's cool, and she nods in agreement. Right after, his guardian comes over to pick him up and apologizes to Eri for the disruption. While sipping on a soda, Eri thinks about how Japan's top hunter is the exact same age as her. Meanwhile, Eri feels like she just can't adapt to this world. Her family died because of the dungeons, and she feels like nothing but a burden to her brother. Tears start rolling down her face as she wishes she could just see him. A friendly nurse walks over with a smile, teasingly pointing out that Eri is going to draw a crowd crying like that. She tries to cheer her up, telling her she needs to get well soon and find her happiness because that's exactly what her brother would want. The nurse also mentions she's sure her brother left a gift for her somewhere. Eri smiles and thanks her. Suddenly, the nurse looks out the window and notices something strange. The moon looks completely off, and a blinding light flashes from where it shouldn't be. Outside, people start running in panic, completely confused about what's happening, until someone screams for everyone to take cover. A dungeon break just occurred right there. The Hunters Association sends out an emergency alert telling everyone to evacuate before things get worse, and someone yells to run to Building B. Right at that second, a massive hand smashes through the window, barely missing Eri, and a gigantic monster forces its way into the building. Eri freezes in sheer terror, her legs shaking uncontrollably. The nurse screams at her to run, and seeing that the girl is completely paralyzed under the creepy creature's gaze, she grabs her and starts dragging her away. The nurse tells her the association already knows about the break, and hunters should be arriving soon. Eri decides she needs to buy some time, not wanting anyone to sacrifice themselves for her ever again. But a man grabs the nurse, yelling that there's no way to save the girl. As the monster closes in, Eri wonders if things would have been different if she actually had powers. Just in time, Sho arrives to shield Eri. He remarks that she acted just like her brother, but warns her that she needs to think about the people she'd be leaving behind. Eri asks who he is. Shu just asks if her name is Eri Igawa, and explains he's there on behalf of her brother. He introduces himself as Shu Kiritani, and reveals that Eri's brother actually saved his life. Tears welling up, Eri remembers her brother's smiling face, and realizes that Shu is the gift her brother left for her. Meanwhile, Sora Aoki is showing exactly why she's the #1 hunter in Japan, taking on a horde of giant worms in an A-rank dungeon. As an SS rank hunter, these monsters are absolute light work for her, and she effortlessly dodges an attack. While Sora keeps shredding through the monsters, her teammates start chatting. One of them asks if a lawyer has reached out to her, mentioning the guy is an A-ranker. Kaido says it was pretty bold of that lawyer to try and slide into her DMs, and Ibara chimes in that the guy actually got his phone snapped in half, adding that Sora has plenty of admirers. They keep gossiping while Sora continues to beat down the giant worms. Ibara says it makes sense since she's an SS ranker after all. Sora realizes she's being surrounded, but she just smirks, loving this kind of challenge. Kaido notes that this is exactly why she's putting in overtime today, but suddenly senses something massive approaching. Because of Sora's incredibly fast pace, the dungeon boss showed up way earlier than expected. Kaido gets ready to jump in, but she tells him she's got this and goes head-to-head with the boss. Someone tells her to have fun, joking about her intense way of blowing off steam. Sora fires a lightning attack straight into the monster's face, forcing it to try and bury itself in the sand. Without wasting a single second, she lunges forward and drives her spear deep into the beast, sending high-voltage electricity surging through the entire area. Blown away, Ibara remarks that she really took all her frustration out on that monster. With the mission wrapped up, someone thanks Sora for her hard work and asks if she's heading back now. But right then, a massive eye appears out of nowhere. The ground starts violently shaking, and everything goes completely sideways. Kaido panics, wondering what's going on since the dungeon boss was already defeated. He yells at everyone to look up toward the dungeon core. Sora finds it bizarre, since the core shouldn't be exposed this deep inside a dungeon. She aims at the creature and unleashes a massive direct blast. The attack flies straight toward the core but does absolutely nothing because of the sheer distance. Kaido swears, warning everyone that they're running out of time, and a standard attack won't reach that far. Sora suggests changing positions, and Kaido agrees. Looking down at the city, they realize the fissure has already started opening, and there's no time to waste. A voice over the comms tells them to focus on the mission, adding that the guild has already been alerted. The voice asks Sora what she plans to do, but the answer is obvious. Charging straight toward the core, she declares she's going to bring down the moon. Meanwhile, news reporters broadcast that the fissure is an S-rank threat originating from the dungeon. As medical teams tend to the wounded, the reporters explain that the fissure actually has a higher rank than the original dungeon, and that the moon looming over the capital is the core itself, with its guardians yet to be summoned. Elsewhere, Sho asks Eri about her mana allergy, and she tells him she's fine. Eri asks if Shu used to work with her brother, which he confirms. She asks what her brother used to say about her, confessing she always felt like a burden to him. Sho sets the record straight, explaining that her brother didn't die because of her, and tells her to use those feelings as motivation to surpass him one day. He also reminds her that her brother was always thinking of her, which moves her to tears. Pointing up at the moon, Sho says they can finish their chat once they take care of that threat. As hordes of monsters flood the city, Sho charges in to fight them. During the battle, he reflects on a conclusion he reached over the last few days. He realizes there's no point in leveling up any stat other than mana. While strength and agility might show quick results, those stats hit a low ceiling early on. He figured this out after arm wrestling a hunter who had 11 points in strength. Sho fights his way through the streets, dodging some creatures to save time. Scaling a building, he recalls putting 29 points into mana. Leaping off the rooftop, he launches himself so high it feels like flying, taking a moment to enjoy the sensation. Setting up his attack and trusting his strategy, he spends all of his mana to hurl his weapon at the moon. As Shu starts free-falling, he watches his weapon fly upward, hoping it reaches the target. The weapon hits the moon, and Shu crashes hard into the ground, creating a crater. Just as he expected, the attack does absolutely nothing. Realizing his level is still too low, he knows he needs a different strategy. Right then, a massive explosion shakes the area as Aoki Sora arrives, unleashing her immense lightning powers. She blasts her energy directly at the evil moon, causing a massive impact. Sora watches the smoke clear, thinking it worked, but the moon remains completely undamaged. She wonders if there's a second core before realizing that the moon itself is the guardian. The bizarre moon fires back, and Sora does her best to block the overwhelming force while Sho watches from a distance. Running over, he grabs her from behind and tells her to focus, reminding her that countless lives are on the line. Annoyed, Sora demands he let her go, but Shu can feel that she is completely out of mana. He instructs her to let her mana flow the way he guides it. Sora is shocked that he can manipulate her mana flow, but she knows there's no time to question it. The next second, she feels herself overflowing with energy. She has no idea how this is possible since she was completely drained, but decides to worry about that later. Impressed by Sho's ability, she suggests they take down the enemy together since they're on the same side. Fully restored, she unleashes her power again, creating a massive energy tornado that surges toward the moon. Feeling the strain of the attack, Sora asks if they got it. Shu replies that they haven't, as the core is still active and proving to be incredibly durable. He asks if she can do it again, but she tells him it's impossible because she's at her absolute limit. Shu finds the situation frustrating, thinking they'll have to wait for backup even though he feels he could handle this himself. Suddenly, he steps onto Sora's weapon and asks if she can make someone fly. Startled by the question, she listens as he tells her there's no time to explain and to just do it. Sora accepts the challenge, calling him a weird guy and warning him she won't be responsible if something goes wrong. Using her absurd strength, she launches Sho into the air. Flying toward the core like a missile, Sho realizes he can get the power he needs if he gets close enough. He quickly dumps 5 points into mana, and as he nears the target, throws his sword with everything he has left, kicking the hilt to give it one final, powerful boost. Shu's throw sends the sword flying with massive force, slamming into the evil moon with incredible pressure. The weapon pierces deep into the target, triggering a devastating chain reaction that causes the moon to shatter. Sora, Japan's #1 hunter, watches in silence as the debris rains down. Right in front of Sho, several level-up notifications pop up, along with a notification for a new skill. He celebrates his success, but suddenly realizes he's free-falling at high speed, ending up crashing and bouncing off the roof of a building. Later, Sora reflects on what happened, deeply impressed that Sho managed to control his mana and destroy the monster. She wonders if he could be another SS rank. On the news, they explain that yesterday's gate was a rare S rank. During an interview, Sora mentions she received help from another hunter who vanished right after, and expresses her wish to find him again. Eri Igawa deduces that the hunter on the news is Shu. He asks her if she's feeling better, and she says she is. Shu wonders if she really needs to bring up the news report. Eri then asks if he's going to stop being a scavenger to become an official hunter. He says he's not sure yet, since he still considers his level too low. Eri promises to root for him, confident he'll succeed. Agreeing that having good stats is what matters most, Sho decides to take the Hunter exam. On the day of the test, the venue is packed. The Go Hunters channel announces they'll be broadcasting insider info on hunters, covering the licensing exam live from the venue. The reporter tries to interview one of the candidates, a guy named Yabuki Gu, who brags about awakening with 3 skills. When the interviewer points out his confidence, Yabuki claims he's aiming for first place. Shu, however, realizes the guy is nothing special, just an A rank. Suddenly, someone announces the arrival of Aoki Sora, the SS rank guest who will be supervising the test. She introduces herself and says she hopes everyone shows off their skills to the fullest. The crowd goes wild at the sight of the SS rank hunter, everyone rushing over to get a look at her. Shu takes advantage of the distraction to slip away, determined to avoid doing anything flashy. Aoki Sora doesn't look very happy about all the attention. She thinks back to the invitation to supervise the exam and asks about the gate incident. Uhara Junosuke, the owner of the Bane Guild, mentions that the public thought it was just a publicity stunt to promote her. He explains that while he understands her frustration, he can't ignore this exam because the association president himself is attending, and he needs to keep an eye out for new talent for his guild. Just then, the exam begins, covered by drones and hyped up by enthusiastic reporters. As everyone rushes in, Sho knows his only mission is to survive for 24 hours. Everyone seems to be following the standard playbook, making the test easy to read but incredibly boring. Suddenly, a mana signature, though weak, catches Shu's attention. He thinks it might be someone from his past and wonders if it could be another Reincarnator. Meanwhile, Wakamatsu Kenzu, the president of the Hunter Association, wants to know who the standout candidate will be. Aoki Sora suggests the guy with 3 skills, but the president disagrees, piquing her curiosity. Wakamatsu mentions someone who cleared the gate that appeared in Japan. Sora tries to guess who he means and asks who he has in mind. The president points out that candidate number 241 has real potential. Sora quickly pulls up the boy's profile and upon seeing him, freezes in shock, thrilled to have found the recently awakened youth. Wakamatsu comments that despite his young age, the boy seems incredibly calm. As he walks, Sho overhears some people talking about the exam and notices a group of bullies picking on a guy they knew from school. Annoyed, Kishida Shin tells them to stop trash-talking his grandfather. The bully asks if he wants to start something, calling Shin a loser with only 1 skill. The next second, Shu steps right in front of them. The bully gets pissed and threatens him, but Shu just says he's sick of dealing with troublesome people. He scoops Shin up like a package and bolts. The bully orders his group to chase them, but Shu easily takes them down. Confused by the whole situation, Shin asks who he is. Shu responds by asking if he knows terms like Aslan, Idea, or Overload. Shin looks lost and says no, but Shu presses him to be honest. Shin wonders how Shu knows about his skill, and Shu realizes the kid actually does know something. A bit later, Shin explains that he inherited his skill from his grandfather, though it seems to be a major headache for him. Shu figures this situation might give him clues about his past life, and that the kid would make a great assistant, but he doesn't show his interest directly. They introduce themselves, and since Shin is a year older, he asks Sho to look out for him. Sho confirms that the one who taught him about racial was indeed his grandfather. When asked if he has a different name, Shin gets defensive, insisting he's 100% Japanese. Sho concludes there's no connection to his past and notes that the bully from earlier is also an awakened. Shin believes he stands no chance against that guy, but Sho explains that the number of skills doesn't define someone's rank. To prove it, Shu slices a rock using just a single point of mana without activating any skills. Blown away, Shin begs Shu to teach him so he can stand up to the bullies. Shu agrees on one condition: the kid has to sit down and actually learn. Later on, the bullies track them down and mock them, saying they didn't expect them to crawl back on their own. Sho tells Shin to step up, making it clear that this is his fight and he won't be interfering. Shin tells him not to worry. Yabuki is a bit rattled, sensing that Shin is different now, but he still thinks he can beat him with his eyes closed. Watching from the sidelines, Sho already knows how this is going to end and thinks the whole thing is just a waste of time. Yabuki sneers that Shin hasn't changed at all since high school. Getting worked up, the bully boasts that he can use his powers however he wants. Shin charges in, warning him to stop causing trouble for others, but Yabuki manages to block it easily. He asks if Shin is stupid for thinking he'd just stand there and take the hit, explaining that whenever his barrier absorbs an attack, it triggers a mana explosion. Shin remembers Sho advising him the day before to avoid mid-range combat. Realizing Sho was dead on and that he only has one shot, Shin decides to coat his weapon in mana to land a clean hit. Without wasting a second, he unleashes a heavy charge attack. Yabuki's barrier begins to crack, and a split second later, it shatters into pieces. Caught completely off guard, Yabuki takes a massive hit that sends him flying. He scrambles back to his feet to save face, thinking this should be impossible, but Shin doesn't give him a chance to recover. He presses the attack, sending the bully crashing to the ground. Shin is blown away that he actually defeated Yabuki. He can barely believe he won before his opponent could even use his skills, and thanks Shu, saying he couldn't have done it without him. Shu just says he did well. They agree to split the material cubes 50-50, but in the end, Shu takes a larger share. When asked about it, Sho explains he's taking a few extra cubes as payment for his advice, pointing out that if Shin thinks about it, it's actually a great deal. With the exam almost over, they plan to use the remaining time to hunt some monsters. However, Sho is the only one who manages to pull it off in the final 12 minutes. He grabs Shin's number so he can call on his support in the future and says goodbye. Shin warns him there are still some pending procedures, but Shu says he'll leave the paperwork to the others. He steps through the portal as his friend waves goodbye, officially taking the #1 spot in the hunter exam. Shu thinks to himself that since there might be more people like Shin out there, he might even start his own guild. As soon as he steps out, he runs right into the woman from the rift. For a moment, they both stand there, unsure of what to say. Shu turns away, telling her she has the wrong guy, but she replies that she hasn't even said anything yet. She mentions she didn't expect him to slip out through an emergency portal to avoid the formalities, but reveals she wants to talk to him. Sometime later at a mall, Aoki Sora is excitedly picking out gear for Sho, commenting that the clothes fit him perfectly and match his combat style. Sho notices she's only grabbing high-tier items and warns her he won't be changing his mind. Sora tells him not to worry, explaining that she has more experience and that these items could save his life in a dungeon emergency. Besides, she says, the reward for his help with the rift is his to keep, so she's not holding back on the spending. Shu spots a shop selling materials. Carrying 2 bags, he figures what they bought should be enough to craft a soul pill. Sora trembles when she sees the massive total on the receipt. Shu notices she's unusually quiet, and she quickly claims it's nothing, though the truth is she just dropped a fortune. Finally, Sora makes a formal offer and invites Shu to join her guild, promising him the exact same treatment she gets. Without a second thought, he rejects her. When Sora asks why, Sho explains that he doesn't like being under anyone. Sora shifts her proposal, saying she just wants to feel that sensation of the mana flow again. Shu asks why she'd care, considering she's already Japan's strongest hunter. She explains that she needs to keep getting stronger to live up to everyone's expectations. Shu understands her drive and accepts, curious to see what Japan's #1 will become. A while later, they meet up at Sora's training gym. Shu notices she's switched weapons, and she explains her previous one was destroyed. Sora says she'll try not to use her mana, but Sho tells her to fight however she wants. Sora charges in for a fast attack, but Shu dodges and strikes back. The two begin trading massive blows. Shu notices she's using way more brute strength than a normal human, and he finds the whole situation pretty interesting. Sora keeps swinging, but Shu slips past every single attack. Spotting an opening, he counters and lands a clean hit. However, his sword collides with a mana shield so dense that his blade can't even pierce it. Frustrated, Sora complains that there's no way he's actually an F rank. Dodging yet again, Sho replies that, on paper at least, he really is. Realizing this fight could drag on forever, Shu tosses his sword to the ground. He warns her that without his sword, he doesn't need to hold back, and instantly doubles his mana. Xiao realizes Sora won't let him close the distance as long as she keeps using her lightning, so he does his best to keep dodging her attacks. Suddenly, he grabs her lightning bolt with his bare hands, catching Sora completely off guard. Sho spins through the air, holding the lightning, and launches an attack. This time, Sora barely manages to dodge. He decides to use a technique from his past life. Even though he didn't think he'd have to resort to it here, Shu places his hand on her and unleashes the power, completely blasting her away. Before this fight took place, Sora was in a meeting discussing her abilities. Thanks to her contributions, the evaluators believed she deserved a promotion to S rank. She thanked them, saying she was just doing her duty. Once outside, her bodyguard approached and suggested she take a day off, since she had been running consecutive missions without a break. Sora agreed she could use some rest. Just then, a group of regular teenagers caught her eye, making her wonder what her life would have been like if things were different. Her bodyguard asked if everything was all right, but she said it was nothing and got into the car. Back in the present, Sora is embarrassed and can't believe she lost the fight. Shu tells her it's a completely normal reaction, considering all the pressure and expectations placed on her. Sora snaps that she doesn't want to lecture, but deep down, she knows he's right. Shu adds that it makes sense she's struggling, because she wasn't the one who chose to carry this heavy burden all by herself. He tells her he supports what she does, but advises her to go easier on herself. Desperate, Sora begs him to teach her the secret to his strength. Shu agrees, but on one condition: she has to side with him. Elsewhere, Shishida Chin is doing his best to fend off a group of goblins inside a dungeon. He trades blows with the monsters and actually does pretty well. Excited, the young man celebrates clearing the area. Chin mentions that the place looks familiar, but Shu tells him he's just imagining things. Chin is thrilled with the shield Sho gave him, and Shu tells him that, based on his skills, he'll be acting as the sub-tank from now on. Since Shu is the main tank, he'll be leading the charge. Shu is happy with Chin's progress, and now plans to rank up so he can start his own guild, which will make it much easier to search for clues about his past life. Suddenly, Chin lets out a scream. Xiao runs over to find the young man pointing at something. They discover the body of a hunter who seems to have been defeated recently, as Shu can still sense a faint trace of his mana. Heading deeper, they find several more bodies scattered across the ground. Chin suspects a powerful monster did this, but Shu disagrees. Judging by the order in which the victims were taken down, it looks like the work of another hunter. He points out that the healers were targeted first, followed by the tanks, a tactical pattern no monster would ever use. Now Shu is absolutely certain the killer is human. Shortly after, the two stumble upon a hideout with clear signs of recent occupancy. Looking around, they realize the people living here are twisted murderers. Following the Manhwa trail, Shu wonders if they fled right after their base was compromised. Chin panics, cursing their bad luck, but Shu challenges him on that. To Shu, they actually got incredibly lucky, because this is the perfect opportunity to test out his executor skill. Suddenly, a group of people appears carrying a body. A man steps forward, looking at Shu, and remarks that he didn't expect them to meet like this. He mentions he can tell Shu has awakened. Shu is surprised the man could tell just by looking, but the stranger simply explains that it's his job to know. The man also mentions that since Shu is an eyewitness, he needs to talk to the person in charge. He then hands the matter over to a female major. She asks if Shu and his partner were the first witnesses and introduces herself as Tachibana Kaoru from the Hunter Control Unit. Kaoru asks if it was just the two of them and if they saw anything unusual. They both reply they've never seen anything like it. The major adds that this isn't a normal incident for an E-class dungeon. Shu asks for her card, since the two of them will keep hunting around there, and notices the control unit logo. Because of how serious the incident is, the military had to step in. As she leaves, Kaoru tells him to call her if he remembers anything. Hunters are targeting each other, moving skillfully in the shadows, so he has to act fast. With that in mind, Shu tells Chin to take the rest of the day off to rest, while he follows the Manhwa trail alone. Night falls over the city. Shu tracks the Manhwa trail through the streets and notices the fugitive has hidden in a large hotel. He follows the trail to the room where the mana is concentrated and uses his sword to break the door down. The moment he steps inside, the suspect immediately jumps out the window. Shu runs to the edge and sees the man leaping between buildings. Without a second thought, he dives out and chases him across the rooftops. Shu finally catches up to the guy. The man screams, asking if he's with the military. Shu just tells him it'll be easier if he surrenders. The enemy refuses, draws his weapon, and says he just needs to get rid of Shu to be free. The opponent lunges at Shu, boasting and asking if Shu can even keep up with his speed. He attacks, confident he'll win in a single blow, but Shu is faster. He grabs the man and starts interrogating him. The guy asks if Shu was a friend of the dead man or something, claiming they were just getting rid of some pests. The criminal then tells Shu to shut up and just lock him up already if he wants to know more. Shu asks if the guy thinks he's bluffing, and warns him that he has no intention of handing him over to the law. The enemy is quickly defeated, and with that, Shu levels up and gains a new skill. He checks the details on his terminal, wondering if the term heretics refers to normal criminals, or to those who use their hunter powers for evil. Either way, he realizes this is an awesome way to level up. Right after, Shu hears Maki's phone ring. The person on the other end picks up and asks why he isn't answering properly, mentions Day X, and warns him not to get caught. Shu speaks up, asking who they are, which confuses the caller. He demands to know what they are planning by getting involved in these crimes and asks what Day X is. As the mysterious man starts cursing at him, Shu hangs up and crushes the criminal's phone. He pulls out Major Kaoru's card, thinking about the control unit, and notes that maybe he should thank the government officials for giving him this lead. That night, inside a building, the captain is furious that they captured Maki and wonders if they have any clues on them. Jushima Ryuji says that since they got Maki, whoever is behind this must be a hunter. Hearing this, the captain decides it's time for the next phase and that he'll meet with this guy himself. Meanwhile, at the Tentu Special Prison, Sho mentions that it's hard to breathe in there. Major Kaoru explains it's because of the power inhibitors installed for hunters, which completely block A ranks from using their skills and cut S rank's power in half. Shu asks who they are going to see, and Kaoru replies that he actually knows the man, though Shu thinks it's pretty crazy that he would know anyone in a place like this. When they finally stand in front of the criminal, Kaoru asks if she was right about them knowing each other, and Shu confirms it. The criminal is Hijikata Yusaku, the former instructor of the Hunter Control Unit, and he recognizes both of them. Hijikata comments that hunters are getting promoted fast these days. Kaoru fires back, reminding him that he was the one who taught her how to interrogate people so they can skip the small talk. She accuses him of being behind the rising crime rate, but Hijikata asks if she really thinks he's the one running the show. Pissed off, Kaoru slams the table and declares she won't let a repeat of his assassination attempt from 8 years ago happen again. Hijikata mocks her, asking if she's always had such a strong sense of duty. Kaoru tells him to cut the crap. He then explains that they live in a world where incompetent people wear the cape of justice, and that his actions 8 years ago were meant to set an example. He adds that he does regret the tragedies that happened along the way, especially since Kaoru's father was an excellent hunter. Hijikata points out that he's already locked up, asking if she really wants to drag him down even further. Kaoru loses her temper and asks if he's really been staying quiet in here, warning him she won't let him get away with whatever he's planning. Tachibana explains that 8 years ago, 35 hunters banded together to stop Hijikata, and Kaoru's father was one of them. them. She says everything was eventually resolved, even with the unavoidable sacrifices, but that's all in the past now, and they need to get back to work. Then, looking at Sho on a phone screen, she comments that things have developed rapidly, and that he was the one who cleared the dungeon yesterday. Sometime later inside a dungeon, Sho is eyeing the materials with great interest. His partner, Shishida Chin, asks why he doesn't just buy the materials, but Shu explains they are extremely hard to get. Chin tells him he'll handle the monster, and steps up as the tank, landing a heavy blow on the creature. This pisses off the beast, and it goes right after Chin. Shu, keeping a close eye on the fight, jumps in and delivers the killing blow to prevent any real damage. As more monsters start surrounding them, Shu promises to explain the materials later. Chin charges in again, doing his job as the tank, and the battle rages on with heads flying everywhere. Finally, the dungeon boss appears. Chin is terrified by its massive size, but Sho sees this as the perfect opportunity. He goes on the attack, determined to harvest some high-quality materials. The monster swings a heavy attack, but Shu dodges, runs right up the creature's limb, leaps into the air, and drives his weapon into its hard shell. With a flurry of rapid strikes, he slices the massive beast into pieces, defeating it. Chin remarks that he can't possibly compete with him, and Sho realizes his partner just wants some praise. A lot of time passes, and a sphere of energy begins to take shape. Shu recalls using a secret fairy tribe technique to unlock latent abilities. He stayed up all night trying to craft the item using the materials Aoki Sora bought, revealing that his ultimate goal is to make a soul pill. However, he keeps failing over and over, producing nothing but useless junk. Sho declares that he's done failing. He prays for success and tries one more time. This time, everything goes smoothly, and Sho finally manages to craft the pill. Thrilled with the result, he realizes he can now boost stats other than just his mana, meaning he won't have to rely solely on his class anymore. Later, a news report reveals a body was found, and the police are investigating. Sho is surprised to see the incident happened in Fukui. He thinks about handing the clues over to the Major, but decides he wants to see how far the authorities can get on their own first. Elsewhere, the Major walks to her car and spots something strange on the windshield. It's a package containing a broken phone and a note, identifying it as Maki Yuji's device. Recording a voice message, she says she's on her way and tells everyone to stay alert. She mentions she has a lead on Hijikata, while Shu quietly slips away from the area. At a meeting, a man questions if Hijikata is actually in Tokyo, noting that the crime seems to involve the use of an ability. This is Matsuo Duzan, a colonel in the control unit, and he asks the Major if she realizes how serious her accusation is. She replies that it's a basic conclusion, since the only contact log on the phone points directly to the Tokyo hideout. The colonel argues that the incident happened elsewhere and was targeted at the Fukui nuclear power plant. The Major fires back, stating all signs point to that being the place where Maki died. Daozan says the association is already sending hunters to handle the case, and that this is a good opportunity, before asking if her concern is really just about Hijikata. Tachibana confirms this, saying the man is likely trying to get to the Prime Minister again. She adds that even if he isn't, they must have set up an ambush and are watching. The colonel remarks that she always gets emotional when it comes to this man, and reminds her that the minister is currently abroad. However, he reveals that the minister will be using an airport near that very prison, asking if she really thinks this is about revenge. The Major is shocked to hear he'll be using the airport right next to the prison. She says she'll take full responsibility if she's wrong, but insists they have to act to prevent a tragedy. The colonel comments that she never changes and orders the officers to assemble. Deciding to trust her this time, he tells her to report directly to him. Tachibana thanks him for the vote of confidence. Meanwhile, outside the prison, a man listens to instructions over a communicator. A group gets organized, noting that the operation is going smoothly, and receives the order to move in. One of the guys approaches the outer wall and touches it. Activating his skill, he shatters the wall into pieces. He realizes there's a skill dampener active in the area, but notes that thanks to his accessory, he can still use his powers just fine. The group moves silently through the prison to clear a path. The leader signals the young man, who uses his power again to blast a hole in the floor. They all start heading down while a few members keep watch. Encountering guards at a door, the leader quickly takes them out and tells the group the control room is just ahead, urging them to hurry. The leader signals his subordinate again, who uses his skill to blow a hole through the armored door. Through the opening, the leader blows a cloud of poison gas into the room. From inside the control room, the guards' painful screams can be heard. Moments later, the group storms the room and finds all the staff wiped out. One of the intruders works the computer and presses a button, unlocking a cell that was supposed to stay sealed. A dangerous criminal steps out of solitary confinement with a smirk. The intruders all bow to him, declaring they are there for the instructor. The freedman comments on the grand reception and tells Jushima he was getting tired of waiting. The Major orders the alert radius to be expanded and the rest of the members to be deployed. However, she ends up talking to herself as a car speeds away. Worried sick about the situation, she curses. Inside the prison, all the alarms are blaring. The duo kicks a door open, but they can tell they're a bit too late. The Major's partner warns her that it's dangerous as they spot the enemy at the end of the hallway. The Major figures the power suppressor is still active, which might give them a fighting chance since the opponents shouldn't be able to use their skills. One of the criminals spots the Major, who immediately opens fire. However, one of the guys uses his skill to stop the bullets mid-air. He laughs, mocking her for shooting before talking. Surprised he can use his powers despite the suppressor, the Major is questioned by the guy, who asks if she really thought they wouldn't come prepared. Right then, she notices the bracelet helping the enemy bypass the system. The former unit leader approaches and asks if they came all this way to celebrate his release. The Major orders him to stop and get back to his cell, but he replies that she's as impatient as ever. He tells her that her arrival won't change a thing, and that he won't be fighting her, because today is the day she dies. With that, the man walks off, mentioning that the people at the airport are very punctual. The duo keeps shooting, determined to stop him. However, the group's leader fights back with his poison skill, leaving everyone coughing and struggling. As the Major prepares to shoot, the opponent appears right in front of her and grabs her by the tie. She manages to break free at the last second, though her tie is shredded to pieces. Her partner tries to hit him and mocks the enemy, but the man stops the bullets in midair again and charges at the Major. The next second, the attacker is slammed by an attack he didn't even see coming, crashing to the ground heavily wounded. Someone steps up next to Tachibana. Shu comments that now it's just the two of them. The Major is surprised but relieved he made it in time. Furious, the opponent recognizes Sho from the control unit. He gets excited seeing that Sho can use his skills, commenting that his arm must be worth a fortune. Shu silently thinks that these weaklings are the same in every world. The man attacks in a rage, but Sho dodges and counters with his sword. The strike is blocked by a mana shield, but Sho notices something off. He realizes the opponent briefly deactivated the barrier. Calling it a useless trick, Sho cuts right through the defense and lands a direct hit. The man is slammed to the ground, heavily injured and completely defeated, earning Sho a level up. Terrified, another man asks how Shu can even use his powers in a place like this. Sick of answering the same question over and over, Shu just tells him it's time to pay for his sins. This pisses the man off, and as he recognizes Shu's voice, he realizes this is the exact same guy who killed Maki. Vowing to get revenge, the man charges in, but Shu just sneers and dares him to bring it on. The guy shoots his poison magic, but Shu easily dodges every single attack. He notes that compared to Aoki Sora, this poison is nothing, though it's still strong enough to kill an ordinary person. Wanting to end this quickly, Shu spends a few more mana points and rushes forward. The enemy keeps spamming his poison, but Shu easily deflects the attacks, closes the distance, and catches him completely off guard with a swift strike. The blow lands right in the center of the man's body, knocking him down from the sheer impact. With that, Sho levels up a few more times. Watching all of this play out, the Major realizes it has to be pure skill since the power suppressor is still active. She mentions she previously ran into him in an E-rank dungeon and asks for his name, impressed that he managed to show up at just the right time in such a hard-to-reach place. Shu tells her not to worry about that right now. He mentions there is one more person here, thinking back to when he passed them on the way. Even from a distance, he could tell they were the most powerful person he had ever sensed in this world. Smiling as everything falls into place just like he predicted, he asks if any backups are on the way. Meanwhile, the airport is an absolute chaos. The terrorist remains completely untouched, a smug smile on his face. The soldiers on site panic, wondering what's going on and realizing the intruder must be an S-rank hunter. They note that the plane hasn't taken off yet, and they need to call the association for backup. The soldiers open fire, but the man literally stops the bullets in midair and keeps walking. Stopping right in front of them, he sighs that they never learn and unleashes a massive fire attack. Multiple fireballs streak through the air, slicing a plane clean in half. People scream and run for their lives as the fire spreads, triggering a massive explosion. Suddenly, someone lunges in for a surprise attack, but the terrorist easily counters, slamming the hunter hard into the ground. As he burns his opponent alive, the terrorist calls him incredibly weak and asks who his instructor was. He complains that the politician is hiding and using people as shields, claiming that an airport is the perfect place to test out his skills. Standing in front of the plane, the man glows like a blazing sun and activates several special skills. He unleashes his strongest attack, calling it something worthy of an instructor, and blasts the aircraft. Elsewhere, the Major warns that she will take command once they arrive. She acknowledges Shu's strength, but emphasizes that Hijikata is on a completely different level. Shu replies that he doesn't need instructions, but she insists. She thinks to herself that with their elite members so far away, he is the only one she can rely on, and she is determined to end this today. When they arrive at the airport, they are greeted by total devastation. The Major says she will handle Hijikata and orders her partner to tend to the wounded. Shu notes that today, the man is acting as a mass murderer, which perfectly triggers his execution execution or skill. Given the emergency, she says she won't worry about those details right now. However, she warns him that she can't guarantee his safety and tells him not to do anything reckless, reminding him to know his limits in a life-or-death battle. Sho sincerely thanks her for the advice. Another plane pulls up on the runway, and the former instructor says he's been waiting, greeting the minister once again. The instructor reveals he tried to hold back for 8 years, but he just can't take orders from a man like him. He mentions he warned Tachibana, but she came anyway. The major fires back that she told him to stay in his cage, but he crossed the line. The man notes that she's grown a lot stronger, and she demands his surrender. He just laughs it off, saying that makes no sense. Suddenly, a sword flies out of nowhere, barely missing the instructor. Sho appears, stepping right between the man and his target to kick off the fight. The S-rank hunter attacks with fire again, but Shu grabs the minister and carries him to safety. The former instructor tries to chase them down, but Tachibana steps in to block him. The major tells the instructor it looks like he's already failed part of his mission. Smirking, he tells her she's wrong. He's already halfway done, and it'll all be over once he kills everyone here. The two clash, locking weapons in a test of strength. The instructor blocks the major's attack with ease, leaving her shocked by his overwhelming power. The man wonders if she can even survive this, and Tachibana takes a direct hit. She immediately activates her super regeneration and rushes him. The instructor mocks her, asking if she really thinks she can break his bones, and calls her naive as he counters. She feels the overwhelming power of her former instructor, while he smiles, loving every second of it. The blast hits her head on. She tries her best to block, but the impact blows her away, leaving her badly injured on the ground. Just then, Sho arrives and orders the man to stop. On the ground, the major mutters that this is too much, even for her. Shu tells her she's done enough and shouldn't push herself anymore. He tells her to just watch, determined to show her what it really means to know your limits and unleash your full potential. The two opponents lock eyes, and the instructor seems excited to face Sho. But then he says he has no obligation to fight him and tells Shu to stay out of it, claiming he doesn't want to waste talent. Shu launches a fast attack, but the man manages to dodge. Shu tells him he's free to do whatever he wants, just like Shu will, which catches the criminal off guard. A fierce battle begins. The man says he hopes Shu can actually keep up and prepares a flaming attack. Shu dodges and strikes back with poison power, but the man laughs it off, blocks, and counters with another blast of fire. Shu manages to avoid it. The man says he now understands why Tachibana likes him, adding that he can also see Shu's weakness. Kiritani charges right through the fireballs and explosions. A massive blast goes off, but when the smoke clears, Shu is standing right in the middle of it, completely unscathed. He mentions that in a hunter fight, mana is the foundation, and that's the difference between them. Shu adds that he heard the guy was a hunter, but finds his instructions boring, asking if he really thinks relying solely on mana is enough. Shu tells him he should just go back to prison if he doesn't have the will to fight. Kiritani realizes the gap in their mana is clear. Right now, he is stronger than the man, which is why he wants to drag out the fight. The criminal activates a buff skill. Sho asks if he's going to attack, and the man replies he will if he feels like it. They exchange a relentless barrage of blows. Sliding back, Sho notes that his opponent is resilient and decides to open up some distance. The man thinks he's running away and chases after him. Shu notices the guy won't let him back off. He leaps over the instructor, who asks if he wants to play tag. Shu realizes it played out the exact same way this time. The cat and mouse game continues. Shu realizes the pattern keeps repeating. Every time he tries to pull away, the man closes the distance. He realizes he only has one shot and plans to channel all of his mana into a single strike. While he concentrates, his opponent attacks with flames. Shu decides to bait the man's reckless attack to land his own blow. Hijikata calls his power a blessing, saying it's a waste for Sho to use it for nonsense. But in the next split second, Shu lands a direct hit, shattering his weapon. Finally, the man is on the ground, defeated. Shu starts leveling up just as he collapses from exhaustion. He flashes back to a few minutes ago, exchanging blows with the man, when someone asks if they are seeing and hearing this. People who weren't chosen were destined to end up here. Voices say they shouldn't have shared what they knew, so they need to weed out the useless ones. Looking at the boy, they ask who he is, noting he is weak but possesses refined mana. Holding hands, they say they need to go and report every detail. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes and spreads across the area, seemingly controlled by someone. However, someone catches the lightning, thinking they need to control it delicately, like threads. Aoki Sora explains that this is how you get strong, and Sho comments on how fast she mastered it. A huge explosion goes off, and Sho says he hopes this doesn't fall on him. She thinks to herself that she tried to focus all the lightning into one spot and release it, but failed again. On the news, reporters at the airport are trying to get information on the hunter who defeated Hijikata Yusako. They talk about Kiritani Shu, who has 5 skills after awakening, questioning if he has surpassed Aoki Sora. Shu laughs and says there's no way. She watches the news while drinking a soda. Hearing Shu say it's too early for him makes her incredibly annoyed. She grabs her weapon again and goes back to training, determined to perfect the technique today. Meanwhile, a group gathers in a strange place. The dragon asks what's going on and questions why they met up, since he had told them not to do so for a while. A woman explains that the twins ran into trouble, and that one of them refined his mana and can now use enchantments. A man asks why the twins are even there. The woman replies that she used them to test an item, and they just happened to run into the target. The eagle chimes in, saying it's a problem either way, and tells the man that if he's so bothered by it, he should just go handle it himself. The dragon points out that 50 years have passed, and humans are getting better at manipulating mana. Another group member mentions they weren't the only ones who could refine mana, since Hijikata could do it too. He recalls that 11 years ago, the human who stopped the other fisher did the same thing, but notes that was just a coincidence. The dragon asks if the other man feels the same way. They agree everything is fine as long as they get confirmation. The other man says he has plenty of free time and can handle it personally. He mentions he's been way too quiet the last few years, then asks about the swordsman. He says that if the twins' report is correct, it's just something for the lower-ranking beings in their world, where the limits are obvious. On the news, a story about Sho is playing. The major watches it, thinking he's trying to build a public image. Shu points out that when you give people barely any information, they'll just fill in the blanks themselves. He notices she seems distracted and asks if she's okay, telling her to focus on whether this is actually necessary or not. The major replies that it's necessary to stop a criminal threatening a country. Shu asks if what she's doing is also necessary, and she says yes, especially for a hunter affiliated with the control unit. The major asks if he really needs all of this, pointing out that he only followed her to get info on Maki. Tachibana steps in and says they'd like Sho to join the hunter control unit, promising they'll give him full support. Shu thanks him but says the offer isn't really appealing to him, even if other people would jump at the chance. The woman asks what he means by that. Suddenly, it clicks. She remembers that Jushima's skill was poison, and Tuyama's was death hand, the exact same skills Sho publicly claimed to have. Shocked, she asks if he can actually steal other people's skills. Xiao remarks that she's pretty sharp, adding that this is exactly why he bothered to explain it to her, since she wouldn't want to end up as bait. She is left wondering if a skill like that is even possible. Shu thanks her for understanding the situation, and mentions he has another appointment, saying he looks forward to working with her again. Sometime later, Sho notices that the soul pills are working, since he's getting stronger without even needing to level up. Igawa wakes up full of energy. Shu asks how she's feeling. She explains she needs to run more tests, but she seems to be cured of her mana allergy. She mentions she's been recovering fast ever since the day the fissure occurred. Shu jokingly says that's a shame, since she won't be needing the pills anymore, but she quickly says she'd be happy to take more. As she swallows them, Shu thinks about how happy his friend would be to see her doing so well. He asks if she needs anything else. She thinks for a second and says she wants to be a hunter. Shu warns her that it's way too dangerous. She argues that doesn't mean she can't do it. She wants to see the world her brother dreamed of with her own eyes. Right then, Sho senses mana coming from her. Just then, Shu's phone rings. It's Tamura from the Hunter Association, saying he has some information to share. Shu and Igawa say goodbye. He figures he must have imagined the mana coming from her, and confirms over the phone that he has time to head to the association now. A month later, someone asks why everyone is so free right at the start of the new year. Chin asks Shu if he gets annoyed by what people are saying about him. Shu replies that he's more annoyed by the fact that he's still C rank. Chin explains that from his perspective, Sho is growing way too fast for an average hunter. Shu tells him not to compare himself to others and just focus on his own growth. Chin changes the subject and asks what the association wanted with them. Shu says they're about to find out. When they get there, an association employee is waiting for them right at the entrance. The guy explains that they figured it'd be best to have a familiar face welcome them. He asks if they can head inside, since the president is already waiting. The president apologizes for making them come all this way and introduces himself as Kenzu Wakamatsu, the president of the Hunter Association. The two of them formally introduce themselves as well. Kenzu then praises Chin, mentioning how proud Toru would be of him if he were still alive. He says he'd love to chat more with his old friend's grandson, but since the most famous rookie around is right here, he doesn't have that luxury. They soon realize the association wants to promote Sho to A rank. Some of the board members are against it, arguing there's no precedent for someone climbing the ranks this fast, something even Sora Aoki couldn't pull off. But Sho speaks up, declaring that he wants to be S rank and is ready to prove he deserves it. The president admits he figured Sho wouldn't be satisfied with just A rank, but explains that to become an S rank, you have to prove your worth. Kenzu then makes a suggestion that catches Sho's interest. The president explains that sometimes a dungeon's rank can suddenly spike, which is exactly what happened to the Aichi dungeon when it jumped to SS rank. The association has concluded that the monsters inside are guardian types. Shu suspects it might be some kind of rift with a core inside. The president proposes that Sho join the investigation team to prove his skills, revealing he's had his eye on him ever since his hunter exam. Sho asks if the raid team is made up entirely of guilds, and asks if Kenzu wants him to start his own guild to join them. The president confirms this, tells him Tamura will give him the details, and wishes him luck. Shu thanks him, thrilled at the chance to enter S-rank dungeons and start his own guild. Chin asks why they're starting a guild right now. Shu explains he's always wanted to do this, and with the association's backing, now is the perfect time. When Chin asks about the name, Sho says he wants something related to his past life, hoping it might attract some clues. He tries to recall his past, but the bad memories are much clearer than the good ones. Ultimately, he decides to register the guild under the name Overload and fills out the form. Chin points out they only have 2 members and asks if Sho has anyone in mind. Shu says they need a healer. He decides to worry about that later and tells Chin he doesn't need to come on the next raid. Surprised, Chin asks why, and Sho explains it's just too dangerous. He acknowledges his partner's talent but says the timing isn't right, as he can't guarantee his safety in an S-rank dungeon. Even so, Chin insists on going, wanting to push himself to get stronger. Shu is pleased with his determination, realizing he used the right words to motivate him. He then sends his partner off to buy better gear, knowing he needs to take good care of his talented tank. Later, when they meet up with Sora Aoki, she tells him she's not the kind of person he can just call up whenever he feels like it. She stutters when Sho points out that she showed up anyway, suggesting she must have her own reasons. Sora brushes it off, saying they can talk about that later, and asks what he wants today. Sho explains he's heading into an S-rank dungeon and needs some advice from an expert. Chin asks who she is, but Sho tells him to calm down, assuring him that he actually knows her. While Chin tries to piece things together, Sora tells them to get moving. Shu covers his partner's mouth so he doesn't blurt out her name in the middle of the street. Excited, Sora offers to show them the best places to shop. A short while later, the group is looking well prepared. They start searching for weapons but don't find anything interesting in the first shop. Sora decides to take them somewhere else. When they walk in, an old blacksmith named Izumi welcomes them and asks what they're looking for today. Sora explains she came to introduce the 2 guys. They formally introduce themselves while the old man just stares them down. Izumi warns them that even with her recommendation, he won't sell them a thing. Shu comments that he was expecting something exceptional anyway and won't buy just anything just because it was made by a master blacksmith. He points to one of the swords, saying it looks like it would break easily, and asks the blacksmith if he always sells gear of that quality. Annoyed, the blacksmith tells him he's got a lot of nerve and makes a bet. If the sword breaks, he'll give him whatever he wants. Izumi accepts the challenge and starts channeling his power into the blade while Sora watches, stunned. A second later, the sword shatters into pieces. The blacksmith is left speechless, cursing out loud in sheer shock. Handing back what's left of the hilt, Izumi asks him if he still has any complaints. The blacksmith still can't believe his eyes. Izumi tells him he expects him to keep his word. When the old man demands to know who the kid is, Sora explains that he's the one who defeated the Guardian with a single strike during the rift outbreak. Hearing this, the blacksmith mutters that he must be getting old to have missed someone that powerful standing right in front of him. Izumi asks to see his materials, wanting the blacksmith to work on them in the future. The old man tells him to shut up and follow him, grumbling that a promise is a promise and that this is the price he pays for doubting him. He pulls a lever on the wall, revealing a hidden passage, and tells them to get inside. They head down into the dark until they reach a room packed with weapons. Chin asks if they really can take whatever they want, and the blacksmith says yes, as long as it's something they can actually use. Izumi thinks the place is pretty basic compared to what the dwarves in his old world could do, but he still respects the old man's craftsmanship. Soon, something catches his eye. Just by looking at it, he can tell it's a top-tier piece. The old man asks if he likes it, and Izumi nods. The blacksmith explains that the weapon was forged from the fragments of a guardian from a brutal rift 11 years ago. It was so dangerous that no scavengers were ever sent to retrieve the rest of the materials, which burn anything that gets close. Shu asks why something like that is just sitting here, and the blacksmith repeats that the dungeon was simply too difficult, so they decided against sending recovery teams. The blacksmith warns him that it's safe as long as he doesn't ignite it, suggesting Izumi look at other items instead. But Izumi ignites it right then and there, shocking the old man. Izumi explains that he wants to test the standards of an SS rank using the sword's power. Terrified, the blacksmith asks if he's deaf, yelling that this isn't a toy for rookies. Izumi's companions look worried too. The fire skill he obtained helps him control the heat, and he can feel the mana inside the blade pulsing like it's alive. Sho asks Aoki what she wanted to know. He mentions that if she's training the way he taught her, she should notice the intensity of his stance, recalling the tips he gave her. Sho adds that since she recommended good items for Shin, he'll show her what he can do, while Chin helps the old man. Sho begins to release his power, making the flames flare up as he points the weapon forward. 2 lines of energy surge into the fire. He explains to her that you have to alter the properties of your own mana. The living fire begins to swirl in front of him. Sho declares that he's in complete control because he is now the master of the sword, fully dominating the flames. The demonstration blows everyone in the room away, especially Aoki Sora. A moment later, the weapon is fully tamed and blazing. The blacksmith watches in disbelief as the young man starts testing his new gear. He swings it hard, and the energy flows into his wrist, transforming the weapon into a convenient bracelet. Checking his status screen, he notices he's awakened a skill from his past life, which is perfect. Sora thanks him for his help, saying that just shopping with him doesn't make up for what he's done. She warns him to be careful in the S-Class dungeon. Shu asks where this sudden warning is coming from. She explains that there are hostile hunters targeting him, and the dungeon is an isolated place. Sora tells him her guild will be nearby if he needs backup, but Izumi says he has everything under control. Thinking she might have overstepped, she says her goodbyes. A few days later, the guilds gather at the S-Class dungeon. Sensing how tense everyone is because of the difficulty level, Izumi tells Chin to stay close. He notices that even the veteran hunters are nervous, but comments that they'll be fine as long as they're prepared. Catching a few suspicious glances thrown his way, Izumi realizes Sora's warning was real, anticipating that this is going to cause him some trouble. Inside a tent, Sho introduces himself as the leader of the Overlord Guild, and says it's a pleasure to meet everyone, but the people in the room barely pay him any attention. He sits down, feeling completely invisible. Shortly after, Arakawa Jim, the leader of the Titan Guild, walks in and asks if everyone there is part of the third group. Sho introduces himself to Jim, but the guy just mocks him, pointing out that Sho's guild only has 2 members. Jim questions if the man Shu defeated was really Hijikata, and Shu replies it was just luck. The Titan leader fires back, saying even he couldn't beat Hijikata in his prime, so there's no way someone so inexperienced could pull off that win. Realizing where Jim is going with this, Sho loses his patience and tells him that if he doesn't believe it, he can test it himself. Annoyed by Jim's petty attitude and refusal to acknowledge his skills, Sho glares at him. Pissed off, Jim calls him a bastard, but another hunter barks at them to cut it out, reminding them that their goal is to finish the raid. Trying to intimidate Shu, Jim warns him to see how long that cocky attitude of his lasts, but the Overlord leader just brushes his shoulder off, showing he couldn't care less. In this dungeon, all the monsters are called guardians, and the place has a core. Outside, some hunters are waiting on standby in case a dungeon break occurs. Uhara Junosuke, the leader of the Bene Guild, explains that this dungeon is different from the others. He starts delegating how and where each raid team will operate, wishing everyone good luck and hoping they all do their jobs. Chin seems anxious to enter the S-rank dungeon, sticking close to his partner Sho. Once inside, someone screams a warning that the enemies are coming, and debris flies everywhere. Jim easily takes down the first opponent. As the battle rages on, the hunters call out instructions, ordering the archers to aim for the legs and directing the mages. The creatures are defeated one by one until it's time for the support team to step in. Xiao realizes he's being intentionally excluded when he sees Jim smirking at him. He thinks it's messed up that they're trying to hold him back when their lives are on the line, but he decides to hype Chin up. When a massive creature appears before them, Xiao notices the other hunters aren't even trying to hide their sabotage. Jim sneers that it's finally time for the 2-man guild to do something. Sho tells Jim to shut up and watch. Deciding not to use his flame sword, he charges at the creature alongside Chin, facing the monster head-on. Chin blocks a powerful attack from the beast and lunges forward to strike, while Shu calls out combat instructions. Seeing how perfectly in sync they are, Magawa is shocked by Chin's performance. Knowing he's only a C rank, Sho leaps into action and lands a heavy blow on the monster. Feeling the impact, the creature glares in fury as its horns begin to glow. Chin quickly uses his ability to draw the monster's aggro again, stabbing it with his spear and finally bringing the opponent crashing to the ground. Right after, Shu catches an arrow flying toward the dead monster and asks what the hell that was about. Yasuda responds that it looked like they needed help and asks if there's a problem. Shu asks him if he's ever heard of basic etiquette, stating they don't need help with a monster of this level. Junosuke stops Yasuda from talking back, saying they should at least value their own lives. Suddenly, a massive creature looms behind Sho. He reacts instantly, slashing the monster to pieces, which leaves the surrounding hunters stunned. Shu comments that quality is better than quantity, though people who follow the crowd wouldn't understand that. Jim is furious at the provocation, while the girl finds it interesting that he has so much confidence. Just then, Sho senses a strange presence from above and yells for everyone to get down. An enormous creature climbs down a pillar and starts hurling rocks at the group, crushing several distracted hunters. One of the projectiles flies straight toward Chin, but Shu acts fast and shields his partner. The projectile shatters the ground on impact, and Shu explains those were crushing boulders. The monster continues brutally attacking the hunters. They try their best to defend themselves, but some are unlucky and get hit. Seeing the chaos, Sho wonders if this is why the previous raid was cut short. He easily dodges the attacks, thinking to himself that being able to do this without even using magic is proof he's reclaiming the skills from his past life. Sho tells Chin to go hide for his own safety, and rushes the monster to take it down before it can cause any more damage. He easily defeats the beast, and someone nearby thanks him for handling the situation, but Sho quickly senses something is off. Looking over, he sees the buff red-haired guy holding Chin hostage. That's when Sho realizes he finished his fight way too quickly. Everyone around them has been hit by a frenzy effect and is starting to turn on each other. One of the hunters orders the team to restrain everyone affected and tend to the wounded. Meanwhile, Kiritani realizes the group had only focused on the trajectory of the monster's attack, completely missing the fact that the projectile actually mind-controlled people. He wonders if the red-haired guy had planned this from the very beginning. The red-haired man claims he never expected a monster like that to show up and lies, saying he was just caught under the projectile's influence. He warns Sho that he's going to pay for trying to make a fool out of him, demanding he drop his weapon if he wants his friend to live. Because of the mental attack, the battlefield is in complete chaos, and no one can tell friend from foe. Sho realizes he can use this confusion to his advantage. He asks the man if he seriously thought he could get away with threatening him. The red-haired guy asks if he's wrong, and Sho replies that he is, for thinking he was the only one who could go into a frenzy. Suddenly, Sho yells for Chin to get down. Chin drops instantly. The captor smirks, but in a split second, Sho lunges forward and drives his weapon straight through him. The man's head goes flying and he drops dead. With the victory, Sho levels up a few times and checks his new stats, thinking his opponent made things way too easy by letting his guard down. Chin asks what they should do next, and Sho walks back over to the body, striking it one more time. Later on, the other hunters talk about how they fell victim to a mental attack, noting how terrifying it is when an S rank loses their mind. Sho approaches, catching their attention, and asks what they think of the scene. They reply that it looks like the man was killed by a monster. Meanwhile, inside her private tent, Aoki Sora is working peacefully until she senses a sudden shift in the air. Shortly after, she meets up with Sho and asks what he wants, wondering if someone targeted him. Sho asks if she really thought he'd be the victim, and she dryly replies that he's the only one who pisses people off that much. He tells her the situation is already taken care of, and asks what her next move is. Aoki Sora mutters that he could have asked her before taking action, but explains that Squad 1 might return, and they are no different from Squad 3. She explains the plan was always to gather the best hunters, regardless of their guild. Sho realizes that the top hunters already know each other's abilities, meaning the subjugation team has basically been decided. He then asks her for a recommendation so he can head to the second floor with the main group. Aoki Sora says she figured he'd ask for that, and Sho teases that they're getting pretty close. She shoots back that closeness isn't a one-way street. Sho offers to teach her how to use mana in exchange for the recommendation, calling it a fair trade. She points out that she doesn't have the final say and can only make a suggestion. When Sho insists that her recommendation is all that matters, she gets annoyed and tells him she doesn't need his flattery. Sho is confused by her reaction. He decides to spend the points he got from the last boss he defeated and buys the frenzy skill. While he's happy with his new power, he's still not entirely sure how to use it yet. Later, at the entrance to the second floor, the hunters are receiving medical treatment. Chin mentions that their squad faced the exact same monster and ended up badly beaten. Shortly after, the raid leader organizes the squads to move out. Chin is baffled by how Sho managed to get into the first squad, and Sho explains he just used his free pass. He tells Chin to look up the Bane Guild if anything goes wrong, and Chin tells him to stay safe. As the group advances through the second floor, the leader senses something wrong. A barrage of traps fires at them, but the group's defender manages to block everything with his massive shield. One of the hunters warns that the projectiles on this floor are way stronger than the ones on the first, and a massive wave of them begins to rain down. The group does their best to defend themselves. Sho easily deflects the projectiles with his sword, noting that his teammates are actually pretty well prepared. Suddenly, a massive horde of monsters emerges and charges at them in a rage, sparking a chaotic, high-stakes battle. As they fight, the group realizes the enemy levels are far higher than on the first floor, making them wonder if the association made a massive mistake. And since this path is a one-way street, retreating isn't an option. Sho thinks it's a bit too early for this, but the party leader uses a buffing skill on the entire team. Noticing his HP and stamina shoot up, Sho realizes just how powerful Uhera is. Everyone gets a nice morale boost from the buffs. Right after, the mage casts a mana barrier that does a great job protecting the group. They charge back into the fight, while other members tend to the wounded. Sho notices that a high-level hunter party has perfect teamwork and amazing communication. Suddenly, a massive creature spawns right behind him, but Sho takes it down with ease. Figuring the monsters have changed their strategy, he keeps pushing forward, clearing them out one by one. Sho stops in front of one of the larger monsters and hits it with his poison skill. At the same time, he blocks an attack from another enemy trying to sneak up from behind, using another skill to take it out. He keeps advancing, wiping out the monsters using the two skills he acquired. The group is shocked, since they figured he was only there because of his connections to Aoki Sora, but Shu just keeps pushing ahead on his own, and the monsters keep dropping. In no time, the group clears a path to the 3rd floor. Excited, the girl says he just proved her recommendation was spot on, but Sho replies that he was just paying her back for the free pass, which leaves her a bit disappointed. Uhara is pretty pleased with her recommendation, though. He notes that the 2nd floor is smaller, suggesting the dungeon might be shaped like a pyramid. Aoki Sora thinks they'll wrap this up quickly, but Uhara warns them not to let their guard down, since the path ahead could get rough. Suddenly, the surrounding structures start crumbling, and the leader orders everyone to run to the 3rd floor immediately. Aoki Sora worries about Shu being left behind and calls out to him from the stairs. He tells her he'll catch up in a bit, then sits down to wait, muttering that his patience has officially run out. A man steps out, surprised he was detected, and praises Shu's skills. Kiritani Sho demands to know who he is and why he's been watching them ever since they set foot on the 2nd floor. The man claps, finding the whole situation brilliant, and mentions he noticed Sho can use mana shrouding. Shu realizes this stranger can do the exact same thing, and with incredible skill. The man admits his own control is far from perfect, and asks who taught Sho how to do that. Shu asks if he seriously expects an answer. Getting ready for a fight, the man says he figured he'd have to beat it out of him. Feeling the sheer pressure of his power, Sho realizes this guy's level is way above Aoki and Hijikata. The man gets excited by Sho's reaction, calling it interesting. Shu asks what his definition of interesting is. The man says that's a good question and decides to give him an example, releasing an overwhelming surge of power. He blasts a beam of energy at Sho, who barely dodges, and asks if that answers his question. He then adds that mana shrouding belongs exclusively to his group, and they don't tolerate outsiders using it. Shu asks if this is how he gets rid of everyone else. The mysterious man replies that since Sho's life ends here, he'll leave that to his imagination. He adds that Sho's luck ran out the moment they crossed paths. Shu is shocked to see his opponent sprout wings made of mana. He knows that's a skill unique to elves and fairies, making him even more certain this guy is connected to his past life. Now that he actually has a lead, Shu decides there's no way he's letting him escape, and draws his new flame sword. The man tells him there's no point trying to look cool now, and fires a barrage of projectiles at him. Shu dodges as best as he can, and immediately goes on the offensive. The opponent scoffs, saying a commoner's attack will never reach him. He dares Shu to hit him so the fight doesn't get boring, but quickly realizes Shu is the type to wait for an opening, launching another volley of fire projectiles. Believing he's figured out his opponent's movement patterns, Shu activates his berserk skill to finish him off and charges. He pours everything he has into a single strike. The attack looks like it's going to land, catching the mysterious creature off guard and forcing him to scramble to dodge. Shu asks if those skills belong to the long-eared race and the fairies. The man tells Shu to wipe that smirk off his face and attacks again, but Shu manages to dodge the projectiles. Ready for another strike, the opponent asks if Shu can really keep dodging his attacks before launching a spiral of energy right at him. Shu realizes he needs something to neutralize the blow. He remembers that each of the 8 races has its own unique way of using mana. The fairies and long ears use siesta, while the ancient dragons use racial. All 8 races share the same concept of mana enchantment to form the foundation of their magic, creating a skill that allows them to fight back against the Overlord's invasion. Believing his current mana will let him use the skills from his past world, Shu activates an Exceed skill. His energy bursts outward, the massive power shattering the ground beneath him. As the mysterious entity attacks with everything it's got, Shu strikes the energy head-on, moving fast to close the distance. The creature panics. Shu slams his fist hard against his opponent's barrier, telling him his mistake was trying to block instead of dodging. The mysterious being doesn't understand what he means, but his barrier begins to crack, triggering a massive explosion that kicks up a huge cloud of dust and smoke. As the smoke clears, Shu is still standing, but he's injured and spits on the ground when he sees his condition. His opponent lies defeated on the floor. Xiao tells him they can finally talk, but the man furiously asks what he did and wants to know what that halo on Shou's head is. Not interested in making small talk, Shou attacks him again and tells him to shut up, saying he's the one asking the questions now. When asked for his name, the man curses at Shou, who points his weapon and warns that he can make things a lot more painful if he wants. The guy finally says his name is Inamoto Gaku, but quickly corrects himself to Kidia Norins. Shou realizes he's never heard that name in his past life. He asks why the man is doing this and how he learned mana enchantment. When he gets no answer, he threatens him again, asking if he's deaf. Shou wonders if his opponent might be under a vow of silence. He asks if the man recognizes the terms Aslan, Idea, or Overlord, but the opponent seems to have no idea. Shou finds it strange that the guy knows nothing despite using mana enchantment. He then asks how the man knew he would be here. The guy replies that he was testing someone else and found out through them. Suddenly, the man is unable to speak, making Shou realize it's another restriction. Shou hits him again and calls him a disappointment. The man asks if Shou is going to kill him and suggests he join his group instead, claiming that with that kind of power he'd be highly respected. Shou asks if he really thinks he'd join a bunch of murderers. The man starts screaming, telling Shu not to get cocky because there are monsters in their group way stronger than him. Xiao replies that none of them can beat him, and if they knew who he really was, they wouldn't even dare come near him. Terrified, the man begins to curse, and Shu finishes him off with a single strike. Xiao levels up significantly again and gains a new skill. However, he's disappointed with the reward, as he was hoping to get some actual information from the enemy. Since his skill leveled up, he wonders if skills can surpass SSS rank, which is the limit set by the association. He thinks about the upgrade, but remembers the skill was already at that rank when he got it. Suddenly, something cracks nearby. Chin is shocked, thinking it's a fissure. Shu tells him to calm down and asks about Aoki Sora, finding out she's nearby. He figures the third-floor boss has finally shown up. A pack of creatures charges in, and the group braces themselves to fight back. Shu tells them he's leaving these smaller monsters to them, trusting they can handle it, and heads off to find the boss. The group gets bombarded by attacks and scrambles to find a way to stop them. One of them shouts to retreat, as another wave of enemies is already closing in. Nearby, a monster is firing projectiles in every direction, while Aoki Sora fights it off with her lightning. Realizing she can't get close because of the heavy fire, she wishes Shu were there. Right on cue, he shows up and playfully asks if she was doing just fine on her own. Relieved to see him, she thanks him for backup. Shu says they can catch up later and asks for a quick status report. He learns that the core is inside the monster, and even though the creature is slow and stationary, it keeps spamming attacks. When Shu asks if they just need to take it down, she explains it's not that simple. No one has managed to land a hit on it yet. Shu nods, saying he gets it, and tells her the two of them can handle this. Aoki Sora asks if he has a plan, and Shu simply replies that they just need to cut down everything in their way. She jokes that she'll clear a path for his grand entrance, and charges at the monster. The creature roars in anger, baring its fangs, and fires a barrage of projectiles. Aoki Sora activates her lightning power, and with a single strike, slices through every projectile mid-air. With the path clear, she yells out that the target is 50 meters ahead. She drives her weapon into the ground, channels her power again, and blasts the giant creature. The hit lands perfectly, tearing away a chunk of the monster, but the creature immediately starts regenerating. She realizes the core must be somewhere else. That's when Shu steps in. He tells her he'll take it from here since she's completely out of mana. Charging at the monster, he unleashes a mana bombardment skill. The attack triggers a massive explosion that hits the creature dead on, tearing right through its hide. Another explosion goes off, blasting a massive hole in the monster and putting it down for good. Later, Chin mentions that the public is starting to notice Shu. Shu asks Chin if he wasn't suspicious of him at first too, which leaves Chin flustered. Shu points out that while the fame is nice, his real prize was the S-rank mana skill he scored. They talk about setting up a base and recruiting more members since they're about to get busy, which gets Chin incredibly hyped. Meanwhile, in another location, a mysterious group gathers. They note that Butterfly died because she was reckless, and one of the men asks if they're trying to pin the blame on him. Dragon steps in, asking if Lion wasn't the one who started all of this by rioting Butterfly in the first place. Annoyed, Lion defends himself, claiming he only mentioned that someone was using mana enchantment. Dragon fires back, saying Lion is just playing dumb, and that his real plan is to get rid of his rivals. Eagle agrees with Dragon, calling the whole incident highly suspicious. Serpent adds that Lion's impatience is what caused this mess. Lion snaps back, pointing out that everyone had agreed to the plan beforehand, and now they're just trying to scapegoat him. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy fills the room, and a figure appears, stating he's already heard what happened. The man tells Lion he did something completely unnecessary. Stammering, Lion argues that enchantment is the source of their power. The man tells him to drop it, saying he understands the situation. He explains that despite the mana, that power isn't everything to them. He adds that it's only natural for others to catch up to them eventually, but questions the sanity of Lion's decisions that led to the death of one of their allies, asking what he has to say for himself. Lion replies that he didn't wipe him out, which proves their skills are on par now. The man concedes he has a point, since their opponent might be an SSS class, but asks if Lion really thinks that poses a threat. Lion says no. Slamming the ground, the man warns Lion that this is his last chance, ordering him to take responsibility and clean up his mess. Until everything is resolved, Lion is banned from entering Eve's door. In the past, the Overlord Queen's army completely decimated the continent of Aslan. The 8 races fought for their lives, leaving behind nothing but ruins. The Death Spirits sacrificed their physical bodies in the first war. In the next war, the ancient dragon's perpetual motion machine malfunctioned, driving them into a berserk state and forcing them into a suicidal charge. Amidst all this chaos, the death of their god, Idea, was confirmed, dragging the situation into absolute despair. The tragedies kept coming when a faction of the Beastmen betrayed the Alliance, triggering a third war. Shu's first move was to wipe out the traitors. He believes this was the exact moment people started revering him as the sword god, turning him into the executor. Back in the present, Shu crafts another pill and is pleased with the effects after taking it. He keeps making more, and as he swallows the next one, he feels his mana react. He notices his title has now changed to Guillotine. Just then, his phone rings, and he mutters that the call came sooner than expected. When he answers, Shu tells Eri not to overexert herself. Even though her mana allergy is gone, she still needs to recover. Eri replies that she feels much better than before, and only went for a quick run. Shu figures this is the pill's effect. She then shows him a video on her phone and asks if it's real. The video shows rumors about Sho and his relationship with Aoki Sora. Eri asks if they're dating, but he clarifies it's just gossip. Eri smiles, clearly thrilled by his answer. Feeling curious, she asks what his ideal type of woman is. Shu replies that he prefers women who aren't high maintenance, leaving her looking a bit disappointed. Later, Sho meets up with the Major and comments that she must be incredibly busy to be wearing her uniform even on the weekend. During their conversation, she makes it clear she's always on duty to solve crimes and says today's topic is Hijikata. She reveals they discovered a bracelet capable of neutralizing dampening materials, featuring technology far more advanced than anything they currently have. The Major suspects the item came from abroad and is looking into a few suspects. First is Professor Boris, who might be conducting shady experiments. Second is Professor Chan Wen, who operates as an entrepreneur. The last suspect is Professor Steve, a recluse focused solely on research. It seems one of them is connected to the bracelet. Sho asks if she can personally investigate Inamoto Gakko, but she snaps back that she's not a private detective. He flatters her, saying she's better than anyone else and that this would be a way to repay her debt to him. The Major eventually agrees. The next day, Chin yells in frustration, asking if everyone failed again. He asks if Sho is being way too picky with the evaluations, but Shu explains he only wants the absolute elite. Chin complains that he doesn't want to be in a two-person gilda, and points out that he was accepted easily. Sho clarifies that's only because Chin is highly talented with mana enchantments. They fall silent for a moment, wondering if there's anyone left to interview. That's when they find a beautiful woman waiting for them. Shu apologizes and tells her they are no longer accepting interviews, but she replies that's exactly why she chose to come now. She introduces herself as Mitchell Rochelin, a hunter from the American Global Management. Shu immediately tells her he isn't interested, catching her off guard. Mitchell clarifies she didn't come to recruit him, but rather to recommend foreign hunters for his guild, which instantly gets Shu's attention. Shu questions if there are actually American hunters interested in transferring to a newly founded guild. Mitchell explains that a hunter's income depends on their rank, not their nationality, and that in this day and age, people invest in themselves. She adds that his guild is an excellent bet. Knowing it's perfectly legal to recruit foreigners, Shu mentions they need a healer who can also act as an attacker. Mitchell brings up a name, Finn Chandra, explaining that he became a hunter right after curing his mana allergy. Shu finds it odd that there are so many healers on her list, but realizes she did her homework on the guild's needs. Impressed by her competence, he agrees to look into it and asks Mitchell to introduce him to the candidate. She replies that won't be necessary. Shu is confused at first, but Mitchell clarifies that the candidate actually came along with her. They introduce themselves, and Chin gets incredibly excited, greeting the newcomer warmly. Shu asks the candidate why he kept hopping from guild to guild, noting that his last one didn't seem bad. The young man explains he felt he was outgrowing that guild, so he decided to look for one with more potential. Shu remarks that he has a lot of confidence, but suspects there's another reason. He points to his own shoulder and asks the candidate if he's in pain. The young man is shocked and asks how he knew. Shu explains that the more the candidate grows, the worse the pain gets. He went from guild to guild looking for a cure, but this isn't something healing magic can fix. Shu then confesses that he knows exactly how to treat the condition. Shu tells him his situation is completely out of control. As a healer, he should already know what his issue is, and traveling this far just shows how desperate he really is. The guy gets it and agrees to join the guild, but Shu warns him that he hasn't been accepted yet because the interview isn't over. He stands up, pumped, and calls them out for a practical test. Mitchell asks Finn if he's really okay with this, pointing out that since Shu is a close combat fighter, the test might be too tough. She also reminds him they don't even have confirmation if his condition can actually be treated, and he shouldn't just ignore his current state. Finn replies that he doesn't care about that, and thanks her for introducing him to the guild. He adds that Sho seems like the type of guy who stands by his word, and notes that he hasn't signed the contract yet anyway. Finn asks if Shu is fine using the weapon he has, and the leader replies that since the test is going to end quickly, it's not an issue. Moving incredibly fast, Finn says he's looking forward to it. He lunges forward and attacks, but Shu dodges. Finn wonders why his opponent dropped his weapon, but a split second later, Shu grabs him by the shirt and tosses him aside. Shocked, the kid thinks to himself that he's never heard of a skill like that before, but Shu just shrugs and says he barely gave him a light push. Finn activates a super regeneration skill and charges again, leaping at Shu and completely wrecking the ground where he lands. Shu dodges the attack and asks if he's trying to hunt some giant raid boss, since he's attacking from such a wide angle. Shu counters with a precise strike. He notices and respects how fast the kid blocks him with a mana barrier, even though it's still a bit weak. Sensing the vulnerability, Finn thinks about using his skill again, but the next second, Shu lands a direct hit. Even so, Finn activates a skill and blasts Shu at point-blank range. Shu finds it interesting that the hit triggered an overgrowth of body tissue inside him. Finn warns him that if he doesn't give up now, he'll regret it later, even as Shu notices the attack is multiplying. But Shu knows the technique used against him is basically just a healing skill. In the next instant, he uses his own mana and completely heals himself. Finn can't believe his eyes. Shu comments that it was the most interesting attack he's used so far, but in the end, it's still just a skill. Shortly after, the kid admits defeat. He realizes that the method Shu used to heal himself is the exact same one that will cure his pain. With that, Shu says they can move on to the contract. Mitchell is shocked when she reads the terms. She furiously questions why the guild isn't responsible for any information leaks and why the contract lasts for 10 years. Finn says it's fine and signs the paper anyway. Sho welcomes his newest member, who tells Sho he'll start calling him Master. Sho asks if he can just call him Finn, and the guy agrees. Chin, super excited, says he can finally call him Big Sis now, but Finn makes it clear that he's a guy. This completely breaks Chin's heart, since he was convinced Finn was a girl. The two start bickering because Chin refuses to believe it, and Finn threatens to kill him if he calls him a girl again. Watching them interact, Shu thinks to himself that the team is almost ready. Meanwhile, at the Japan Hunter Association, someone asks if the intel is actually real. An old man confirms that in 1 week, the monstrosity will appear. That man is Oda Makido, the inventor of the interruption material. He declares that they need to call an emergency meeting with all the guild masters. Later, Chin is amazed because his mana circulation doesn't hurt anymore. He comments that when people get too confident, they usually stop looking for other solutions to their problems. Kiritani Sho asks if his companion is developing something like a mana enchantment, and Chin confirms he is. Sho remembers that he's one of the major suspects, believing this isn't something that could be discovered just through science and technology. So he suggests ending the lesson there and moving on to the next phase. They banter a bit during training. Then, Chin uses a duality principle skill, which gets Sho really excited. While the kid continues to fight the monster, he suddenly gets hit in the arm. Finn thinks his partner is slipping up, but Chin quickly casts a healing spell on himself. Shu praises his support and lands a heavy kick on the monster. Finn jumps into the attack too, slicing one of the giant creatures clean in two. Shu is surprised to see his teammate can hold his own as a damage dealer, but Finn just tells him to stop messing up. Shu thinks to himself that a dungeon like this usually requires some prep work, but once they get their synergy down, they'll be able to handle everything on their own. Finn mentions they've cleared out the common monsters, but notes that something feels off about this dungeon. Shu asks what he means. Finn explains that back in America, A-rank dungeons didn't have monsters this strong, at least not before the monstrosity showed up there. This gets Chin's attention, and Finn explains that the monstrosity appeared 12 years after the rift opened. He then asks how many years it's been since the rift appeared here. Worried, Chin replies that it's been 11 years. Finn warns them that a silent disaster might be on the way, which immediately piques Sho's interest. A while later, Eri welcomes Sho back home and asks what he wants for dinner. He thinks it's a bit too early to worry about that, but she tells him he has a visitor. Curious, he asks who it is, and Aoki Sora appears, saying she came by because he broke his promise to look her up. Excited, Eri tells them to catch up while she gets dinner ready. Shu comments that he didn't know Sora was so social. She replies that his sister is really social too, but Shu reveals that Eri isn't actually his sister by blood. Sora is surprised by this. He explains that she was the sister of a gatherer he was very close with, who ended up dying in an incident. Sora finds the story unexpected, admitting she didn't know he started out as a gatherer, nor did she realize he was such a nice guy. She says that's exactly why she came over today. Shu notices she has mastered the technique. Sora says she finally figured out the method, though she finds it weird she couldn't pull it off before. Shu claps, praising her performance and telling her she's on a whole different level. Blushing, Sora asks him to keep his promise. He assures her that if she follows the steps in that book, she can reach the next level, though he secretly thinks to himself that those are just the absolute basics of mana enchantment. Sora believes she'll learn faster in actual combat and asks to spar with him. Shu agrees and mentions he actually has a personal training room now. Sora asks if it's really okay for them to use it, but he shrugs, asking what could possibly be wrong with that. Just then, a news broadcast on TV announces that a monstrosity is about to appear. Shu is shocked, thinking it's way too early for this to happen. Sora says she has to head to her guild, thanks him for the tea, and says they should meet up later. Meanwhile, Sho calls Chin, who says he's already on his way to the guild base because of the emergency notifications. Shu says there isn't much time, decides to head straight to the site, and tells Chin to wait for him. The guildmaster instructs Sho to grab his gear and wait for Finn. Eri tells him to be careful, and he heads out to the designated location. They talk talk about how the monstrosity scheduled to appear is named Maxv. Chin asks why they even bother naming the creature, and Finn explains it's just like naming a tornado, admitting that even hearing the name gives him the creeps. Shu mentions he heard Finn was cured of his mana allergy after the rift opened. Finn confirms this, and Sho asks how long it took him to become a hunter after that. Finn explains the whole process took about a month. Sho thinks of Eri, remembering how she recovered after the rift, and said she wanted to become a hunter too. Finn mentions he heard of someone else in the same situation. Shu asks if he's worried, and if it has to do with him having more mana than everyone else. Finn doesn't deny it, revealing that he received a skill after awakening, Mana Reactor Core, an SS rank skill that triples his mana. Shu asks if anyone tried to stop him when he decided to leave his last guild. In response, Finn just points to a military helicopter in the sky, hits the gas, and says they need to move fast. At the destination, the military is already deployed. Chin is shocked by the massive scale of the operation, but Sho says it makes sense since this is the first monstrosity to ever appear. Sho then says he needs to head over to the association. He notices that the usual attitude of keeping others out, which he saw during the previous raid, isn't present here. Given the gravity of the situation, the association leader thanks everyone for coming and starts the briefing. He designates the Overload Guild to lead the charge, explaining that the decision was made because of Sho's performance in the last raid and their recruitment of the new S-rank hunter. The leader asks if Sho has any issues with this, noting that no one else has objected. Shu doesn't really want to stand out, but he knows complaining won't change anything. He just says he'll do his best to meet their expectations. Later, the others ask Sho if he really thinks the monster is going to show up. He tells them they need to stay on high alert, but Finn mentions that some guilds are still skeptical about the threat. Shu points out that he heard these creatures appear quite often in America and asks if there's any special way to predict when they'll show up, but his teammate says there isn't. Chin questions why everyone was gathered here without any concrete proof. Finn argues that the association president wouldn't do something like this unless he was absolutely sure, which gets Shu thinking. He realizes a vague prediction wouldn't mobilize this many people, meaning the association must have solid proof that the monster is coming. Just then, they all look down at their phones as a guy yells out that the monster has appeared, but right away, they realize it showed up somewhere else. Shu realizes they fell for a trap, and Chin says they need to move fast. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, people are running for their lives from a massive monster. The creature tears through everything in its path, throwing cars and debris in all directions, while military helicopters chase after it. That's when Aoki Sora steps up to face the threat. Looking up at the creature, she estimates it must be at least 50 meters tall. Realizing its massive size is totally throwing off her sense of distance, the monster charges forward, completely unstoppable. Sora notices it's absorbing all the mana around it, no matter the source. A strange anomaly she's never seen before. A voice in her head tells her to calm down, and she agrees. Knowing this thing's size is off the charts, Sora decides to use her strongest attack. She channels her lightning skills along with several other stacking buffs. Then she charges straight at the monster to deliver a single massive blow, tearing up the ground behind her. Sora lands a direct hit, but as the smoke clears, she realizes that even though her attack connected, it didn't do any damage at all. The monster gets furious and charges at her, leaving Sora wondering if it absorbed her mana or reflected it, completely baffled as to why her attacks aren't working. The creature swings at Sora, smashing everything around them, but she manages to dodge. Seeing this, the guild leader orders everyone to stop the monster with everything they've got, and the group jumps into action. They unleash a barrage of spells that hit the creature dead on, but they quickly realize their attacks are somehow being completely negated. The monster keeps wrecking the city and attacking the group, who do their best to hold the line. Suddenly, the bizarre creature lets out a massive roar, ripping rocks right out of the ground. Everyone starts floating into the air, realizing it's some kind of gravity reversal. Sora leaps across the floating rocks to get closer to the monster, but notices something that catches her completely off guard. The next second, everything starts crashing back down. She realizes the creature did this on purpose just to make them fall. Knowing the enemy can manipulate gravity and negate mana, Sora wonders how it could possibly have both abilities. Realizing she has to act before they take any more casualties, she readies herself as the monster lunges forward. Sora clashes head-on with the beast. The impact of their blows shatters everything around them. Even though she's taking damage, she tells herself she just has to hold out until backup arrives. Suddenly, something about the monster starts to change, catching Sora off guard. The creature unleashes a completely different attack, hitting her dead on and sending her flying. The guild leader calls out in worry, but Sora nods to show she's okay. She gets back into her stance, knowing she has to buy more time no matter what. But then, she notices something off and realizes the monster is aiming for the civilians. Sora screams to her master, who says he's already on it. He activates a skill while she rushes toward the creature to cut it off. The monster charges up an attack in its mouth. Determined to stop it right there, Sora charges forward, her lightning powers clashing directly with the enemy's fire blast. She tries her best to focus her energy, but the creature hits her with a massive blast. The impact sends her flying, destroying everything in her path. Sora struggles to stand up, heavily injured, barely able to fight. She thinks this is the end, until a powerful lightning bolt pierces right through the monster. A sword flies in, blocking the enemy's attack, Sora's face lights up as she recognizes Sho's weapon. Kiritani walks up and praises Sora for her effort. She tries to apologize, but he tells her they can talk later. He then instructs Chin to take Sora to Finn, adding that he'll handle the monster himself and that they need to evacuate everyone once she's safe. Chin nods and tells him to be careful. Sho mutters that he never expected to run into this enemy here. Pointing his weapon, he calls the monster an Overload. Shu is certain the creature came from Overload, sent to Earth as a low-class scout to gather intel. Beyond his duty to protect humanity, a deep rage builds inside him. He can't stand a creature that just shows up out of nowhere to destroy everything. Declaring that he's going to wipe it off the face of the earth, he charges in. The onlookers are stunned by Sho's speed as he jumps into the fight, effortlessly dodging the monster's swings. During the clash, he realizes the enemy's negation skill is actually pretty simple. Against the monster's interference circle, all he needs is a negation of 2 circles or higher. He knows the enemy only has 1 circle because it's a low-level creature, even if the bystanders can only focus on the massive difference in mana between the two. Shu lands hit after hit on the monster, easily dodging every counterattack. He knows fighting an Overload requires patience, and that he shouldn't rush, acting exactly as he did in his past life. With that mindset, he keeps up a steady stream of successful attacks while dodging the creature's wild swings. The monster activates its special ability again, making Sho float into the air. Even suspended in mid-air, he prepares to strike back as he gets access to a new skill. Shu dives down at his opponent using Exceed, cutting right through the monster's defense and slicing off one of its arms. Without giving the creature a second to breathe, Shu follows up with another strike, bringing the giant beast down. The Guildmaster watches in absolute shock, amazed to see someone taking down such a massive monster all on his own. Right nearby, the fight continues with Sho completely dominating. He wonders if this was the kind of attack that defeated Aoki Sora, thinking it makes no sense for the entire area to end up destroyed after the battle. Suddenly, the monster fires a devastating energy beam. Shu activates Berserk just in time, blocking and redirecting the impact. While defending, Sho decides to close the gap the second the attack stops. He knows the key to fighting an Overlord is getting close fast, a strategy established by the 8 races. Using a skill from his past life, he vanishes on the spot and rushes the enemy at extreme speed. Sho closes in instantly, preparing to land a devastating blow as he descends from the sky like a flaming bolt of lightning. His sword tears through the monster once again. Seeing an opening, the Guildmaster yells that their attacks can finally land now, ordering everyone to fire at will as a barrage of magic blasts the creature. Shu moves fast once again, channeling all his mana into one final blow as he declares that it's over. He unleashes a massive attack that finishes off the monster for good, sending its head crashing down into the rubble. With the victory, Shu levels up several times and gains new stat points. The other hunters watch in disbelief, wondering if he's really just a rookie. As the crowd starts cheering for him, Sho wonders if he'll finally be able to use the skills from his past life. He decides he can check the details later, since the priority right now is clearing out the massive mess left behind. Later, 2 people are talking about the recent news coverage, mentioning that Aoki Sora is seriously injured. Shu notes that Eri was incredibly shocked, admitting he didn't expect things to get this bad. Sora takes the opportunity to thank him, explaining she doesn't know what would have happened if he hadn't arrived in time. He accepts her thanks, but tells her to take better care of herself, reminding her that plenty of people are waiting for her return. Sora thanks him again, touched by his kind words, and asks what his plans are. Sho replies that he's heading to a ceremony. Meanwhile, Japan's 2nd SS rank hunter is on TV, commenting on how Shu is putting on a real show, and that this might mark the birth of the world's first SSS rank. Chin notices his friend is getting famous, but Sho cuts him off, startling Chin by asking what he's reading. Chin asks if they weren't about to team up, but Sho tells him to stop giving him things to worry about. Checking his status screen, Sho notices he unlocked the spirit attribute, which reveals the rank of a person's soul. This is the stat that allows him to break past his limits and elevate a god to their true level. However, he realizes he can't use regular stat points to upgrade it, though he has an idea of what to try. Sometime later, at the memorial service for the victims, people are paying their respects to the grieving families. Shu announces that to ease the burden on the families, his guild will be donating half of its profits to them. Just like in his past life, the only way to increase his spirit stat is by doing good deeds for the world. And since he lives in a capitalist society, he can use money to do just that. Watching a little girl cry, Shu reflects that this was a familiar sight in his past life, and it's something he'll never get used to. Finn approaches, telling the master he did a great job, and hands him the files he asked for. When Finn asks if the monster case wasn't already closed, Shu explains he needs to double-check a few details himself, and that there's someone he needs to pay a visit to right now. Elsewhere, an old man is frantically packing his bags. He suddenly freezes in fear as he notices Shu, who asks why he's packing so much, and if he plans on being gone for a long time. Shu says that no matter how much he thinks about it, things just don't add up. He asks how the man who built a machine to predict the monster's appearance, something even the Americans failed to do, could have gotten the location wrong. The man defends himself, claiming that predicting mana flow is always uncertain. Shu fires back, pointing pointing out that releasing the information only a week in advance gave the guild zero time to prepare. The scientist asks if he's implying this was done on purpose. Shu reveals he knows about his research on disruption materials, adding that creating a bracelet capable of blocking tracking signals can't be a coincidence. The old man presses a remote control to activate a device in the room. Shu senses the presence of disruption material in the air, and the scientist tries to use the distraction to make a run for it. Shu warns him that he's being severely underestimated, asking who he thinks killed the monster. He throws his sword, pinning the man down with a precise strike. He demands to know who's pulling the strings, threatening that the next strike will take his head. The old man says he gets the threat but claims he was forced into it. Shu strikes him again and demands the answer. Terrified, the man tries to speak but can't make a sound. Shu realizes they placed a magical restriction on him. The scientist tries to argue that Shu will be labeled a criminal if he kills him, but Shu replies that the scientist crossed the line first and demands to know who's behind the plan. Desperate, the old man blurted out that he needs to go after the twins. Shu thanks him for the information but says 30,000 people lost their lives and the man still has to pay for his crimes. Ultimately, Shu decides he needs to get strong enough so that it won't matter where or when his enemies show up. Shu checks his phone and notices that all the news about that teacher has completely vanished. On the bright side, his recent donation is getting a ton of positive press. He figures it's a small price to pay to boost morale, even if opportunities like this are hard to come by. He promises himself that if this world ends up like his last one, he won't let the overlords have their way. Suddenly, Shu finds himself in a completely different place, and someone is calling him Arden. He wonders if this is Eve. A woman appears, asking what he thinks of the place and mentioning it looks identical to the Aslan continent. She explains that the elves created this pocket dimension, revealing herself as Kushu Shu, one of the 8 heroes of the other world. Shu is completely thrown off by her being there. Other people show up, talking about how they can fight the queen here without any restrictions, which makes Shu realize he's dreaming. In the next moment, the dream shifts, and it looks like he's been defeated. Kushu is in his arms, clinging to life. She apologizes, saying she should have known her place and just lived a quiet life, asking if he agrees. Shu tells her she's right, and that the battlefield is no place for someone who belonged in a peaceful forest. Then, his memory shifts to another scene where someone is screaming at Redenville to stop, warning him that he's messing with a holy relic of the gods. Redenville snaps back, telling them to shut up, saying the gods aren't on their side, and that they need a weapon to defeat the queen. Xiao recalls how this man dedicated his entire life to building a weapon to kill the queen, though it never reached him. The dwarf poured everything into making the gear, which actually posed a real threat to the queen. Because of that, the dwarven workshops were relentlessly targeted and the weapon was lost forever. Driven to despair and left hopeless, the blacksmith vanished, eventually taking his own life on an isolated snowy mountain. Next, another warrior speaks up, saying the battle will never end unless they defeat the Overlord Queen. Kruger, also one of the 8 heroes, declares he will find her base, but in the next second, Kruger is struck down, falling to the ground gravely wounded. He looks at Arden and tells him that deep within the abyss in the Sea of Stars lies a boundless ocean, and that the queen is on the disc-shaped continent. With his final breath, he begs Arden to kill the queen and end the war. Sho wakes up with a start, realizing his fight with the monstrosities triggered these dreams of his past life. He reflects on how he never understood Kruger's final words when he was Arden, but now, as Kiritani Shu, it finally clicks. He realizes Kruger was talking about outer space, meaning those creatures are actually alien monsters. Knowing this, he decides he has to keep training and preparing. Sometime later at the hunter shop, the old blacksmith is shocked to see Sho walk in. He mentions he heard Shu was the one who took down the monster and harvested its parts, but admits he doesn't have the money to buy materials like that. Shu reminds him of their deal to work together. He offers the blacksmith half of the materials, catching the old man completely off guard, and asks him to use the rest to craft the best possible gear for him and his guild. The old man concedes that he did make a promise, but jokingly asks if Sho feels okay taking advantage of an old man like him. Shu reasons that if that monster appeared here, more overlords are bound to show up. He remembers how they lost in his past life before they could even form a plan, but this time, he's going to make sure things go differently. Suddenly, someone starts screaming Shu's name, frantically telling him he needs to see something. The woman shows off her power, channeling her mana right in front of him. Seeing the energy surge, Shu realizes she has awakened, bringing back memories of the story Finn told him about his own awakening. He is genuinely shocked by the massive amount of mana she's putting out. Eri is thrilled that she's finally awakened and can become a hunter. Shu suggests she should check her status window to be sure. She strikes a pose and commands the screen to open, but nothing happens. Awkwardly, Eri slumps, thinking she must have gotten ahead of herself. Shu notices her mana pattern is different from Finn's and tries to guide her. Eri concentrates for a moment, and suddenly her mana explodes outward. Shu is blown away by her raw talent. As he stares in disbelief, he sees a phantom image of Kushu behind Eri. Sensing his intense stare, she gets tense and asks if she's in danger, but Shu assures her she's just unique and asks her to let him know if anything else happens. He begins to wonder if she was in his past life. Does that mean his future teammates might be the other 9 heroes? Just then, Shu's phone rings. It seems someone has info on Inamoto Gaku, so he heads over to the monument he visited before. When he arrives, the major asks why he's making a civil servant work on the weekend and points out his ridiculous disguise. Shu explains he's famous now and asks what she found. She tells him she found a record exactly where she thought she would, though she's not sure if it's the person he's looking for. She points to the monument, explaining that every hunter who fought in the very first rift has their name engraved on it. Shu searches the monument and finds the name Kishida Mamoru, the man who taught Chin the racial, making him Chin's grandfather. The major adds that he went missing 12 years ago and was presumed dead. She confirms he was a big deal back then, reaching A rank at just 19 with a signature ability to blast mana like a cannon. Shu smiles to himself, realizing that just as he suspected, the man was indeed Butterfly. The major is shocked and asks if Shu was the one who killed him. Shu explains that he was attacked and didn't really get the guy's motives. She argues that he shouldn't have killed him, but Shu fires back, asking what would happen if a hunter who was presumed dead suddenly showed up again. He reminds her of their deal. He handles the people the law can't touch. Tachibana is caught off guard, saying that wasn't exactly what they agreed on. Shu tells her they can wrap things up here and says he's going to look around. He spots a photo of a massive explosion, the one that destroyed the core and closed the rift early. When Shu asks who did it, she replies that according to the records, it was Kishida Mamoru. Shu is stunned when he reads the inscribed quote, "We are the light that will pave the way and clear the shadows from the road." The major mentions he used to say that a lot and asks Shu if he's heard it before. Wearing a satisfied smirk, he says he has. Excited, Shao recognizes the phrase the 8 heroes loved so much and realizes that was racial, the ancient dragon race's secret enchantment method. He figures out that the explosion was caused by the Berserker perpetual motion machine. In his mind, he calls the statue Master, realizing he was the first one to come to this world. Meanwhile, back at the Overload Guild, there's a loud crash. Someone is blowing things up, and the impact sends Chin flying. He struggles to get up as Sho warns him they're going to do it again. Chin protests, asking why he's doing this, repeating that he only learned racial when he was a kid and doesn't remember anything else. Shu explains that racial is a mana enchantment used to reinforce the body. Since Chin learned it before, his body will remember it, and from now on, his real training begins. Covered in bruises, Chin asks if what they were doing before wasn't real training, terrified of why they're suddenly stepping things up. Just then, Finn walks up and asks if he can join in. Sho welcomes him and says he'll leave the healing to him. Chin panics, realizing Sho expects him to just take the beating and not get healed right away, questioning if a healer is even supposed to act like that. Sho notes they still have a long way to go. Someone approaches and remarks that Sho is pretty strict. It's Captain Tamura, who says he has something to discuss and asks for a moment of Sho's time. With the training session still going on in the background, Sho suggests they talk somewhere else. When Tamura brings up the topic, Shu is surprised. It's about an international Manatech conference, the biggest event of its kind in the world, and Tamura wants Sho to go. Since the global event is all about mana research, Sho asks if Professor Steve will be there. Captain Tamura explains that Steve always attends as one of the founders, adding that Professors Boris and Chen will also be showing up. Realizing these are the 3 main suspects behind the mana inhibitor, Sho accepts the invite and confirms he'll go. The captain thanks him and offers to set up a private meeting with the professors, but Sho turns him down. He figures that whoever ordered the professor to leak fake info and created the inhibitor must be one of those 3. Tamura thanks him again and mentions that Professor Steve now has a top-tier bodyguard. When Shu asks about them, the captain confirms it's another SSS rank hunter. Meanwhile, on a plane, a woman is complaining to Steve, telling him he's noisy and sounds like a dog. Steve reminds her that she was the one who asked to be his bodyguard. Karina Wade, the world's 2nd strongest hunter and an SSS class, snaps back that if he's going to be like this, he should just sleep. The researcher notes she's in a bad mood, and Karina tells him he should be grateful he's still alive after taking advantage of her. Embarrassed, Steve explains he only touched her because he thought she was going to fall. Karina says he's hopeless, looks down on Rangers way too much, and threatens to put a hole in his head if he keeps making excuses. Scared, the researcher promises to reflect on his actions, which calms her down a bit. Steve then mutters that she'll have a hard time finding a boyfriend acting like that. Karina tells the old man to shut up and asks what that thing on the hunter's head is. Surprised, Steve says it looks like an angel's halo and guesses it might be a new skill, asking if she would know more about it. Karina shrugs and says she only asked because he's a professor, leaving him offended by her lack of respect. She stares off, lost in thought. Soon, the tech expo begins. Shu arrives and is immediately treated like a celebrity, getting swarmed with invitations. The captain calls out to him, saving him from the crowd. Shu thanks him for the rescue, admitting he didn't expect people to be this interested in him. Shu notices that the real stars of the event have just arrived, referring to Professor Chen and Professor Boris. Looking at Boris, Shu thinks he doesn't really look like the head of a massive global corporation, though there's still something off about him. As for Chen, Shu picks up a faint scent of rotting corpses on him and decides to keep a close eye on him. Suddenly, there's a commotion. The captain mentions that Professor Steve has finally arrived, and knowing Shu's interest, asks if he wants to go over and say hello. But Shu is more focused on the woman standing next to the professor. Tamura explains that she is the American SSS rank hunter he mentioned before, Karina Wide, who has cleared 41 rifts and is ranked second in the world. Shu is surprised. Even though Karina is hiding her strength, he can clearly feel an absurd amount of mana radiating from her. Her power reminds him of Qin, and he realizes he absolutely cannot underestimate this woman. The next speaker is Professor Chen, who talks about using mana to create weapons. Meanwhile, the captain notices Shu staring at Karina and asks if they've met. The two of them make eye contact for a few seconds. The captain explains he's only watching her because of security duty. He mentions he's still inexperienced, but works hard to be like his sister, who is with him. Shu is shocked to learn the man is Aoki Sora's brother. He thought their auras were similar, but he had no idea she had a brother. The captain asks Shu to look after his sister, and Shu replies that they'll do their best working together. Tamura seems curious about them working together. Shu asks if there's an issue, and Tamura says he'll entrust Aoki Sora to him. Shu gets a bit tense, not quite sure what he means by entrusting her to him. Just then, Shu wonders why there are two kids running around in gear. It suddenly clicks. They're twins. He remembers the professor telling him to find the twins and that everything would make sense then. Realizing he's the only one who can see them, Shu bolts after them, drawing a few stares from the crowd. He chases the twins through the building but can't catch up. When he opens a door leading to a stairwell, the kids are gone. Karina suddenly appears and remarks that he looks like he's seen a ghost. She says she got curious because he ran off like he saw some kind of monstrosity. Shu plays it off, saying he was mistaken, and that he's been seeing things a lot lately. Karina offers to help him with those mistakes, and reveals she didn't come all this way just to guard some old guys. Shu tells her about the twins and says she doesn't need to worry because he'll track them down. Karina admits she has her own suspicions, which is why she's here, and mentions a dangerous group on the move. She explains they're led by a man who awakened and took over his country using his abilities, Aziz al-Malik. He gained notoriety under the codename Corpse Eater because he can control the bodies of those he kills. Shu realizes this group started acting the moment they began searching for the head, which can't be a coincidence. Shu deduces that the event dates and the terrorists' movements align, meaning one of the professors must be involved. To him, the twins are the key clue. He recalls that Professor Chen was presenting when the kids appeared, so it probably isn't him. Professor Steve's schedule changed slightly during his presentation, and Karina was right next to him when the twins showed up. Thinking it through, Shu realizes there's only one suspect left. Suddenly, Professor Boris approaches and asks if everything is alright, mentioning how Shu ran off earlier and asking if he found something interesting. Shu senses that Boris absolutely reeks of corpses and clearly has bad intentions toward humans. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion rocks the building. Shu thinks he might have been too slow to act. The captain, still alive, asks if he's okay. Panicked, the captain asks if they're inside a dungeon. Shu confirms it looks like it, but assesses that it's just an imitation dungeon. Something catches Shu's attention. He shields the captain, who asks what that sound is. Several monsters emerge, preparing to attack, and Shu tells him they can worry about that after he cleans up. The monsters rush the crowd, throwing everyone into a panic. The captain wonders how this is possible, and if these creatures are undead, suspecting this is the ability the girl mentioned. Shu recognizes it as necromancy, and realizes it must be that man's skill. He tells the captain he'll handle the undead, while the captain gets everyone to safety. One of the monsters lunges at Shu, but he easily tears it to pieces using his death hand skill. To wipe out more of them at once, he draws his flame weapon and unleashes a fire attack, completely incinerating the monsters. The onlookers are amazed to see an SSS rank in action. Tamura realizes that Shu is incredibly powerful and on a completely different level, even compared to Aoki Sora or other SSS ranks. Suddenly, Shu levels up. He's surprised he leveled up just from this, especially since he hadn't hunted anything since the monstrosity. Then he remembers he gets a massive amount of experience for killing heretics. He wonders if the system considers all these undead to be heretics, and realizes he just hit the jackpot. As the survivors cheer in relief, Shu apologizes and says he has to move on. He tells them Captain Tamura will look after them and thanks him for his cooperation, catching the officer off guard. Shu says he'll clear a path through the undead and tells the captain to lead the people out. Another horde of monsters appears. Shu dumps his new stat points into mana, just like he always does, and keeps blasting the creatures with fire projectiles. The monsters disintegrate in front of him, and Shu just keeps leveling up and pumping more points into mana. Suddenly, a scream catches Shu's attention. Someone is crying out for help, completely surrounded by the undead. Shu quickly wipes out the creatures and finds Professor Chen panicking. The man thanks God for the hunter's arrival and begs Shu to help him escape, promising to pay him a massive amount of money. Shu tells him he hasn't found the exit yet and is just going to keep clearing out every undead in his path, once again asking the captain to take care of the professor. The professor insists on sticking by the SSS rank hunter, promising he won't be a burden. Shu says he gets it, but warns him that the path ahead is only going to get more dangerous. Tamura steps in, saying he understands the situation and will make sure everyone stays safe. With that settled, Sho heads off to find whoever is actually behind this incident. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Steve wonders if the explosion created a dungeon. Karina tells the old man to calm down, reminding him who he's with. Steve remembers he's standing next to an SSS rank hunter, and she tells him to stop making a scene. The professor then points out that this place doesn't look like a normal dungeon, which surprises Karina. Steve reminds her that he is a professor after all, and points to a rock identifying it as a hologram. Karina notes that the quality is pretty low, but it's definitely a product from Eve. Steve asks if she knows anything about it, and she confirms she does, telling him to take a step back. Terrified, the professor warns her that creatures are closing in. The monsters rush to attack the duo, and in the next second, Karina is already in her combat suit, wondering if it's finally time to warm up. A creature lunges at her and gets instantly ripped to shreds. The fight goes on with Karina wiping out all the monsters, looking like she's having the time of her life. Watching her, Steve thinks to himself that her nickname Trigger Happy really fits, especially since she prefers using these kinds of firearms, even with much more modern options on the market. The sound of the gunfire seems to draw even more creatures to their location. Karina stares down the approaching mob, and as one of the monsters leaps at her, she starts taking them down one by one with incredible skill. Getting pumped up by the fight, she charges forward, firing her powerful weapons in every direction and shredding the zombies. She wonders if the enemies are trying to wear her down through sheer numbers. To speed things up, Karina switches to a heavy machine gun and mows down the entire group. Standing in front of a pile of corpses, she mocks them, asking if the fight is already over. But right on cue, the boss monster shows up. The creature growls and charges, making her even more excited. However, Karina realizes she's completely out of ammo and starts casually searching her pockets for bullets. The monster attacks her furiously, but it can't even scratch her protective shield while she keeps looking. Steve remarks to himself that her offensive and defensive power is incredible. The enemy keeps desperately trying to hit her until she finally finds her ammo and gets ready to jump back into the action. Karina warns the beast that it's her turn now and unleashes a skill. Her shots obliterate everything in their path, and she laughs about how fun it is to shoot targets that big. She taunts her opponent, telling him not to be a coward and to try attacking the professor. The enemy snaps back, saying she let her guard down by playing around, and orders her to drop her weapons, only to get easily beaten. Karina remarks that people sometimes forget the difference in rank goes way beyond just skills. Steve is shaken up because the bullets flew right past him, but Karina tells him he should be more grateful. She notices the defeated man is covered in tattoos, identifying him as a follower of Aegis. She deduces that the goal of the attack was to kidnap everyone, and the professor confirms he already had a bad feeling about this. Steve begs her to go help the others, and though Karina reminds him her only mission is to protect him, he insists the area is safe now. She says she expected him to say that, tells the professor to go hide, and promises she'll be right back. Nearby, Sho spots a massive pillar of light. Suddenly, someone calls out his name. A man wearing a lion mask appears, claiming he's been waiting for this exact moment. Shu points out that while the guy might not have had time to change his clothes, he could have at least tried to disguise his voice. He tells him to cut the act and take off the mask, calling him out directly as Professor Boris. Boris claims the mask is a huge part of his identity. Shu fires back, saying that's just a fancy word for being a coward, and adds that now he knows what to call his group, Masquerade. Boris says Shu is getting cocky just because he killed Cedia, claiming Shu fails to understand the concept of cycles. Shu asks if he's trying to say he's super strong. The lion-masked man replies that if he didn't think he'd win, he wouldn't be here, and demands they end the talk. Shu realizes his opponent has at least 2 cycles, and since there's a power gap between the group members, it means they don't share their powers. Boris says that because of his group's hard work, an anomaly like Shao must be erased. Shao replies that he couldn't care less, which pisses Boris off, making him promise to force Shao to care. The fight kicks off with Shao dodging an attack and immediately activating his Exceed skill. Boris tells him not to get cocky just because he dodged. Shao finds it weird that his opponent hasn't said a word about his halo. Realizing this guy is just a low-level lackey, Shao figures the fight will end quickly. Shu summons his flaming sword, rushes forward, and hits Boris with a heavy strike. But Boris catches the blade with his bare hand, shocking Shu. Boris counters with massive force, sending Shu flying. Recovering quickly, Shu hurls fireballs at him. Boris starts charging an attack in his hand and deflects the fireballs with his own blast. Shu realizes this guy has insane strength, feeling like he's fighting multiple enemies at once. Suddenly, Boris says he'll show him why he can't win, activating his paranormal core skill. Shu is shocked to recognize the technique, Boris tells him to behold the ultimate invention he dedicated his life to. Xiao realizes Boris is a mental type and used artificial hunter brains to reach the third cycle. Boris explains that instead of researching the system itself, he decided to research the hunters who created it, all with government backing. He reveals he has the brains of 179 criminal hunters and asks if Xiao seriously thinks he can win against that. Xiao tells him he shouldn't be proud of such a disgusting creation. Boris fires back, saying Xiao will lose precisely because he's held back by a moral code. Activating the core, Boris claims this is the difference in their power. Xiao watches him for a moment. He can feel his power draining but says Boris picked the wrong target. With a burst of speed, Xiao charges, catching Boris completely off guard. Xiao unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes, forcing a surprised Boris to constantly dodge. Xiao leaps over him, activating multiple mana skills. Boris barely blocks the powerful attack in time and activates a series of defensive skills. Boris curses at him, but Xiao activates even more skills, keeping up the pressure. The two clash, triggering a massive explosion. Xiao watches the dust settle as Boris asks if he really thought that would be enough to win. From the rubble, a surge of energy appears, and Boris begins using incredibly powerful healing magic. Boris asks if Xiao honestly thought none of those hunter brains would have regeneration skills. Xiao replies that if that's the case, he'll just have to completely crush him in one shot. Nearby, Karina is still wiping out the zombie horde, complaining that they just keep coming. She spots a device that dropped from one of the creatures and wonders if it actually came from them, comparing the monsters to cockroaches. Just then, she notices an explosion and realizes it's a massive clash of mana. She recognizes one of the energies as Kiritani's, but the other is completely unfamiliar, so she decides to head toward the source. Meanwhile, the fight rages on, with the lion-masked man constantly regenerating. Annoyed, he curses at Xiao. Xiao notices his opponent doesn't seem to care about the limits of his healing, wondering if that device gives him unlimited regeneration. Boris then activates several attack buffs and charges. Xiao defends himself with his sword, repelling him once again. The guy grins, excited, and points out that Xiao's strongest skill seems to come from his flames. With that in mind, he activates a bunch of ice skills and starts freezing Xiao's sword. He mocks Xiao, asking how it feels to lose his fire, and brags that against the paranormal core, even the strongest skill is just a cheap trick. Xiao just asks if he really believes that, and strikes back. Xiao activates his penetrating palm skill and hits his opponent dead on, sending him flying. The guy spits up blood, badly hurt. Xiao doesn't give him any breathing room and tells him he won't be able to use that technique. As the man starts healing himself and mutters that he has to kill him, Xiao points out that this was a skill the core couldn't calculate. Fire and ice clash as the two keep fighting. They trade blows, and the opponent keeps stacking an insane amount of buffs to power himself up. He tells Xiao not to get cocky, and after piling on even more buffs, fires a massive ice attack. Xiao analyzes the incoming blow and realizes this is the decisive moment. Xiao summons his flames and activates his ultimate skill, a single step, dashing forward at blinding speed. His opponent screams that approaching him won't change anything, but Xiao thinks it's a shame he has to resort to this, knowing he can pierce his defense in seconds. He summons the spirit, boosting his stats by 10 points, and charges with his sword using the resonance skill. The man takes the hit in pure terror, screaming that this can't be happening. Xiao slices him right down the middle, splitting him in two. With the victory, Xiao gets new skills and levels up several times, checking his new stats on the terminal. Suddenly, Xiao senses something. A massive explosion goes off right next to him, forcing him to dodge quickly. He gets into a defensive stance, wondering what the hell is going on. Karina points her weapon at him, demanding to know what that spirit was from earlier, and warning him to start talking, or she'll end him right there. Karina asks who the hell he is, but Xiao demands to know what she thinks she's doing attacking him. Losing her temper, she tells him to stop dodging the question and answer her. Xiao ignites a flame in his hand and backs away. He tells her he doesn't owe her any answers, mentioning he was just hunting a fly earlier. He says if she can prove she's not working with the flies, maybe he'll answer her. Karina asks what kind of proof he wants, warning him she'll see if he keeps that same attitude after she puts a few holes in him. She opens fire, and Xiao dodges as debris flies everywhere. Xiao lunges to attack her, but his strike hits Karina's shield and can't break through. Surprised, he didn't expect her to have that kind of defense. From inside the force field, she glares right at him. She fires another barrage of projectiles. Xiao is surprised she has such a perfect balance of offense and defense, but with a quick move, he deflects all the shots, causing even more destruction around them. Pissed off, Karina dares him to try and dodge her next attack. Xiao looks tense as dust and debris swirl around them. She mocks him, saying she should have asked who he was in the first place. Out of the dust, a flaming sword flies forward and clashes against her shield. Karina asks him if he really wants to go all out and strikes back, only to realize the sword was just a decoy. Xiao rushes in at blinding speed, catching her completely off guard, and lands right in front of her. Pissed off, Karina asks him what he's thinking. She mentions that her guild is like Overload and that she used Exceed. Xiao realizes that not even the masked ones knew about these things. This could mean she isn't with them, serving as a connection to his past life. She claims that if they were just flies, she wouldn't care, but they're like wasps spreading malice across the world. Xiao reveals that the hunters who reincarnated in this country were killed and calls her by the name Kishida Mamoru. He adds that this must be why she only used mana enchantments on her weapon to keep a low profile. For a moment, Karina lowers her weapon. Shu explains that they aren't enemies and says they need to help the people there first. She agrees, but warns him not to run away when they're done, especially since she was the one who created this Eve. Shu is surprised she even knows what that is. Karina then demands an immediate answer on how he can use Exceed, but freezes in shock when she hears him say the words Kushushu. She activates her weapon's power and demands to know who he is and how he knows these things. Shu tells her she is the one who created Exceed and fought the spirits, adding that she knows exactly who he is. Furious, she tells him to stop talking nonsense and asks if he's trying to claim he's one of the 8 heroes, warning him that she won't be fooled. Shu just watches her in silence. Karina starts to wonder if he really could be one of the 8 heroes. It couldn't be Dharma or Taharan, and considering his personality, it wouldn't be Anvil or Kruger either. With tears welling up in her eyes, she asks if he is Arden. In a warm voice, Shu says it's been a long time. He asks if she's that same kid who used to throw tantrums without her lullaby. That memory makes him realize she's the older sister, and he asks if she remembers the words, "I should have lived modestly." Her weapon clatters to the ground. The sniper then buries her face in Shu's chest, hugging him tight. She believed she had lost everything, her homeland, her friends, and that she wouldn't be able to protect them in this ruined world. But not all was lost. At least in this place, there was someone Shu could protect. On a battlefield that looked like the end of the world, Arden was on his knees, staring at the destruction as if he were part of the wasteland itself. Then, someone placed a hand on his face and called his name. It was a young woman, begging him to stay with her. In shock, he realized he knew who she was. It was Elena, and she seemed to be in agonizing pain. She apologized and begged him to at least survive. She added that she was counting on the night for what was to come as she cast a spell. Arden screamed Elena's name as a blue energy engulfed him. As he sank into the light, he wondered why he was the only survivor when everything he had risked his life to protect was gone. He wondered if it would all end this easily, or if it was better to just give up and find peace. Eventually, he seemed to hit the bottom of his fall. Looking to the side, he wondered if that was the lost Queen Slayer, suddenly realizing he had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. With a flash of Elena crossing his mind, Arden thought about survival. He questioned his place in this world, wondering if there was even any point in surviving all alone. Right then, he grabbed his weapon and decided he was ready to die. Out of nowhere, monsters closed in to attack. Arden slowly climbed out of the water, and once he was clear of the ocean, he braced himself for a fight. With a fierce glare, he dared the enemies to come at him, and the creatures charged right in. He unleashed a flurry of attacks on the group, knowing that fighting was the only instinct he had left. Spotting a massive entity, Arden wondered if this was the leader of the Overload invasion, and decided to take the Queen's head. The creature grinned, ready to clash. He knew she had to be incredibly powerful, but she was also overconfident and arrogant, so he closed the distance instantly, appearing right in front of her. Arden fought with everything he had, unleashing incredible powers to defeat her, but his strikes barely seemed to faze her. Even though he clearly lacked the strength to win, he kept pushing himself to the absolute limit against the powerful creature. These were memories of his past life, and he wondered if his current self could accept that. Hearing the story, Karina teared up, saying it must have been an incredibly brutal fight. She was just glad he was safe. Feeling relieved, Sho said he was back now, leaning into his sister's gentle touch. He joked, asking how long she was going to keep treating him like a puppy, but she told him that in moments like this, he should just shut up and enjoy it. Suddenly, a professor interrupted them. The old man apologized for dropping in so suddenly, and Karina immediately told him to stop bothering them and stay away. To her surprise, Shu was actually the one who had called Steve over. Shu told him he had something of interest, and showed the professor the paranormal core created from the partnership between Professor Boris and the government, but he wasn't handing it over for free. Shu demanded absolute secrecy and insisted on getting access to all the technology derived from it. The professor agreed, but asked why the young man would trust him so easily. Shu replied that he trusted Karina, warning the man not to do anything stupid. Thrilled, the researcher rushed off to start working immediately. Since Karina had to leave too, Shu asked her to meet up again, and they exchanged numbers to stay in touch. As she walked away chatting with the professor, Shu looked down at his contact list. Feeling a sense of warmth, he realized he hadn't lost everything after all. He had finally found something he wanted to protect. Meanwhile, at the Osaka defense lines, emergency sirens blared, signaling a massive crisis. The systems had detected a massive energy spike deep underwater, indicating a dungeon was opening. As a massive energy vortex began to form in the distance, an evacuation order was issued for Osaka, alongside an immediate call to mobilize all hunters. The captain looked on in sheer panic, wondering what could possibly be happening as a giant, rage-filled octopus emerged from the ocean. Shu and Aoki stared at each other in silence. After a tense, quiet moment, Aoki spoke up, asking what was going on. She mentioned that ever since the terrorists first attack at the symposium, Sho had seemed incredibly distracted, and she had come by to make sure he was doing all right. He thanked her for the concern, but assured her he was completely fine. Aoki then asked about his relationship with the hunter Karina. Before he could answer, she pulled out her phone, showing him a news article with a headline about the two of them. Holding the screen up to Sho, she quickly clarified she wasn't implying anything, and had just stumbled across the article by chance. Suddenly, their conversation was cut short by approaching footsteps. A petite young girl ran up, calling out to Sho. He warned her that the training grounds were way too dangerous, but she just grinned and showed off her newly awakened powers, forming a sphere of energy right in her hand. A bit later, Sho was shocked to learn that Eri had awakened 5 different skills. He pointed out how incredibly rare that was. Eri revealed she had already signed up for the next hunter exam and wanted to join Sho's guild, but he shut her down immediately. Frustrated, Eri argued that she had awakened her powers and even unlocked 5 skills, demanding to know why he was rejecting her. Shu explained that a guild isn't a place to show off, reminding her that it hadn't even been a year since she recovered from her illness. Suddenly, an alert cuts their conversation short. Aoki grabs her phone and, looking worried, tells Sho to check the notification. It was an emergency broadcast. Monsters were spawning in Osaka, and all hunters were being called to duty. Without wasting a single second, Sho says he has to leave right away. In a calm voice, Eri mentions that her brother would probably be there too if he were still alive. Looking at her, Sho notices that her eyes carry the exact same intense determination Ren used to have. Placing his hand on Eri's head, he promises that if she passes the hunter exam in first place, he'll consider letting her into the guild. Aoki is visibly surprised by Sho's sudden change of heart, while Eri, unable to hide her excitement, wishes him luck on the mission. Meanwhile, the port of Osaka was turning into an actual war zone, with aircraft carriers and warships rushing toward the affected area. The powerful fighters of the Overlord Guild arrive on the scene, where a guard explains that the Bane Guild and other hunters are already holding the line against the monsters. Pointing to a massive tornado, the guard reveals that the storm is acting like an elevator, constantly bringing in more monsters. Jets and warships can't get anywhere near it, and on top of that, there's a monster confirmed to be hiding right under the tornado. Sho takes in the scene with a cold, calculating look. He asks if he can get over to the ship where the Bane Guild is fighting, completely throwing the guard off with his calm demeanor. He then turns to his squad and orders Kushida and Finn to reinforce the Bane Guild, while he takes on the tornado himself. Aoki is shocked by the decision, but Sho quickly orders her to tag along and help him deal with the massive threat. One of the guards rushes over to warn them that neither depth charges nor torpedoes have done a single scratch to the tornado. Even so, Sho remains unfazed, claiming he has a much stronger weapon, lightning, which is highly effective against water. Nearby, a brutal battle was raging around the Bane Guild's ship. As the fighters desperately hold off an endless wave of fishmen, they pray for reinforcements to arrive. Suddenly, a staff flies across the battlefield at high speed, taking out multiple monsters at once. It was Kushida Kokoro from the Overlord Guild, finally arriving to back them up. One of the fighters runs over frantically to warn him about the danger. Looking back, Kokoro sees a massive horde of fishmen charging straight at him. His arm begins to glow intensely as he grips his staff tightly. Veins pop on his face as he channels all his strength before launching a counterattack. With a single devastating swing, the monsters are sent flying, giving them absolutely no room to breathe. Kokoro charges ahead, shredding through his enemies with consecutive strikes. Pleased with the results, he takes pride in how well his training paid off, but Finn quickly cuts his celebration short. Finn raises his staff and activates his super heal skill, sending a massive wave of healing magic across the entire area. The fighters watch in absolute shock as their wounds vanish right before their eyes. Another fighter notices that, besides the massive heal, almost all the monsters that invaded the ship have already been wiped out. Seeing this, he realizes Sora was right to trust them. These guys are absolute monsters when it comes to fighting. Kokoro gets a confidence boost seeing everyone so impressed, but Finn warns him that it's not over yet. More monsters are approaching, and they just keep coming. With his arms glowing once again, Kokoro says this has to end eventually, especially since his big brother is fighting on the front lines. The scene shifts to Sho, who is carrying Aoki on his shoulders. She asks if she's too heavy, but he says she's fine. The two of them then leap forward, heading straight for the tornado. The captain is stunned to see the young fighters using the monsters as stepping stones to reach their target. Aoki tells herself that if they just do what they practiced, they'll be fine. Laser focused on her mission, she spots her opening and leaps off Sho's shoulders toward the tornado. She stretches her magic into a thin, thread-like line, compressing it before thrusting her spear. With every move she makes, the power of lightning follows. A man watches the scene in shock, amazed that an S-rank's raw power is enough to stop a tornado. As soon as she finishes her move, Aoki lands right next to Sho. He tells her it worked, and that there won't be any more reinforcements for now. The two of them wait, using one of the fish monsters for footing, until the water starts acting strange. Sho realizes there's still one monster left. A massive tentacle rises from the water and slams down toward them, but they manage to jump out of the way just in time. Aoki is surprised by how fast the creature is, despite its size. Sho warns his partner to watch out for attacks from below. Right on cue, another tentacle bursts from the water, but Sho quickly makes a clean cut and chops it off. Only tentacles are emerging from the water, showing that the beast plans to stay hidden, until a strange movement deep below catches his attention. Sho screams for Aoki to dodge at the exact right moment. The crew members on the boat start panicking when a massive explosion goes off as the monster smashes into one of the vessels. Sho yells at Aoki to focus on saving as many lives as possible, saying he can handle this monster on his own from here on out. Sho figures his enemy is already running out of tentacles after losing several to his sword. Suddenly, a giant, octopus-like monster named Neen rises from the deep. Finally revealing its entire body, the creature charges. With a confident smirk, Sho says the main event starts now. The monster starts blasting powerful jets of water from its bizarre mouth. Sho notices that while each blast is incredibly strong and covers a wide area, they aren't hard to dodge. As he concentrates, he realizes he needs to use his secret technique. During the terrible symposium incident last month, Sho acquired a new skill from Dr. Boris. He can now process up to 3 skills at the same time, though his body isn't fully ready for it yet. However, by combining these skills, a brand new technique was born. Called the Enma Wave, it unleashes unquenchable flames in every direction, with its power and range scaling based on the user's magic power. This skill should be more than enough for the current situation. Pointing his sword at the giant octopus, Sho unleashes it. The flames engulf the beast's body, and its eyes begin to burn. But even after doing all that damage, Sho realizes the skill still needs more power. The octopus then starts moving in the opposite direction. At first, Sho thinks it's trying to escape by diving back down, but then he realizes the monster is aiming for the surface and charging at full speed. Some of the other warriors notice this too, and decide they have to stop the beast at all costs. The octopus opens its mouth, revealing razor-sharp teeth. From inside, it spits out a strange green orb that hits the buildings near the shore, splashing onto some of the nearby warriors. The liquid is actually acid, and it immediately starts burning through their skin. One of the warriors yells for the healers and tanks to rush to the front lines. Sho quickly steps in to handle the acid situation, shouting for everyone to get away from the shore as fast as possible. But the giant octopus keeps charging forward. The wounded warriors look on in absolute terror, and a nearby girl bursts into tears. As the creature approaches, the sea whips up massive waves that are about to swallow the city, making everyone feel like there's no way out. Just then, Sho mutters a few words about his secret technique and unleashes a horizontal slash with his sword, powerful enough to split the sea right in two. The people on the shore stand frozen in disbelief. Sho positions himself in front of them to shield them. He buys them some time, but tells everyone to get back, because he's going to handle the giant octopus once and for all. As Sho preps his secret technique, his feet actually lift off the ground, and his sword starts glowing with a fiery orange energy. The octopus shoots its tentacles straight at him, but in a split second, Sho unleashes a flurry of slashes, slicing every single tentacle to pieces and sending them flying through the air. Then Sho readies his finishing blow. He calls it out to the monster and lands a massive slash right down the middle of the giant octopus's head. On the shore, the hunters are cheering and completely blown away by his power. Now, Sho is just standing there in front of them, looking over the chopped up remains of the beast. Aoki and the other hunters rush over to ask if he's hurt. Sho just raises his hand to wave it off, but before he can say a word, a worried Aoki steps in and grabs his arm, noticing a cut. Realizing she got way too close all of a sudden, she quickly backs off and apologizes. Finn walks up and asks if Kiritani is okay. Sho tells him it's just a scratch, thinking to himself that he must have overdone it with his secret technique and got grazed without even realizing it. Finn offers to heal him, and the wound vanishes instantly. A few reporters try to crowd around them, but the healer tells them the interview will have to wait so Sho can get some rest. Sho pulls out his phone and mentions that today is the day of Aries' exam, so he needs to cheer her on. But as a few people slowly approach, Sho senses an unusual presence closing in. A man steps forward and introduces himself as Major Akira Uno from the Hunter Suppression Unit. He requests that Kiritani come with him to headquarters. Aoki steps in to block them, arguing that Sho literally just finished a battle. But the Major holds his ground, coldly warning them that refusing to cooperate could have serious consequences. This only pisses Aoki off more. She calls them out for being ridiculous, pointing out how they only showed up after the entire fight was already over. Realizing this back and forth isn't going anywhere, Sho puts a hand on her shoulder and decides to go with them. A little later, inside an interrogation room, someone slams their hand on the table in protest. Even though Sho just saved everyone by defeating the monster, he's being treated like a criminal. The one slamming the table is Major Kaoru Tachibana. She explains that this was a direct order from her superior. She clarifies that she doesn't mean their old commander. He resigned to take responsibility for the terrorist attack at the symposium and would never make a brainless call like this. The The guy behind this is Director Shunsuke Sukagawa, an official who has been targeting the hunter suppression unit for a long time. Sho just gives a sarcastic smirk, realizing they targeted him because they thought a hunter from a small or medium guild would be an easy mark. Suddenly, the door swings open, and another officer walks in, clearly annoyed with Tachibana. He calls her out for turning off the interrogation room's recorder. Then, the man tosses a photo of Eri onto the table, questioning Sho about why he's living alone with a minor. Wearing a smug grin, the officer adds that since Sho is a public figure, maybe he'd like to explain the situation directly to the press. Sho immediately sees through the act, realizing this has nothing to do with the case, and demands to speak to whoever is in charge. The officer just sneers, saying the commanding officer is unavailable because people at that level are extremely busy. Having zero interest in playing along, Sho stands up and says there's no reason for him to stay. This absolutely infuriates the guy, who slams the table and threatens Sho, telling him that resisting will only make things worse for him. Sho completely ignores the threat. With one devastating punch, he blasts the interrogation room door right off its hinges, sending it crashing to the floor in front of everyone. Outside, a crowd of officers is already waiting. An older man wearing an official officer's cap asks what's going on. The other officer starts stuttering, trying to explain the situation to his boss, but Sho cuts him off. Looking at the newcomer's uniform, Sho mockingly points out that even his nameplate looks like it's been burned. The provocation pushes the man over the edge, and he starts screaming in pure rage. Without showing a hint of fear, Sho charges forward, grabs the officer by the throat, and starts choking him out right in front of everyone. Then, he lands a heavy punch straight to the guy's face. Just then, another man approaches and politely asks Sho to stop. The unexpectedly polite tone catches the hunter off guard, and he stops his attack. The man, who isn't wearing a cap and is dressed in a police uniform, steps up. Sho asks who he is, and the man flashes his badge, introducing himself as Tamio Sawada, the director of the National Security Agency. Tamio claims he isn't defending the injustice here and explains he's only there to mediate. Sho isn't buying it. If they actually wanted to mediate, they never should have let things get this far in the first place. As his condition to put an end to this, Sho demands full immunity for his actions. Tamio's eyes widen and he tells Sho he's got it all wrong. Even an SSS rank hunter isn't above the law, and they definitely don't have unlimited rights. Sho cuts him off immediately, pointing out that Hunter Karina received practically unlimited privileges from the US government, and that other SSS rank hunters around the world get the exact same freedom. Then, he throws a direct question at Tamio. If Japan won't agree to these terms, would it be a problem if he just moved to another country? Tamio fires back that the idea makes no sense, especially since Sho's official promotion to SSS rank hasn't even been confirmed yet. Sho steps in close and whispers that the rumors have definitely reached high-ranking officials by now. He also warns Tamio that from now on, any official business has to go through his representative, Major Kaoru Tachibana. Sho turns to leave, but as he passes Major Akira, he remembers some unfinished business. Without hesitating for a second, he lands a devastating punch right to Akira's face. The impact is so violent it sends Akira crashing through several walls, leaving him completely defeated on the floor. Tachibana covers her face in a mix of disappointment and resignation, while Tamio just stands there, completely frozen. Without wasting any more time, Sho walks out of the building. Outside, Aoki and Tamura have just arrived and rush over to him. Worried, Aoki checks if Sho is hurt, but he reassures her that he's fine, though the whole situation was extremely annoying. Tamura promises that the Hunters Association will file a formal protest, saying it's unacceptable for Japan's very first SSS rank hunter to be treated this way. Tamura opens the car door and offers to drive him home, but Sho asks for a quick change of plans. Before heading back, he wants to stop by the hunter exam venue. Meanwhile, Eri is surrounded by reporters. Looking back, she's surprised to see Sho arriving and runs over to him. Sho looks at her expectantly and asks if she passed. His eyes then drift to the official results board, showing Ariagawa's name right at the top as the #1 scorer, next to a congratulations message. With a slight smile, Sho places his hand on her head and reminds her that from here on out, things are going to get a lot tougher. They shake hands, making their new partnership official. Sho welcomes her as their newest member, keeping his promise, and Eri beams with a bright smile. Time passes, night falls, and the scene changes. Karina Weed is finishing drying her hair after a shower. Still in her bathrobe, she casually watches the TV and crosses her legs, finding it strange that everyone is actually on time for their online meeting. Since a few of the participants are completely silent, she notices that Ice and Gaia are missing yet again. Elsewhere, a figure clad in armor starts the meeting, making it clear that everyone knows exactly why they're there. A menacing-looking man with long hair remarks that Sho has become the talk of the town, asking if everyone has heard of him. A female warrior notes that all signs point to him joining the elite group soon, though there are still some doubts. With everyone gathered to discuss the issue, Karina breaks the silence and asks for everyone's opinion on Sho. With a sarcastic smirk, Karina comments that a new SSS rank hunter is about to emerge, and they should give him a proper welcome. Nobody responds to her provocation. A heavy silence fills the meeting, making her raise an eyebrow at the awkward vibe. Kiramoto, Japan's SSS rank hunter, is the first to speak, stating there's no way he can accept Sho as someone worthy of that title. Right after, Ivanovich, Russia's SSS rank hunter, says he prefers to hold his judgment for now. Norman Jeffman, the British SSS rank hunter, mentions that even the royal family is handling the matter with extreme caution, while Jin Baekji, China's SSS rank hunter, stays silent and just observes the conversation. Hearing all the skepticism, Karina squeezes a soda can until it's completely crushed in her hand. Keeping her smile, she suggests they go meet him in person, to judge him with their own eyes. The other members seem to agree with the plan. She then starts laughing, hinting that none of them might actually be ready to handle Sho when they finally meet him. Far away, a modern building serves as the headquarters for the Overlord Guild. Stepping inside, Eri officially introduces herself as the newest member, full of excitement. Finn, the white-haired healer, gives her a casual greeting and tells her she can just call him White. Right after, Kishida introduces himself too, jokingly asking her to call him Appa. Finn immediately snaps at him for the comment, pointing out that Eri is basically like a little sister to the guild leader. Realizing he crossed a line, Kishida quickly puts his hands up and promises he didn't mean anything by it. Finn then explains that the guild leader went out a while ago. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Sho and Major Tachibana are walking down a hallway littered with defeated men. Tachibana points out that even though Sho has immunity, he's been killing way too many people lately. Sho just shrugs it off, saying it makes no sense to ignore people like that. Just then, one of the thugs glares at Sho and tries to intimidate him, warning him that he has no idea who's backing their organization. The criminal lunges forward, trying to land a punch with his fingers fully extended. Sho easily dodges the attack, carefully watching his opponent's movements. Even though the guy's style is clumsy and unrefined, it looks like he's using a form of mana training, albeit a very basic one. The thug keeps trash-talking, claiming that someone about to reach SSS rank is picking a fight they'll regret. As Sho slowly walks up to him, the man tries to use his boss's name as a shield. It doesn't work. Sho easily slams him face first into the ground. Terrified, the criminal threatens to kill him, but Sho just shuts him up with a brutal beating to the face. Unable to take the pain, the man panics and begs for mercy, promising to confess everything. Sho tells him he doesn't care about the law. All he wants to know is who's running the organization. He then stomps hard on the man's arm. Screaming in pain, the thug promises to reveal his boss's name, but suddenly finds himself unable to speak. Sho realizes the man is bound by some kind of verbal restriction. With no more information to gain, Sho decides this is the end of the line for the Wei Hong human trafficking ring. With one final merciless blow, he finishes the guy off. Right after, a bunch of level-up notifications pop up in front of Sho. He kneels down to check them out. Among the rewards, a new skill called Mana Devouring catches his eye. Completely ignoring the bloody scene around him, he casually asks Tachibana to clean up the mess, which completely annoys the Major. As he walks away, Sho can't stop thinking about the fight. The criminal's moves were sloppy, but he definitely used a mana training method. This makes him wonder, just how far does the influence of that mysterious group of bald men actually go? Meanwhile, in another location, a group of mysterious figures wearing animal masks are discussing recent events. The one in the dragon mask taunts another member, teasing him that he's scared of being the next one to go down. The member in the bird mask immediately snaps back. Before the argument gets out of hand, a man wearing a plain white mask steps in and shuts it down. The white-masked leader suggests filling the 2 vacant spots in the organization with a pair of twins, believing they have what it takes to join. Still, the bird-masked member points out that the real issue is Kiritani Sho, calling him an unpredictable wild card. He adds that fighting him head-on is too risky, so they should avoid him for now. Shortly after, the white-masked figure leaves the meeting. As the bird-masked member comments on what just happened, the snake-masked member suggests that Eagle should take charge of the twins. She adds that instead of worrying about Butterfly or Lion, they need to focus on preparing the descendants of the ancestors. Lost in her own thoughts, the snake-masked figure leaves. A bit later, the dragon-masked member teleports to a different location. Taking off her mask, she grumbles about how all their plans are falling apart. It turns out she's Zhang Huarin, an affiliate of Daotong, China's top corporation. She scoffs at Lion for dying such a useless death. Suddenly, her phone buzzes with multiple notifications. Checking her messages, she gets confirmation that Wei Hong and Li Yongqiang lost their vitals at almost the exact same time. Infuriated, Hua Rin calls everyone incompetent. Another report comes in, confirming that unidentified intruders raided their main base and killed Li Yongqiang. Looking at the situation, Hua Rin figures that whoever pulled this off has to be at least an S-class hunter. Just then, there's a knock at the door. She tells them to come in, and the door slowly slides open, letting light flood into the room. When she sees who it is, Hua Rin remarks that he looks way more put together than she expected. She figured he would have lost a limb or something after the attack on the symposium. Cutting straight to the chase, she asks for an update on the investigation she ordered from Jung Won, the president of Daotong, who also happens to be her father. With a cold, impatient look, Hua Rin demands to know what he actually found. Her father stands there, looking as insecure and passive as ever. Stammering, he explains that he ordered an independent investigation into Shou, but his luggage only contained basic essentials. He adds that they also looked into the illegal Russian labs, but Hunter Karina completely destroyed the place during the incident. Before Youngwon can finish, Hua Rin cuts him off, calling him father. With a terrifying glare, she asks if he still wants to keep his job, pointing out that the organization is running incredibly low on test subjects. She threatens him directly, hinting that if he's no longer useful, he might just end up on an operating table as their next research project. Showing zero respect, she reminds Jung Won that the only reason he ever became president of Daotong was because of her. Calmly fixing her hair, she mutters that he's a completely useless father. Jung Won immediately starts apologizing when he notices a photo on the desk. Hua Rin remarks that Shou seems like a real pain in the neck. Summoning a rare moment of determination, Jung Won says that taking on Shou is too dangerous and declares he'll handle the situation himself. Hua Rin ruthlessly cuts him off. She asks him if he really thinks he has the right to make decisions around here. Her eyes grow even colder as she makes it crystal clear that his only job is to shut up and follow orders. Showing her absolute disgust, she says she can't even stand the sight of his face and orders him to get out. Jung Won hangs his head and quietly leaves the room. Once she's alone, Hua Rin gnashes her teeth, calling her father a completely incompetent old man. She then focuses back on her goal, securing Lion's paranormal core, which is crucial for her plans. Next, she looks at the photo of Shou. Gripping it tightly, her face twists with pure hatred. She's certain of one thing. Before Shou can officially reach SSS rank, she's gonna make sure he's dead. Far away, a plane cuts through the sky. During the flight, Eri is complaining about how Shou and Kishida are acting. Kishida just remarks that Shou looks bored, asking him what he's watching so intently. On the screen, a news broadcast shows the famous hunter Bruce surrounded by reporters. When asked what it feels like to be the world's #1 ranked hunter, Bruce answers humbly. He says he's never considered himself the strongest and believes that any S-class hunter still has room to grow. Watching the interview, Shou realizes something. He can instinctively tell that Bruce took a growth path very similar to his own. The idea of meeting him in person actually sparks his curiosity. A moment later, Shou looks over at Finn. He notices the healer looks way more down and anxious than usual. For a second, Shou wonders if he should have just let him rest back at the guild instead of dragging him along on this trip. It reminds him of what happened right before they left. The guild leader had welcomed him back and handed him an invitation sent by Hunter Karina herself. Opening the envelope, Shou noticed he wasn't the only guest. Hunters from all over the world, international officials, and other S-class hunters were invited too. He quickly realized this meeting was actually a setup for the 8 SSS-class hunters to personally evaluate him, and he called the guild leader out on it. The leader confirmed it, mentioning that some SSS rankers are not happy about Shou's sudden rise. Shou thinks to himself that this is classic Karina. If she organized an event of this scale, she definitely wants to put him under immense pressure in front of the world's elite. Back in the present, Kishida asks where exactly they are flying to, and Shou replies that they're heading to Las Vegas. The answer instantly gets Eri and Kishida hyped. However, Shou quickly reminds them that this isn't a vacation. Since the whole guild was invited, the least they can do is not cause any trouble. The two promise to behave, but they keep celebrating like little kids. Meanwhile, Finn stays completely silent, staring out the window with an increasingly worried look on his face. Shou notices this and thinks back to their recent conversation. Finn had mentioned that things didn't end well with his old guild in the US, which is why Shou didn't want to push the subject. Still, feeling concerned, he had asked Finn if he was sure he wanted to come along, telling him he could stay behind if he felt uncomfortable, but Finn insisted on going, saying he's part of the guild now and wants to stay by his master's side. Even remembering that, Shou keeps an eye on him, since Finn is still clearly struggling to hide his anxiety. A while later, the group lands in Las Vegas. The city's golden lights illuminate the night sky, and the massive casinos instantly grab everyone's attention. Blown away by a place they had only ever heard stories about, Eri and Kishida run down the street, shouting the city's name in pure excitement. Just then, Karina walks up to Shou with a smile and welcomes him with a warm hug. Annoyed by the sight, Eri rushes over and tries to pry Karina off him. Amused, Karina teases Eri, making her blush with embarrassment. She then starts laughing at how small Eri is compared to her. Kushida tries to crack a joke about it, but Eri punches him before he can even finish his sentence. While Eri and Kushida keep arguing, Sho looks back and asks Finn to watch them for a second. Shortly after, they head into a luxurious hall where the top SSS-class hunters are gathering. Finally, Sho is standing face to face with the world's strongest warriors. Every eye in the room turns to him, the guy who's been the talk of the entire world lately. Sho quickly notices that Bruce isn't there. Karina breaks the silence, saying formal introductions aren't really necessary anymore. Feeling the heavy gaze of the SSS-class hunters on him, Sho stays calm, wondering which of them will be the first to test his strength. Karina asks the room who wants to go first, but an uncomfortable silence fills the air. To break the ice, Kiramoto suggests they check out the city's massive casino for some entertainment. Karina immediately snaps at him, pointing out that someone who can see the future has no business suggesting a trip to a casino. Kiramoto casually replies that his ability only lets him see a few seconds ahead, so it wouldn't really affect the game. Karina then questions if he's already using his power right now. Sho watches Kiramoto for a moment and calmly declines the offer. Time passes, and the bright lights of Las Vegas's massive skyscrapers light up the night. Despite Sho's refusal, everyone ends up gathering around a high-stakes blackjack table piled high with chips. Kiramoto explains the rules. By the end of the game, whoever has the most chips gets to choose which hunter gets to fight Sho. Karina raises her hand and passes on the game, followed by Ivanovich, who also opts out of the match. Meanwhile, the dealer shuffles the deck with incredible skill and asks everyone to place their bets before dealing. Without hesitation, Kiramoto bets a massive pile of chips all at once. Sho realizes that with the ability to foresee the near future, Kiramoto can easily predict the exact moments he'll win. Since the goal of blackjack is to get as close to 21 as possible with just 2 cards, Sho knows it's only a matter of time before his rival sweeps all the chips. At the same time, he notices that the other SSS-class hunters also possess incredible strategic minds and psychological warfare skills. At the end of the round, the dealer announces that Kiramoto and another player tied with 21 points, and the next round begins immediately. In that moment, Sho remembers a skill he acquired after defeating Lee Young-kyung, the leader of Weihong. Until now, he had never paid much attention to it since he was fully focused on mana devourment, and he never imagined he'd actually need to use it. Discreetly, Sho activates the Gaze of Prosperity, a skill capable of reading the flow of destiny. Looking at his cards and seeing he has 19 points, he realizes he has a great chance of winning. The dealer announces that Sho and Kiramoto tied with 19 points. Sho knew this would happen, since someone who can see the future will naturally match any winning move. He sneaks a glance at Kiramoto's hands and realizes that the Gaze of Prosperity isn't enough to beat future sight. Kiramoto then remarks that it would be best if no one tried to use cheap tricks during the game. His words catch Norman Jeffman's attention. Amused, Norman pulls a card from his sleeve, admitting it's impossible to beat Kiramoto like this anyway, and folds, throwing his cards on the table. Jin Baekji also checks his cards and decides his hand isn't good enough to stay in. While everyone reacts to the game unfolding, Sho remains silent, spinning a chip between his fingers. Kiramoto comments that Sho seems surprisingly honest for not trying to cheat. The provocation makes Sho squeeze his chip so hard it snaps in his hand, sending Karina into a fit of laughter. Sho glares at Karina, thinking she's having way too much fun with this. While the banter continues, his mind races. He analyzes all his available skills, searching for a combination that could turn the tide of the game. After countless calculations, he realizes that fusing 3 different skills could create an entirely new technique. And so, the Hand of Stealthy Time is born, a brand new skill boosted by his combined magic energy. Instantly, Sho's hands glow with a bright light as he holds his cards. Looking down at them, he senses that the flow of luck has completely shifted. In the next round, Sho hits 21 and wins. He wins the following round too, and right after that, secures his 3rd straight victory. Kiramoto starts getting suspicious. Landing multiple blackjacks in a row goes way beyond mere luck. Karina covers her face and screams, teasing the armored man. Even so, Kiramoto tries to stay calm, telling himself Sho just got incredibly lucky, and that the next round will end this. Since his ability clearly shows he'll get 20 points, he goes all in with his remaining chips. A few seconds later, Sho reveals his hand, a king and an ace securing a blackjack. For the first time, Kiramoto looks genuinely shocked, suspecting that Sho had been hiding his true ability from the very start. Spinning a chip between his fingers, Sho quietly reflects that, in the end, both of them relied on their own powers. Kiramoto doesn't take the loss well, desperately trying to figure out what went wrong with his prediction. Without showing any emotion, Sho looks at the others and asks if he can choose his opponent for the duel now. Then, he slowly stands up, puts his hands in his pockets, and announces that he's challenging everyone in the room. The SSS-class hunters are completely stunned by the proposal. Karina bursts out laughing, absolutely loving his boldness. Excited, she jumps onto a table table and asks why everyone is so quiet, joking that the room feels like a library. A moment later, she raises her hand to get everyone's attention and, with a massive grin, announces that tomorrow will feature a massive event with 4 SSS-class hunters, culminating in a showdown against the rising star, Sho. Karina yells to the crowd that, as agreed, the event will start at midnight. Time passes, and it's now 10:30 in the evening. The hall is packed with curious onlookers when Eri comes running up to Sho. Worried, she asks if it's true that he's taking on the SSS-class hunters all by himself. With a confident smile, Sho tells her not to worry because he's going to win. Tears welling up in her eyes, Eri makes him promise that he'll back down if the fight gets too dangerous. Sho places his hand on her head and with a gentle smile promises her he will. Just then, a familiar voice interrupts them. Aoki approaches in an elegant formal dress, commenting that Sho just keeps saying the most ridiculous things. Surprised, Sho asks why no one told him she was coming. He looks at her dress for a moment and compliments her, saying it suits her perfectly. The comment makes Aoki blush, but Karina suddenly appears out of nowhere and gives Sho a warm hug. Still hyped up, Karina congratulates him on his performance and laughs as she recalls the look on the other hunters' faces after the card game. Noticing Karina, Aoki looks curious, so Sho introduces them. Aoki comments that she didn't expect to see Karina looking so relaxed. From the way the two glare at each other, it's obvious a rivalry is brewing. Karina smiles and says she likes that attitude, noting it takes courage to get close to someone like Sho. Right after, she leans in close to Aoki and whispers a warning that Sho is hers and that no one else should even think about getting close to him. Without waiting for a reply, Karina walks off, telling everyone to enjoy the party. Shortly after, Finn quietly approaches Sho and asks for a few minutes to talk in private. The two step away from the crowd to a more secluded spot. Sho asks if this is about his old guild, the Men in Gold. Finn confirms it, explaining that it's an old story from before they met. Back then, he was part of the guild's main raid team in the United States. The trouble started when his magic core began malfunctioning unexpectedly. During a mission where lives were on the line, Finn couldn't use his healing powers. The mission ended in failure, and he was interrogated countless times afterward. The hospital refused to officially recognize that the issue was caused by his magic core. To make matters worse, the hunter who died in that mission never got along with Finn and was the guildmaster's son. From then on, everyone in the Men in Gold suspected he was responsible for the tragedy. Remembering that the Men in Gold are among the party guests, Finn looks visibly nervous. Sho asks him what he really thinks about everything that happened. Desperate, Finn immediately replies that he never killed that hunter. Sho shakes his head and clarifies that he wanted to know how he feels now, living alongside the Overlord Guild. After a few seconds of silence, Finn relaxes and says he's finally happy. He goes on to say it feels like he's gained a little brother who's always getting into trouble and a mischievous little sister. With a subtle smile, he concludes that this is more than enough to make him happy. Sho raises his champagne glass, calmly replying that he would always believe in Whitey before quietly walking away. Overwhelmed with emotion, Finn bows deeply and reaffirms his loyalty to his master. As he walks through the hall, Sho reflects on what he just heard and realizes he's being watched. Without looking directly at the person, he comments that SSS-class hunters seem to have a habit of eavesdropping on other people's conversations, telling them to come out of hiding. Jin Baekji, wearing formal attire, steps out and explains that she wasn't spying on purpose but needed to talk to him. Getting straight to the point, she tells Sho to drop out of tomorrow's duel, warning him that his safety won't be guaranteed if he insists on fighting. She makes it clear that she might not be the one to kill him, but how he interprets her warning won't change the outcome. Sho stares at her intently. Looking into her eyes, he realizes that despite her serious threat, she doesn't actually show any murderous intent. Taking a sip of his champagne, he decides to test her and says the name Nabadal. Jin looks confused, completely caught off guard by the sudden topic. Sho then mentions Wei Hong and asks if she has any connection to the members of Talmoim. Lost, Jin asks him what exactly he's trying to find out. Sho explains that he's faced countless people on his journey and has learned to tell when someone actually wants to kill. In his eyes, Jin's expression shows something else, so he asks if she's being threatened or controlled by someone. Jin slowly lowers her head and, in a quiet voice, admits there isn't much she can do as long as that chain is still attached to her. Without saying another word, she turns around and leaves. Elsewhere at the party, Ayla slams her hand on the table, absolutely furious to find out that Finn is there as a member of the Overlord Guild. Consumed by rage, she demands to know how he could be there, since he was the one responsible for her brother Jeff's death. She gets so worked up she can barely breathe. The man next to her tries to calm her down, reminding her that Sho is protecting Finn, and fighting them right now is impossible. However, knowing Sho is facing 4 SSS-class hunters tomorrow, he points out that the battle will create an opportunity. With revenge in her eyes, Ayla orders all her companions to follow her. Kiramoto's mask flashes through Sho's mind as he lies in bed, unable to sleep. He gets up and wonders if that's going to be his first opponent. When he steps out of his room, he runs right into Kiramoto, who asks if he slept well. Pointing to himself, Kiramoto warns that he'll be his first opponent and shows 2 metal spheres in his hand, leaving Sho intrigued. Kiramoto fires the spheres at him and tells him not to die, warning that the consequences would be a disaster. The projectiles bounce off the floor and fly toward him, but Sho quickly shifts his stance and dodges them skillfully. Watching the spheres move, he realizes they are tracking his movements. Kiramoto watches his every reaction and concludes that Sho really has skills, just as expected. The spheres ricochet off the ceiling and come back at high speed. At the very last second, just as he's about to be hit from behind, Sho reacts with perfect precision and catches both of them. Showing off the spheres, he stares at Kiramoto and asks if this is really the level of an SSS-class hunter. The comment catches his opponent off guard. Annoyed by the provocation and finding the guy extremely arrogant, Kiramoto unleashes a massive barrage of metal spheres. The projectiles ricochet all over the place, completely surrounding Sho, but not a single one hits him. Kiramoto watches in shock. In reality, Sho is dodging the attacks at such an absurd speed that his movements are practically invisible. Concentrating all his focus, Kiramoto tries to use his future prediction skill to locate his opponent. He jerks his head, thinks he's found the target, and throws a sphere right at that spot. Sho keeps moving forward in a straight line. Confident because his skill predicted the movement, Kiramoto fires another projectile at the predicted spot. However, while trying to figure out why he can't keep up with Sho's pace anymore, he realizes too late that he fell into a trap. His own sphere flies back at extreme speed and strikes Kiramoto violently in the stomach, sending him flying backward. On the ground, Kiramoto is stunned to realize his opponent dominated the fight without even drawing a sword. Before he can react, Sho grabs him by the neck and lifts him off the ground. Kiramoto feels his energy rapidly draining, and Sho explains that this is the effect of his magic nullification skill. He warns that today, all the fame of the SSS-class hunters will be his, and slams the man violently against the wall, defeating his first opponent. Sho looks down and notices another opponent is already waiting for him on the lower floor. He takes the elevator down to the battlefield and finds Ivanovich waiting. The giant hunter, who is at least 15 feet tall, looks at the defeated Kiramoto and comments that their ally failed. Staring up at him, Sho is impressed by his opponent's size. The giant claims Kiramoto fought without using his main weapon and then raises his colossal hand to deliver a devastating punch. Sho jumps as high as he can and barely escapes. Looking back, he realizes the monstrous force of the blow he just dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Sho counters with a precise kick to the giant's body. The impact makes Ivanovich feel the blow, while Sho comments that size and brute strength aren't enough to win. Furious, Ivanovich ignores the taunt and charges again. His massive hand almost catches Sho's face, but Sho dodges again at the last second. Sho notices that despite his size, the giant is extremely fast at launching surprise attacks right after his dodges. Still, he keeps dodging every blow until he finds an opening and lands a powerful punch right in Ivanovich's stomach. The giant lets out a cry of pain, but his eyes remain furious. Refusing to lose in a fistfight, he unleashes a barrage of violent punches that shake the building and tear up the ground. Sho blocks or dodges every single attack as he continues to close the distance. Suddenly, Sho vanishes from in front of Ivanovich and reappears behind him, landing a perfect kick to the back of his opponent's head. Using the giant's body for leverage, Sho spins quickly and drives a powerful elbow into the other side of his opponent's head. He then springs off the wall just as Ivanovich loses his balance and crashes onto his back, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When the smoke clears, the giant is completely knocked out. Looking down at his fallen opponent, Sho realizes that at the end of the day, even a giant is still just human. Before he can celebrate, a feather flies dangerously close past him, and Sho dodges it by a hair. Watching it glide through the air, he realizes he's never seen a skill like this before, noting that the technique is highly unusual and looks like a summoned creature. Just then, Norman Jeffman reveals himself. He explains that this is his exclusive summoning skill, adding that he hates clutter, which is why he only controls one creature at a time. Right on cue, the ground beneath Sho's feet begins to crack, and a massive horned dragon emerges from the fissure to kick off the next round. Sarcastic as always, Sho says he was expecting something amazing to show up. Analyzing Norman's movements, he figures out that the summon only reacts to its owner's hand gestures. The moment Norman moves his fingers, the giant dragon charges right at Sho. Sho builds up momentum and leaps, barely dodging the attack. The dragon's strike smashes into the wall, destroying it and leaving chunks of concrete stuck to the monster's claw. Sho seizes the opportunity, using the creature's arm as a stepping stone to climb onto its back. With a powerful kick, he manages to snap one of the horns right off its head. Sho quickly grabs the flying horn out of the air. Preparing to throw it, he says he's returning the favor and hurls it hard straight into the dragon's face, scoring a direct hit. He then raises his arm and orders the beast to go back where it came from, delivering a heavy blow to its neck that cleanly decapitates the monster. Norman watches the whole thing in sheer disbelief. Mocking him, Sho tells him to send out any other summons he has left. Instead, Norman raises his hands in surrender, admitting he's terrible at close-quarters combat. Since Sho won the fight, Norman decides to give him some advice, warning him to watch out for Jin Baekji, as she's a nightmare opponent for anyone. Sho recalls that she's known as a long-range hunter from China. As night falls, Sho is walking through the area when a sudden arrow flies at him, though he manages to catch it just in time. Even though he caught it, the projectile carries an incredible weight, burying his feet deep into the ground. Spotting where the arrow came from, Sho realizes he's dealing with an SSS rank opponent. Sho stares intensely in the direction of the attack. Far in the distance, thick smoke rises from the firing point, and as it clears, Jin appears holding a bow. The shot came from an estimated distance of about 50 kilometers. If Sho hadn't reacted in time, the impact would have killed him. Seeing no other choice, he realizes he has to use his best skill. Launching himself forward with insane momentum, Sho moves like a falling star, crossing unimaginable distances in a single stride. He knows he has to close the gap as fast as possible. Combining his speed skill with his sword flame dance, he deflects every arrow that comes his way. After covering a massive distance, he spots the mountains and gets right up close to the archer. Jin is shocked that he managed to reach her. Now Sho is enveloped in a blue aura, but she believes he just rushed to his own grave, eager to see if he can handle her arrows at point-blank range. The moment she fires, Sho charges his sword and, with a swift slash, cuts the arrow clean in half. He charges forward and Jin's eyes widen in shock. Unable to react to his speed, she's completely defenseless. In that instant, she remembers what Sho told her the day before. He had said that after meeting so many people, he could tell her eyes weren't those of someone who actually wanted to kill him. He even asked if she was being manipulated or threatened, because if her life was on the line, she wouldn't have many options. Back on the battlefield, Sho's eyes are blank. The mountains stand as silent witnesses to the tense battle between the two hunters. After a heavy impact, blood splatters across the ground. The two fighters stand back to back, and Jin seems about to collapse. Sho thinks to himself that carrying her back might make his sister pretty mad, but there's no other way. It wouldn't be fair to kill her. Meanwhile, back at the party, it's getting even later. Finn is surrounded by people giving him sinister looks. Someone tells him he should understand the situation better than anyone. Then, Jang asks if he's been living under a rock for the last few years, calling him a traitor and a murderer. The healer screams his opponent's name in sheer desperation. In another part of the venue, a group of old acquaintances approaches Finn. One of them sarcastically breaks the silence, saying Finn's real name should be Murderer. Keeping his cool, Finn replies that he can't even greet them in a friendly way anymore. Looking around, he notices Ayla is also there, realizing they waited for the exact moment Sho left the hall to make their move. Consumed by hatred, Ayla commands Finn to never say her name again. He tries to explain that what happened in the past was an accident, but she cuts him off, saying she already knows it wasn't intentional. Still, she says she was about to act on an uncontrollable urge, and driven by revenge, she charges straight at him. As she swings her sword wildly, Ayla flashes back to the moment her brother died. Finn realizes there's no room for talking anymore. If it were just a duel between the two of them, he might be able to handle it. The real problem is the sheer number of people surrounding them, meaning this ambush was planned from the very start. After a flurry of attacks, Ayla manages to graze Finn's face. Without slowing down, she asks him where he's looking. Moments later, Finn is knocked down, landing flat on the ground as one of the men holds a sword to his neck. Closing his eyes, Finn thinks this is the end, and silently apologizes to Sho. Before the sword can come down, Eri arrives at lightning speed, landing a clean kick that sends the attacker flying. With a confident smirk, she explains she heard the whole conversation and has a message from Sho. Now that Finn is part of the Overlord Guild, this isn't just his problem anymore. Multiple enemies point their weapons at them, declaring that if that's the case, they're both enemies and unleash a hail of bullets. Watching this play out, Ayla realizes she has no personal grudge against Eri, but she doesn't seem to regret her actions either. Suddenly, smoke from the gunfire fills the air, and a voice echoes through the mist, saying it's a shame to ruin their confidence. As the smoke clears, Kishida appears before everyone with a carefree smile. Realizing more members of the Overlord Guild are showing up, an irritated Ayla orders her men to finish off these kids once and for all. Eri clasps her hands together and unleashes an attack at the rushing enemies. Without wasting any time, Ayla and another warrior charge at Kishida together. Fueled by rage, she screams that they will die right alongside the traitor. Before they can strike, the sword of the man next to Ayla is engulfed in flames. At that exact moment, Sho plummets from the sky and lands a powerful kick right on the enemy's back. Seeing this, Finn feels a massive wave of relief. Sho stares down his opponents and asks if they really want to try this again. Ayla is stunned, asking how Sho managed to get back so fast. Calmly fixing his hair, he replies that it only takes a second of thinking to figure out the answer. Ayla still can't believe Sho actually defeated 4 SSS-class hunters in such a short amount of time. Gripping her dual swords tighter, she rejects the idea, convinced that something like that is impossible. Just then, Karina appears with her hands on her hips, commenting that Ayla is still living in a fantasy world. Despite knowing her reputation, Karina didn't think she'd have the guts to attack guests at her own party. Without mercy, the blonde delivers a brutal kick to Ayla's stomach. As Ayla doubles over in pain, Karina tells her that if she has any complaints, she can take them up directly with the association. Karina tells Sho to leave the rest of the situation to her, but before he goes, she warns him that the person he just defeated has regained consciousness. Sho is surprised to hear this. Elsewhere, Jinbekji slowly opens her eyes, her vision blurry. Confused, she realizes she's lying in a bed and asks where she is. Sho approaches and confirms she's finally awake. Looking to the side, she panics when she realizes she's handcuffed to the bed and demands an explanation. With a serious look, Sho asks if she really doesn't remember what happened. Slowly, her memories return, and Jin recalls losing the battle, which makes her anxious. She also remembers the moment she was preparing her arrow. Karina comments that Jin crossed the line, making the young woman look at her in fear. Sho steps in, saying Jin probably didn't try to kill him of her own free will. He removes her handcuffs and explains that they still need to clear a few things up. Jin looks away, saying nothing will change even if he knows the truth. Sho asks if nothing would change even if the two of them helped her, giving Jin a glimmer of hope for the first time. Karina gets interested and says the least they can do is hear her story before making any decisions. Realizing that 2 SSS-class hunters are willing to help her, Jin starts to believe there might actually be a way out. Sho asks if she's being held hostage. Terrified, she silently lowers her head. Sho gets the message and asks who's behind it. Clenching the bedsheets, Jin decides to reveal everything, starting from 10 years ago, the year she awakened her powers. Even after awakening her powers, Jin couldn't be happy because her younger brother was dying from an illness. She was managing to pay the medical bills, but a group of people raided the hospital and took him hostage. The person behind the attack was Jang Hua Ri from the Dalkong company, and as long as her brother was held captive, Jin was completely helpless. Karina recognizes the company name and asks if the real leader wasn't Jung Won, but Jin reveals he's just a puppet. Hearing this, everything starts to click for Karina. She points out that since Jin is now an SSS-class hunter, she should have had enough influence to solve the problem. Jin explains that she tried everything, but the government ignored her and sided with the company instead. From the very beginning, that organization was desperate to control hunters. Even if they had found out about her brother's condition first, they would have used him to force her to obey. On top of that, Jang's influence was so massive that no one could think of a way to rescue the boy. Sho and Karina listen to the entire story in silence. As soon as Jin finishes, Sho decides to help rescue her brother without a second thought. The response catches Jin off guard, and she asks why he would do so much for her. Sho simply says he has his reasons, then asks Karina if his official promotion to SSS class has gone through yet. Karina confirms the process will still take some time and asks if he's planning to go to China. She stares at him for a moment, realizing what he's up to. Then, she opens the door and tells them to follow her, offering to use her own private transport. A while later, a helicopter flies through the blue sky over Guangzhou, China. As they approach the coordinates, the pilot announces they've reached their destination, and Karina orders everyone to get ready. Sensing Jin's anxiety, Sho tries to reassure her, saying he would never have started this mission if he didn't think the plan would work. Still anxious, Jin asks how they're supposed to land, since they don't have official clearance. Without a word, Sho simply opens the helicopter door, grabs both Karina and Jin, and jumps. The three of them plunge from the sky like meteors. Once the dust settles, they stand up, and Sho immediately reminds them that saving the hostage is the absolute priority. He tells Jin to lead the way to the facility where her brother is being kept. They take off running through the forest, planning to rescue the boy first and deal with Zhang later. Soon, the hunters arrive at a massive building. Moving cautiously, they run into one of the guards who recognizes Jin and asks why Zhang isn't with her. Jin replies that she's busy. Suspicious, the guard demands to know who the two people with her are. Sho has no intention of dragging this out and knocks the guard down with a massive punch before he can even react. Karina finishes him off with a clean shot. Jin is shocked by how fast they acted, but Karina says there's no time to argue and tells her to just lead the way. Inside the complex, they find silent, identical hallways. In one of the rooms, Jin's brother is lying on a bed, whispering to himself. When he wakes up and sees his sister, he asks what's going on, but she just tells him to eat something first. Shortly after, the four of them are already leaving the building. Jin carries her brother on her back, and Sho explains that she needs to head to the meeting point alone while they handle the rest. He points out that since this is still a hostage situation, securing their escape is the priority. Even with all her power, Jang won't stand a chance against two SSS-class hunters at the same time. As they keep running, a group of enemies blocks their path. Without even slowing down, Sho unleashes a single strike that tears through the ground, sending the entire group flying and wiping them out in seconds. Jin watches in awe while carrying her brother. Karina snaps her out of it, reminding her that she needs to get to the rendezvous point right now. Jin nods, wishes them luck, and takes off. As soon as she's gone, Karina asks which floor Yang is on. Sho tells her they're heading to the top floor. Karina pulls out a massive bazooka and, with a smirk, says they can start by just ringing the doorbell. Her shot blasts through multiple floors, blowing a hole straight through the ceiling, and the two of them start leaping up through the openings. On their way up, Karina spots traces of a space rift. Sho notices it too, and wonders if this place is using that kind of technology. With a confident smile, Karina decides to handle it right then and there. She unleashes a surge of her power, shattering the artifact into pieces like broken glass. Immediately after, the two of them step through the portal. On the other side, Karina looks around and remarks that Yang really went all out with her base. The place looks like a national-grade military fortress with massive cannons lined up along the walls, ready to fire. As they take in the view, a voice echoes through the area, welcoming them. A woman wearing a creepy mask appears, sarcastically welcoming them to her nest. Karina lowers her head slightly and asks why Jang is still hiding behind a mask. The woman replies that she figured Jin would talk eventually, since she never expected much from her anyway. She then glares at the intruders and asks where they get the confidence to invade her place as a duo. Spreading her arms, she declares that this is her territory, and they have zero chance of winning. Sho just raises his sword with a calm smile, mentioning it's been a while since he and Karina last fought side by side. Scoffing, Jang asks what these two little clowns think they're going to do. The two hunters stare her down, showing no hesitation at all. Mockingly, she says she might actually let them leave later, but as weapons begin to pack her fortress, she adds that leaving alive is a completely different story. Karina grits her teeth, realizing the massive trap being set up around them. A split second later, the firing starts. She immediately leaps away, shouting at Sho to dodge. The attack tears through the area, completely obliterating the wall behind them. Sho draws his sword, his expression completely serious now. Focused entirely on the fight, he starts shredding through one weapon after another before they can fire again. Watching the destruction, Yang sarcastically whines about her precious toys getting ruined, but quickly smiles, saying she has plenty more where those came from. The moment she finishes speaking, a fresh line of cannons rises around the fortress. Karina quickly scans the battlefield, spots a tiny opening between the weapons, and fires a massive blast straight at her. Jang doesn't even flinch. Protected by a force field, she blocks the attack and remarks that they're being pretty disappointing for SSS-class hunters. Right after, every single cannon fires at once, blanketing the fortress in a relentless rain of missiles. The non-stop explosions tear apart the walls, sending debris flying everywhere. Even while dodging constantly, Sho realizes it's impossible to destroy every single projectile before impact and yells for Karina to watch out. Without hesitating, she jumps in front of him, keeping her weapon aimed directly at Jang, even as explosions go off all around her. In the middle of the endless barrage, Karina finally spots a tiny opening in their enemy's defense. Noticing this, Jang's smirk vanishes, and she grits her teeth in frustration. Deciding their best move is to strike as fast as possible, Sho asks Karina to cover him. With his sword engulfed in flames, Sho gets ready to move. He dashes straight toward the enemy as Karina yells for him to land a decisive blow. Jang, however, remains completely calm. She asks if he really thought it would be that easy to reach her, and at that exact moment, all her missile launchers fire at him simultaneously. Convinced that Sho has no way out, Jang mutters that she obviously wasn't just going to stand by and watch him advance. But right then, Karina steps in with her massive, heavy artillery, reminding Jang that she's not the only weapons expert around. With a smug smile, she declares that the same trick won't work twice. As Karina blasts down one cannon after another, Sho uses every single opening she creates to keep pushing forward. Charging through the storm of bullets, he finally reaches Jang, and without giving her a second to react, presses his blade right against her throat. Looking her dead in the eye, he remarks that it must be nice watching everything from high up in her fortress, and demands she spit out everything she knows about the Tal Moim. Jang just grits her teeth and stays silent, despite the blade at her neck. Slowly, she brings her pipe to her mouth and blows a thick cloud of smoke right into Sho's face. Instantly, Sho feels the entire atmosphere shift and immediately calls out for Lena. A long-haired blonde woman suddenly appears right in front of him. With a melancholy smile, she says she missed him and calls him Aiden. Sho instantly realizes it's a trap. muttering that it's an incredibly cheap trick. Without a second thought, he kicks the apparition straight in the face. The hit lands perfectly. The woman staggers back, coughing, and asks him with tears in her eyes why he would do that. Sho remains completely cold. Since the illusion has already been exposed, he tells her to drop the act and release whoever she's manipulating. Right then, Karina starts seeing the exact same figure. Losing no time, she aims her weapon and shoots the apparition right in the shoulder. The illusion instantly shatters, revealing Jiang Huari's real body. She was sure that trick would break anyone, yet neither of them hesitated for a second. Sho kneels down in front of her and tells her it's over. Jiang begins to spill part of the truth, explaining that a mysterious man appeared one day, which led the 10 of them to abandon their homeland. Hearing this, Sho realizes the organization has 9 other members besides their leader, making 10 in total. Karina demands she tell them everything about the group, but before Jiang can answer, a red fluid starts pouring from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Her body begins to shake violently. Terrified, Karina asks what's happening. Jiang's neck starts twisting at an unnatural angle, as if controlled by an invisible force. Sho tries to hold her down and begs her to hang on for just a few more seconds, asking where this homeland she mentioned is located. Jiang just flashes a creepy smile. In a distorted voice, she utters a single word, hell. With that, her neck snaps completely, and she collapses lifeless to the ground. Feeling guilty, Karina admits she might have been naive to think they could bypass the restrictions with Yang still alive. As he stares at the body, Sho ponders her final word, wondering if she meant a real place or just a metaphor. Before he can figure it out, the entire area begins to shake. They both realize something much bigger is going on. Karina points up, drawing Sho's attention to the sky. A massive purple rift is tearing open right above the fortress, and giant claws are trying to force their way through from the other side. Sho watches, deeply concerned, as a colossal creature slowly emerges from the tear, an overlord. Seeing the monster, Karina figures it was drawn here by the dark space Jiang created. Despite the danger, she spots a silver lining. The monster hasn't found a way to Earth yet. All they need to do is escape this dimension before it's too late. Noticing that the dimensional exit is still open, Sho points it out to Karina. She smiles, realizing that since their way out is clear, they can leave a little parting gift behind. With a mischievous grin, Karina prepares her most powerful weapon, the mother of all bombs. Sho gets worried and tells her to wait, but she ignores him. Without hesitation, she fires the massive bomb straight at the monster, then yells at Sho to run for his life. The creature senses something coming, but the missile hits it dead on before it can even react. Sho and Karina run as fast as they can. The shockwave is so massive it blasts them forward, while the portal behind them slowly begins to close. Once they're safe, Sho mentions that Karina's methods are seriously brutal. She gets up and says they can head back now, but Sho tells her he still has one thing left to do. Sho starts putting the pieces together. A major corporation would never get involved in human trafficking just for the money. If his theory is correct, there has to be a much bigger goal behind all of this. Before he can finish his thought, something suddenly catches their attention. Sho and Jin find themselves in an unfamiliar place. He figures it must be a secret Daylong base, the perfect spot to hide dark secrets. This is likely where they keep transaction records with the Werong, human experimentation results, and other shady information. With just a quick look, Jin realizes how deep the organization's illegal business goes. Luckily, there's a flash drive right there to save the data, which will be more than enough evidence to shut the Daylong down for good. A bit later, at a busy airport, Sho is walking with his suitcase when Chung Yi and his sister Jin call out to him. Since the kid is still recovering, Sho tells him not to push himself too hard. Shyly, the boy thanks Sho, saying he's only okay now because of him, and asks if he can call him Big Brother. Sho smiles, pats the kid's head, and agrees. Jin also bows respectfully, saying she will never forget what he did for them, but Sho warns her that he still expects to get paid. He explains that he doesn't help anyone for free, so he needs Jin to join his guild. She's caught off guard and says that would be tough since she planned to go back home with her brother. Holding up a glowing emerald sphere, Sho tells her this is an order, not a request. He reminds her that her brother still needs the elixir, and since she's now a free agent, she isn't tied to any other guild. Jin gets annoyed and argues that her switching sides could cause a major conflict with China. Sho brushes it off, explaining that with her joining Overlord, the guild will have 2 SSS rank hunters, meaning no country will dare to mess with them. On top of that, nobody will have time to interfere anyway, because the Daylong scandal just broke and is dominating the news. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a guy monitoring a radio is shocked to see the energy levels spiking past the limit. Convinced it's a dungeon, he immediately calls for all hunters to be mobilized. Sometime later, at the Overlord Guild headquarters, the members are busy training. Sho coaches Kishida on moving without bumping into his teammates and tells Eri to focus more on team coordination. After a few rounds, he calls it a day so everyone can rest. Suddenly, Tamura, the team leader, runs up to Sho with an emergency. An unidentified dungeon has been discovered on an island in the Pacific. Sho sees this as the perfect chance to test the guild's teamwork in a real battle, especially since their roster just grew. However, Tamura explains that because it's a global recruitment, there are only 2 spots left for Korea. Without hesitation, Sho calls Jin over. She walks up slowly and asks what's going on, blushing when she realizes she forgot to call him master. Tamura is blown away, realizing Sho actually managed to recruit her. The Overlord leader then announces that this will be Jin's first mission as the guild's vice master. In a far-off location, a man in a white mask announces that the dragon is dead, silencing the other masked figures in the room. A man in a bird mask suggests finding another group to replace the Dalong, but the leader tells them not to worry. They already have a candidate lined up. Gomtal, a massive guy wearing a bear mask, steps up and says that trusting him is the right call. He suggests they should play it safe and keep a low profile for a while. The bird-masked guy questions his rival's confidence, prompting the bear to mock him, asking if he didn't just luck his way to the top. Pissed off, the bird lunges at the bear. Before a fight can break out, the white-masked leader orders them to separate. He reminds them that their followers, Nabi and Saja, along with the dragon, have already been defeated. The boss declares that no one is to act on their own anymore, since Sho is definitely planning to get in their way. A little later, the massive Hunter Association building comes into view. Jin admits she's surprised to be named Vice Master as a rookie, and asks if Sho chose her just because she's strong. Sho explains that on top of her strength, she has the experience to look at the guild objectively. Plus, having 2 SSS rank hunters in charge is great for the organization's image. After a quick elevator ride, the 2 arrive at the right floor. Suddenly, a man slams his hand on a desk in anger, asking if someone is trying to challenge them. One of the guild leaders argues that the Vane Guild should back down this time, claiming Max Beast and Neen have been monopolizing everything. Another bearded man fires back immediately, pointing out that his guild took massive losses and insane risks to get those results. A third leader chimes in, agreeing that the Vane Guild has indeed been hoarding all the profits. Right at that moment, Sho walks in. Before the argument can continue, he starts slowly clapping, drawing everyone's attention. Cool as a cucumber, he announces that the Overlord Guild will be taking one of the 2 available slots for the next raid. One of the men asks what he thinks he's doing, barging in out of nowhere and demanding a spot. Sho says he respects their drive to defend their own guilds, but questions if any of them are actually stronger than Overlord. The comment makes one of the bearded leaders snap, telling Sho he's getting way too arrogant and that his guild is too small for this mission. Sho just tilts his head and says a guild's strength shouldn't be measured by head count. The scarred, bearded leader is left speechless. Sho goes on, reminding them that being a hunter has always been about absolute power, and if they want, he can prove it right then and there. As Sho stands up, an overwhelming pressure fills the room. His aura is so intense that the entire place feels like it's sinking for a second. Several leaders are visibly shaken. One of them quickly clarifies that nobody is questioning his personal strength, but the overall power of his members needs to be evaluated. Sho says if evaluating the members is the issue, there's an easy fix. He places his hand on Jin's shoulder and introduces her as the new Vice Master of the Overlord Guild. Pointing to her, he calmly asks if anyone wants to step up and test her. One of the leaders scoffs in disbelief, asking if Sho is joking, since nobody there is crazy enough to fight an SSS rank hunter. Sho shrugs, saying that if no one is willing to test her, Overlord will just take the slot and go. As Sho walks away, the scarred leader recalls the rumors about the kid causing trouble even overseas. Crossing his arms, he begrudgingly admits to himself that Sho is exactly the kind of man who would catch Aoki's eye. Sometime later, a massive ship cuts through the water, heading toward the legendary dungeon island of Atlas. On board, the Overlord Guild members are throwing a small party to officially welcome Jin. Visibly touched, she thanks everyone and promises to do her best to live up to the position. Nearby, Eri tries to keep a polite smile on her face, but she's actually burning with jealousy. While Eri is still sorting out her feelings, Jin approaches with gifts for everyone. As a gesture of goodwill, she made new gear for the guild members. Eri receives a pendant that amplifies her magic, which instantly wins her over. All her jealousy melts away as she hugs Jin, asking if they can be friends from now on. Sho is relieved to see Jin blending in so easily. He figures he should consider putting her in the backline to adjust their formation, especially since a real battle is right around the corner. He also thinks about letting Eri start fighting her own battles. With so many thoughts and responsibilities on his mind, he heads to bed. As he drifts off to sleep, Sho sees a vision of a galaxy, and the name Aden comes to mind. Suddenly, he finds himself transported to a new place, one he recognizes as Lake Shnia, the home of Lady Idea, the goddess of the continent of Aslan from his past life. He stands up, wondering why on earth he's dreaming about this now, when a familiar voice calls out his old name. Lady Idea appears, floating right in front of him. Sho instantly worries it might be a trap, just like when Zhang tried to read his old memories. But the moment he touches her, his spiritual energy surges, making him wonder what this dream actually means. The goddess seems to be struggling to communicate, and Sho figures his spiritual energy still isn't high enough to fully connect with her. Suddenly, Sho snaps awake with a shout, startling Eri, who's sitting right next to him. She apologizes for screaming and asks if he's okay. Sho tells her he's fine, and she lets him know they've finally reached their destination, a beautiful island known as the Dungeon Island, Atlant. Right on cue, the ship docks by the bay. The moment Sho steps off the boat, a voice calls out, calling him handsome. It's Karina, waving at him with a bright smile. Sho asks if she's participating in the raid too, and she reveals she's actually the commander of the whole mission. She admits it's a pretty annoying job, but says there was no one else to take the position. Pointing nearby, she tells them the guild lodgings are just over there and suggests they go drop off their things. As Sho goes to follow his group, Karina grabs his hand. With a serious look on her face, she asks to pull him aside for a private chat. To keep things quiet, they walk away from the crowd. Karina asks if he's heard the full details about the raid. She reveals that an advanced team, made up of capable veteran hunters between ranks A and SS, entered the dungeon a week ago. Unfortunately, they've completely lost contact. The association is already assuming they're all dead, so this mission is definitely going to be dangerous. This gets Sho thinking about recent events, how the sudden flood of rifts and monsters has been rapidly increasing, not to mention that overlord who showed up at Jang's fortress. As he walks along, a bad feeling starts creeping over him. Suddenly, something cuts his train of thought. A group of people is approaching Jin. When Sho gets closer, one of them says his timing is perfect. The master of the Blue Dragon Guild, Wang Hyun Gyeong, smiles and says he was looking for him, asking if he's really the leader of the Overlord Guild. Gyeong then asks Sho to cooperate and hand Jin over so she can return to China. Jin starts to panic, but Sho tells her it's fine, which completely confuses her. He then asks Gyeong to explain the situation first. The man argues that Jin's powers belong to China, the country where she was born and raised, and that joining a foreign guild is completely absurd. He adds that her behavior is incredibly selfish, warning Sho that not only him, but everyone around him could face the consequences. Looking at Jin, Sho can see how anxious she is. He points out that she was being held hostage by DeLong this entire time. Gyeong dismisses this with a smirk, claiming that if the government had known, they definitely would have stepped in. This ticks Sho off. He fires back, saying the government was swapping favors with DeLong, so they absolutely knew what was going on. Sensing Sho's hostility, the Blue Dragon warriors immediately take defensive stances, but Gyeong tells his men to stand down, warning Sho that even as an SSS rank, he can't go up against an entire nation. In a calm, cold voice, Sho tells the man to go ahead and warn his glorious nation about what just happened here. He explains that Jin Baekji has been officially recruited as his vice master, and if anyone messes with her, his guild won't let it slide. Gyeong stares back at the confident young man, narrowing his eyes. As he turns to leave, he says, this won't be their last chat, but since they aren't getting anywhere, he'll back off for now. Sho knows that since a national corporation just collapsed, and they lost an SSS rank hunter, it makes sense that they'd practically be ready to declare war. Jin apologizes, saying she couldn't just ignore them since she knew they came from China. Clinging tightly to Sho's sleeve, she softly thanks her master for standing up for her. A bit later, the group arrives at the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Karina announces that each guild has to enter in order just like they planned. She notices Sho is already there with his team, meaning it's his turn. She steps up to explain how the system works, telling them that if they inject mana into the cylinder, it will randomly select a floor for them. Since Karina's guild is going first, she tells them to watch and learn. She places her hand in the center of the cylinder, and it glows, revealing the Roman numeral 32. Surprised by how high the floor is, she says she hopes to see Sho in there later, before being teleported away. Sho steps up and cautiously examines the object. He places his hand in the center, just like Karina did. It immediately reacts with a bright glow, displaying the number 54, the highest floor ever recorded. Sho realizes that the higher the floor, the more valuable the rewards will be. Before they get teleported, he warns his group to stay on their guard, since they have no idea what's waiting for them on this floor. With that, the whole party is warped in. The 5 guild members materialize in the new area together. The place looks empty, but Sho warns them to watch out for hidden enemies or traps. Suddenly, they hear fast approaching footsteps. Sensing something coming, Sho reacts instantly, swinging his sword to block a surprise attack. When he gets a clear look at his attacker, he's shocked to see it's Karina. Taken aback, Sho has no idea why she's attacking him. She fires a shot that grazes his face, but he manages to dodge at the very last second. He almost loses his grip on his sword in the chaos, but quickly grabs it tight with both hands. Jin draws her bow, but Sho tells her to prioritize protecting the other guild members first. He wonders what exactly they're facing. The copy looks and acts exactly like Karina, but it's giving off a completely different alien aura. Just then, Finn yells out that the rest of Karina's guild members have appeared too. It turns out they're facing doppelgangers that mimic their prey perfectly and have no true form of their own. They must have copied Karina's guild the moment they entered the tower. Kushida panics, realizing they now have to fight an SSS rank hunter. Sho calls out to his team and tells them to remember their training, confident they can win and move on to the next floor. Deep down, though, he knows he's facing the real threat here, having to defeat the doppelganger of Karina, the second-ranked hunter in the world. Sho gets into his stance, and a glowing blue halo appears above his head. Gripping his sword, he activates his Exceed skill. Knowing his opponent is Karina, he can't afford to make any mistakes and needs to end this quickly. Without wasting a second, Sho charges forward and delivers a massive vertical slash. Karina blocks the strike with her bare arm. Sho immediately sweeps her legs, throwing her off balance. Seizing the opening, he activates Inferno Wave, launching a massive wave of fire straight at her. Karina doesn't hesitate. She draws her pistols and shoots at the ground. The recoil blasts her backward, letting her escape the explosion. Sho watches in surprise, amazed she used gun recoil to dodge. Giving him no time to breathe, Karina pulls out a massive machine gun and opens fire. Realizing he can't dodge the barrage, Sho concentrates his energy and forms a blue shield in front of him. The shield blocks the bullets, but the sheer impact leaves his hands slightly injured. Studying his opponent, he reasons that even an SSS rank hunter must have a weakness. That's when he notices Karina's hand reaching for a small pouch on her thigh, catching his attention. Jin Baekji yells out a warning, telling him the creature is made entirely of the dungeon's mana, meaning the real target is its energy source. Sho closes his eyes for a moment, thanks his vice leader for the intel, and realizes defeating this thing just got a lot simpler. He combines 3 different skills to create a new technique: Glutinous Grip, which weakens the target in proportion to how much mana it absorbs. Since her body is made entirely of mana, all he has to do is neutralize that energy. Karina stands her ground with her weapon aimed. Sho vanishes in a single stride using his secret art one-step, instantly reappearing behind her. He drives his hand straight toward her chest and activates Glutinous Grip. The illusionary armor covering Karina's body begins to shatter, and her form breaks into countless fragments. Sho realizes his strategy worked. Within seconds, her body completely vanishes, leaving behind nothing but a material cube. A short distance away on the battlefield, a massive explosion sends debris flying everywhere. Kokoro stands his ground to shield himself and block the impact, while also protecting Eri as she finishes casting a spell. He asks if she's done. Eri confidently stretches out her hand, replying she finished before he even asked, and unleashes the spell with a quick punch. The powerful magic blasts right into 3 warriors controlled by the dungeon's energy. Thrilled to see the hit land, Eri clears the way for the next attack. Finn charges in wielding a massive axe and leaps at the enemies. His strike is devastating, and the impact completely shatters the ground beneath the 3 warriors' feet. Moments later, the doppelgangers' bodies begin to disintegrate, releasing beams of light before vanishing entirely. Sho watches the scene and notices the other doppelgangers have been defeated as well. Jin Baekji approaches, letting him know her side is clear too, while Kokoro and Eri catch up right after. Seeing everyone gathered, Sho feels a wave of pride, knowing this is the result of all their hard training. Scratching his head, Kokoro remarks that the difficulty of this dungeon has been insane right from the start. Just then, Kokoro points out something to the group. An object identical to the one at the tower's entrance has just appeared. It's a magical cylinder radiating a mysterious energy. Sho explains that activating it will let them move on to the next floor. He asks who wants to do the honors this time, and Kokoro immediately volunteers. As soon as he places his hand on the cylinder, the number 81 appears on its surface. Kokoro scratches the back of his neck, feeling a bit uneasy, but they decide to push forward. In an instant, the entire guild is teleported to the next floor. Sho scans the area and notices that their next challenge is a massive labyrinth. The members start looking for an exit, but something in the area catches Sho's attention. The leader tells everyone to get behind him. Drawing his sword, he warns whoever is hiding to come out immediately, or they'll be treated as a monster and put down without hesitation. After a few seconds of silence, a familiar man steps out from behind one of the pillars. Jin's eyes widen as she recognizes him as the leader of China's Blue Dragon Guild. The man remarks that since fate has brought them face to face again, it's time to finish the conversation they started earlier. He makes one final offer, telling Jin that if she returns to her homeland right now, they can write this whole thing off as a minor lapse in judgment. Jin stands her ground and replies that her mind will never change because she is now the vice master of the Overlord Guild. The Blue Dragon leader chuckles softly, snaps his fingers, and sighs, concluding they have no other choice. Dozens of warriors appear behind him. With a smirk on his face, Young announces that in that case, he'll just have to take her back by force. Looking at the Blue Dragon Guild leader, Sho recalls his first conversation with Jin Baekji about them. Back then, he had asked her what the Changryong Guild was like. Jin explained it was a guild created under the direct supervision of the Chinese government, serving as a gathering ground for practically every SS rank hunter in China. At the time, the information had left Sho deep in thought. Back in the present, the two groups face off inside the massive labyrinth. Gyong smiles, noting that in a place like this, whatever happens will never be discovered. Sho counters by asking if the man is really still this confident against two SSS rank hunters. The Blue Dragon leader just laughs and tells Sho to stop bluffing, boasting that his eyes can see through everything. In Gyong's eyes, Sho is nothing but a media hype job who dumped all his points into magic power. To him, it's obvious the kid's fame is fake, since SSS rank hunters are usually around level 150, yet Sho is barely near level 70. Hearing this, Sho gets a bit tense. If this man really can see through his opponents, he might actually be able to read his stats. Gyong snaps his fingers, saying he can figure out the rest of the truth about Sho later. Instantly, all of the masked Blue Dragon warriors charge at once. Sho quickly turns and orders the Overlord members to protect Jin Baekji. Without a second thought, the guild mates form a defensive wall around their vice master. Immediately after, a massive metal claw clashes violently against Sho's sword. Gyong smiles and tells him not to get distracted, since he's the one he's fighting. The two lock in a devastating clash. Sho remarks that even if Gyong can see his stats, he clearly can't see the whole picture yet, and promises to show him something truly interesting. Right then, one of the masked warriors tries to sneak up on Sho from behind. Without even blinking, Sho throws a single punch. The impact sends the enemy flying, leaving him heavily injured. As soon as he defeats him, Sho instantly levels up. He turns his gaze back to Gyong and tells him he's going to be the last one standing, warning him to just wait his turn. An instant later, Sho vanishes with incredible speed. His sword flashes across the battlefield in a series of precise thrusts, taking down the masked warriors one by one. Kokoro and Eri watch in absolute awe of their guildmaster's power. Even Wang Hyun-gyong's eyes widen in shock. After all, every single one of those soldiers was an elite SS rank hunter. Yet, Sho tears through them with absolute ease, his level climbing with every single enemy he defeats. Watching the fight, Gyong is completely dumbfounded. The kid had just jumped over 10 levels in no time at all. Meanwhile, Sho slowly walks toward him and calmly asks if that's all he's got. But Gyong still has one last ace up his sleeve. A violent purple energy begins to gather in his hand. As he charges his attack, he calls Sho an arrogant brat and snaps that this is far from over. He fires the energy blast at high speed, but it grazes past Sho's neck as he dodges at the very last second. The blast ricochets off the maze walls, blowing apart massive sections of the structure. When the dust finally settles, Wang is visibly exhausted. Panic starts to set in. It felt like his attacks were going to hit Sho at any second, but somehow he kept missing. Sho then thanks his opponent for clearing a massive path through the maze, noting that finding the exit will be a lot easier now. Wang's eyes widen as he realizes Sho intentionally baited that attack just to destroy the walls and clear the way for his guild. Fueled by frustration, he primes his clawed gauntlets once more, but realizing he's completely lost his edge, Wang backs down. He claims he'll drop the dispute and tell the Chinese government to back off completely. Sho just asks if he seriously expects him to trust the word of someone who set up an ambush inside a dungeon. Right after, upon defeating his enemy, Sho unlocks Sage's Eyes SS, a skill that allows him to see the true essence of everything. A magical lens-like overlay appears before his eyes. After analyzing it, he notes that it really is the perfect skill for espionage. With the battle over, Sho looks back at his companions and asks if everyone is okay. No one was hurt, but Eri and Kokoro are still visibly shaken. It was their first time having to fight and kill other humans, and Sho knows exactly how heavy that experience is. A while later, the Overlord Guild continues making their way through the massive hole blasted in the maze. Eri, completely drained of strength, ends up being carried by Jin Baekji. Flustered, she apologizes for her legs giving out. Trying to hold back her tears, she resolves to become much stronger. At the end of the maze, the group finds the teleportation cylinder again. Kokoro offers to activate it since he rolled a high number last time, but when he touches the cylinder, it only shows a 2. Before anyone can react, the entire guild is teleported away. This time, they arrive in a gigantic, Colosseum-like arena. Eri sighs, frustrated that their luck has officially run out. Sho explains that the destination of each floor is completely random, so just as you can go up, it's normal to drop down a few levels too. But as they look around the massive Colosseum, he senses something different about the place. Something that suggests a battle is about to begin. A massive gate slowly begins to creak open, and a human figure calmly walks out toward the group. Sho figures this is probably the tower's next challenge, maybe just another doppelganger like the previous floor. To make sure, he immediately activates his newly acquired Sage's Eyes. But the moment he sees the figure's true identity, his eyes widen in shock. Jin notices Sho's reaction and asks what's wrong. A second later, she looks at the creature and freezes in total shock too. Seeing this, Finn wastes no time and screams at Kokoro to snap out of it and draw his weapon, warning him that if both the master and vice master are this tense, they're dealing with something extremely dangerous. The figure walking slowly toward them is a blonde man with lifeless eyes. It's a face they all know way too well. Kane Bruce, the legendary #1 hunter in the world. Sho asks Jin if there's any record of Bruce ever being part of this tower's investigation team, but she says no. Sho glares at their new opponent and mutters one last thing. That doppelganger actually got incredibly lucky to copy the strongest hunter on Earth. Kane Bruce shifts his stance and starts preparing his attack. Feeling the insane pressure coming off the doppelganger, Sho immediately warns the entire Overlord Guild not to let their guard down. To him, they need to treat this enemy like a straight-up monster, without a single shred of hesitation. Kokoro tries to tell himself there's no reason to panic. After all, even if it looks like Kane Bruce, it's still just a copy. But a split second later, Bruce moves so fast that Kokoro completely loses sight of him. Before he can even react, a brutal knee strikes his stomach, sending him flying. He hurtles through the air and crashes into the Colosseum wall, smashing the structure and knocking him out cold. Sho immediately orders Finn to run and help their teammate, and the healer rushes over. Meanwhile, Eri watches in sheer terror, realizing she couldn't even follow the enemy's movements. Suddenly, Bruce appears right behind her. Her teammates shout a warning, but by the time she looks back, it's too late. The blow lands, and a massive cloud of dust explodes across the Colosseum. Luckily, Jin Baekji reacts just in time, blocking the attack with her bow and saving Eri at the very last second. Sho orders Jin to get the girl to safety and provide backup. Meanwhile, the Bruce doppelganger, eyes still completely blank, keeps moving at a speed none of them can keep up with. This time, he appears right in front of Sho. The protagonist manages to block the punch with his sword, but the impact catches him off guard. The raw strength behind it is so monstrous that his blade slowly starts to bend, forcing Sho to shift the angle of his sword to redirect the force. As they clash, Sho realizes this doppelganger's physical strength is even crazier than Karina's copy. On the other side of the arena, Eri casts another spell, trapping Bruce's legs for a few brief moments. Sho figures that no matter how durable a doppelganger is, it'll eventually break if they hit the exact same spot over and over. Following that logic, he unleashes a rapid succession of slashes on the exact same area, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire Colosseum. Right after, Sho senses something strange in the air. For a second, he thinks the wind just shifted, but he quickly realizes it's an active skill as a massive hurricane starts forming right in front of him. Sho figures out that Bruce is using the storm to keep him away, so he asks Eri if she can blast a path through it using her space distortion magic. Looking at Sho, the young mage notices he's injured. Seeing him hurt sparks a surge of determination inside her, and she promises to do whatever it takes to open that path. As the hurricane spins violently, Eri channels all her magic, straining so hard that a thin trickle of blood starts running down her hand. Sho notices and tells her not to overdo it, reminding her they have no idea how much longer this fight is going to last. Frustration washes over Eri, making her feel like she's still too weak. She remembers being in the hospital, where her master warned her about the dangers ahead, telling her the training would be brutal and she could literally lose her life. She also remembers shaking hands with him, making a promise that the moment she joined the guild, she would do everything in her power to grow stronger. But despite all her effort, Eri feels like she's still just a burden being protected by Jin. Refusing to give up, she screams out that she knows Sho would never ask her to do something she couldn't handle. Over in the corner, Kokoro listens closely to her words while getting treated. With bleeding hands and tears in her eyes, Eri resolves to pull this off, no matter what it takes. A beam of energy blasts a hole right through the massive hurricane surrounding Bruce. Eri calls out to Sho, letting him know she did it, and Sho tells her to just hold that opening for a few more seconds. Locking in, Sho decides to seize the moment, close the gap, and end this fight right now. Using his secret one-step technique, he lunges forward instantly, just as Bruce gears up for a devastating punch. Bruce's fist stops inches from Sho's face when an arrow fired by Jin throws the doppelganger's arm off course, creating the perfect opening. Jin wishes his master luck. Bruce still tries to grab Sho's sword with his bare hands. Sho feels his left hand giving out and breaking under the pressure, but that was all part of the plan. To defeat a doppelganger made of mana, you can't just destroy its body. You have to absorb the energy keeping it alive. Sho grabs Bruce by the neck with his right hand and activates Hand of Gluttony. Massive cracks spread across the doppelganger's body until, with a sudden explosion, the fake Bruce completely shatters into countless fragments of mana. The girls watch in sheer disbelief. Holding the crystal left behind, Sho breathes a sigh of relief that it was only a copy. Feeling guilty, Kokoro apologizes for letting his guard down and getting taken out so early. Finn walks over too, worried about Sho's injuries. But Sho just activates super regeneration, completely healing himself. Finn is shocked to realize that's the exact same healing ability he has. Next, Sho heals Eri's injured hands. With a small smile, he praises her for her first real battle, telling her she was the MVP of the fight. Eri's eyes light up when he says he'll be counting on her next time. Beaming with joy, she smiles and promises to keep counting on him too. After walking a bit further through the Colosseum, the group notices this floor is way too quiet, looking like nothing more than an empty arena. Finn points out that, unlike the labyrinth and the Colosseum on the previous floors, this place doesn't seem to have any challenges left. That's when Sho senses a presence. Walking calmly toward them is a blonde man. With a relaxed smile, he congratulates the group and admits he never expected anyone else to make it this far. This time, it's not a doppelganger. It's the real Kane Bruce. Kane Bruce scratches the back of his neck, seeing how shocked everyone is. He offers a friendly smile, and Sho notices that the legendary #1 hunter in the world seems incredibly laid back. Bruce then reaches out to shake hands, saying it's a pleasure to meet them and that he was starting to get bored with no one to talk to. Sho notices that, unlike other SSS rank hunters, this guy isn't arrogant or cold at all. Bruce formally introduces himself as Kane Bruce, and Sho returns the gesture, introducing himself as Kiritani Sho, master of the Overlord Guild. When Bruce mentions their group has a pretty intimidating aura, Sho explains they just got done fighting a doppelganger that looked exactly like him. Bruce admits he couldn't help but want to meet the hunter strong enough to beat his clone. Stepping closer to Sho, he realizes this must be the new SSS rank hunter Karina mentioned. Sho crosses his arms and asks how he got into the tower in the first place. Bruce explains he stumbled upon it by accident and ended up trapped due to certain circumstances, gesturing to the pillars right behind him. Based on his analysis, that mechanism will only fully activate once 7 different groups gather here. Sho mentions that the other teams from the expedition force should be arriving soon, totaling over 50 people, which Bruce thinks should be more than enough. Looking at the pillars, the blonde hunter remarks that he spent way too much time here, and he never expected to be found like this. Bruce asks Sho if he also noticed that this tower's structure and mechanics are completely different from any other dungeon. Sho points out that the enemies here scale in strength based on the power of the hunters who enter. On top of that, the layout seems maliciously designed to force a massive group of people to participate. Bruce explains that this place is a pandemonium, a type of dungeon specifically designed to wipe out hunters on an unprecedented scale, and reveals he's been traveling the world looking for towers just like it. Jin chimes in, saying that even as an experienced hunter, she's never seen anything like this. Bruce seriously replies that it makes sense, since he spent all this time keeping these dungeons from ever reaching the public eye. Sho finally understands why the #1 hunter gave up his fame and vanished to fight these threats all by himself. He then asks Bruce what he thinks dungeons actually are. Surprised by the sudden question, the blonde scratches his cheek, so Sho explains he wanted his take since Bruce is the one person who knows the most about dungeons. Bruce points out that people just accepted the existence of dungeons without ever questioning where they came from. After a brief silence, he drops his theory. They're outposts for an invasion. Kokoro and Eri are visibly shocked by the claim. Bruce explains that every dungeon acts as a scouting mission for an unknown enemy, making them inherently hostile. The theory makes sense to Sho, especially since the countries with the most hunters also happen to have the highest concentration of dungeons. Just then, Finn senses someone approaching and alerts Sho. Right after, Karina arrives with her guild. Startled, she asks if Sho is the real deal or just another doppelganger. She admits she didn't expect them to get here first, joking that they shouldn't have underestimated a rookie guild. Bruce mentions it's been a while since he last saw her. Karina doesn't recognize him at first, but her eyes go wide as she takes a closer look. She gets furious, demanding to know where he's been hiding and why he ignored all her calls. Aoki also arrives with the Vane Guild and approaches Sho. Right after, another portal opens and more groups start pouring in. One by one, the pillars in front of them begin to glow. Once the last one lights up, everyone realizes it's finally time to face the tower's final boss. An alert blares, ordering everyone to take their positions immediately. The ground starts to shake, and a colossal creature, resembling a massive serpent covered in legs, claws, and fangs, emerges from the depths. The monster paralyzes several hunters with pure terror, but Sho senses that something is off. Karina warns the group that something else is coming, and tells everyone to watch out. At the same time, the pillars change color, emitting a different kind of energy. Kokoro notices the ceiling is cracking, and that the pillars can't seem to hold the structure up anymore. Bruce looks up, and realizes the threat is coming from outside the dungeon. Suddenly, an even larger creature charges in at high speed. One of the fighters realizes in horror that this new monster treats the first one as mere prey. Enveloped in a purple aura, the giant beast glares at the group, and with a single bite, swallows the serpent whole. Sho's eyes widen in suspicion, and he calls out to Karina. The blonde immediately confirms she recognizes the monster too. It's the exact same one they fought alongside Jang Hwarin. Sho is shocked that it somehow survived the massive explosion Karina set off. Bruce snaps his fingers and asks if they've already run into this guy before. Jin grips his bow, waiting for Sho's command to attack. Sho's hand is shaking a little, but he realizes things are different now. This time, they have a whole group of powerful hunters ready to fight together. The giant monster slowly opens its mouth, charging up a massive ball of blue energy in its throat. The magical pressure is so intense that every hunter there gets chills. A few of them just stare in disbelief, realizing that this level of mana density shouldn't even be possible. Before the creature can fire, Bruce reacts and leaps right toward the attack. He activates his wind barrier skill to block the monster's hits, but immediately realizes taking this head-on is going to be rough. As he controls his technique, he decides his only real option is to deflect the blast to the side. The creature clings to the tower as the clash between the two powers makes the whole world shake. When the dust clears, one of the hunters panics. An entire mountain on the island has just vanished, blown to absolute pieces. Sho stands frozen, wide-eyed, as traumatic memories flash through his mind. He's in such deep shock that he doesn't even hear someone calling his name. Karina rushes over, asks if he's okay, and manages to snap him out of it. Looking at the destruction, Bruce mutters that deflecting the blast was definitely the right call, even for him. Right then, a massive claw swings back into view, and the tower the monster was holding onto starts to crack. The entire top section breaks off and crumbles, sending all the hunters free-falling into the empty air. A few of them manage to slow their fall using their weapons. Sho grabs Eri before she hits the ground, and Jin does the same for Finn. Meanwhile, Kokoro is still in a total free fall. Tears streaming down his face, he's convinced he's about to die, and starts crying about how he never even got a girlfriend. At the very last second, Karina grabs him by the arm, tells him to open his eyes, and promises he's not going to die. As soon as they hit the ground, Sho starts organizing a counterattack and tells Jin to fight by his side. Aoki approaches, offering to help and asking for a task. Sho just turns his back, telling her that in her current state, she'll only be a liability. Aoki tries to argue, but before she can, Eri gently grabs her arm and asks her to understand the situation. Taking a deep breath, Aoki realizes that pushing any further would just be childish. Without wasting any time, she decides to gather the remaining hunters and lead a retreat to safety. The warriors start evacuating toward the warship, leaving all their belongings behind. However, one of them gets separated from the group. The creature slowly advances, cracking and shattering the ground with every single step. From a distance, Karina aims her bazooka and fires at the monster's massive body, screaming at it to die. The shells explode, but she quickly realizes her attacks aren't doing a thing. Jin steps up next to her, and Karina warns him that the creature's shell is way too hard. They'll have to wait for an opening to strike a weak point. Seeing this, Bruce calls out that he can trap the creature's ankle for a moment to give them a window. Karina instantly agrees, saying she'll draw the monster's attention while Sho protects Jin. Without hesitation, Karina taunts the monster to get its focus. The creature turns its massive, fanged mouth right toward her. Seizing the moment, Bruce channels mana into his hands and activates his wind barrier, creating a massive tornado that wraps around the enemy's ankle and pins it in place. At the same time, Jin activates his all-seeing eye in 9 consecutive slashes, firing off a barrage of arrows with absolute precision. One of them pierces right through the monster's defenses, completely tearing off one of its arms. Watching this, some of the lower-rank hunters start thinking that maybe the creature is just huge and not actually that tough, not wanting to give all the credit to the SSS rank hunters. But suddenly, the sky begins to change, putting everyone on edge. Dark clouds roll in and lightning starts flashing in every direction. Before anyone can even react, 2 hunters are struck by lightning at ridiculous speed, instantly incinerating them and leaving nothing but ashes on the ground. Jin's eyes widen in sheer terror at the sight. Karina finally realizes the truth. The creature wasn't actually getting hurt, it was just playing with them. Right after, the monster starts charging up another massive sphere of blue energy in its mouth. Watching that absurd concentration of mana, Sho's heart sinks as he realizes their plans aren't working. Sho starts stacking multiple skills at once to activate his secret art. He charges straight at the monster, unleashing a power called Giant Hunter. But despite putting every ounce of his strength and concentration into the attack, Sho realizes the enemy's hide doesn't have a single scratch on it. Even so, Sho refuses to back down and decides to try the exact same move again. The monster keeps its eyes locked on him as that blue energy starts condensing in its mouth once more. To interrupt the attack, Sho strikes the creature directly in its teeth, shattering them with the force of his sword, but the impact completely shatters his blade too. The monster swings its massive arm. To defend himself, Sho blocks with his own arm to protect his head. The impact is so violent it triggers a massive explosion. Panicking, Karina screams Sho's name, desperately searching for him. Suddenly, the creature unleashes the magic from its mouth. Karina can't make sense of what's happening because it looks like the attack completely missed. But Bruce warns her to watch out. A massive bolt of lightning is coming straight down from the sky. Karina then realizes the monster wasn't actually aiming at them, but at something else, as lightning strikes rain down violently all over the island. Meanwhile, Eri suddenly snaps awake after someone calls her name. Finn thanks the gods that she's alive. Looking around, she asks what happened, since she can't remember anything after a sudden flash of light. Finn explains that Kokoro used his own body to shield them both from the lightning strike. He hasn't woken up yet, but he's in stable condition and should be fine. Their conversation is cut short by desperate screams. Aoki is running around, telling the Vane Guild to help the survivors, while another warrior yells for any available healers. Eri can barely process the sheer terror and destruction around her. Elsewhere, Sho opens his eyes, lying flat on the ground. It hits him that even a subordinate monster can actually be an overlord-level threat. Despite all the hunters using their skills, only physical attacks have done anything. The big problem now is that his sword is broken, leaving him completely weaponless. Starting to lose hope, he wonders if there's anything else he can use. As he gets up and looks toward the tower, Sho gets an idea. A halo appears over his head, his eyes glaze over, and he activates his secret art. Energy crackles all over his body. His muscles and veins feel like they're burning up, but Sho tells himself to hold on as long as he can, pouring all of his spiritual power into temporarily boosting his multi-computation ability. By fusing several skills together, Sho creates a brand new one called Supernatural Strength and Spirit, massively boosting his physical power. He then brings his hands together as if holding a sword, clenching his teeth with incredible force. With that, the tower beside him begins to heat up, bursting into flames. Karina is still trying to shoot the monster, but she notices its attention has shifted somewhere else. Over on the island, the tower is being swallowed by flames. The monster realizes what's happening and its expression changes instantly. Sho mutters that the enemy noticed too late. He activates his secret art and uses the tower as a weapon, slamming the giant hunter's skill right into the creature's head. It's a direct hit to the forehead, and the monster screams in pain. Even though it's injured, the monster starts charging magic in its mouth and fires it straight at Sho. Realizing the enemy is going all out until the very end, Sho takes the opportunity to strike it all over its body. Watching this, Bruce realizes he can't just stand by and watch. Karina keeps fighting too, shouting for Sho to crush the monster. Sho lets out a spontaneous smile when he hears his friend cheering him on. Meanwhile, the monster struggles to hold back the tower, but Sho yells for it to get crushed like a bug. The beast lets out a high-pitched shriek that echoes everywhere, followed by a massive explosion that sends debris flying in all directions. The hunters watching the fight go wild when they realize the monster is defeated. They all raise their hands and weapons to the sky, cheering for Sho. Meanwhile, Sho's body starts free-falling through the air. Worried, Karina flies toward him to catch him. A heavy crash shakes the ground. Karina manages to catch Sho just in time and asks if he's okay. The other hunters start running over, but she tells them to shut up and yells for someone to get a healer. Delicate hands hold Sho's hand as a voice calls his name. Eri is crying, desperately calling out to him. Jin tells her to calm down, but she's completely panicked. Karina gestures for silence and asks for just a minute. Slowly, Sho's breathing returns to normal. Turns out he's just asleep and very much alive. Relieved, Karina scolds him for giving them such a scare. Holding him in her lap, she whispers that he did an amazing job. Sometime later, Sho opens his eyes and sees his reflection in a ceiling tile. He's in a hospital bed and wonders where he is. The second he sits up, he gets tackled with hugs by Kokoro and Eri, who were worried sick. A bit flustered, he tells them both to calm down. Crying, Kokoro explains that Sho was out cold for 3 days, leaving everyone worried. Sho asks Finn if anything happened while he was asleep. Before the healer can even answer, Jin and Bruce rush over to him. Kane remarks that Karina really brought in a powerhouse of a rookie, one capable of taking down a monster like that. Sho is confused and asks what he means. Turning on a TV, Kane tells Sho to see for himself. The news channel is reporting on Sho, calling it a historic moment, as rumors claim he has surpassed SSS rank. In an interview, Karina says Sho is the strongest hunter she's ever met. She explains that the beast known as the Overlord was defeated by him, and mentions that the name actually makes sense since that's also the name of their guild. With all this news breaking, the relationship between the two hunters is still getting a ton of attention. Sho thinks Karina must have a good reason for giving the creature the exact same name from his past life. Meanwhile, Jin mentions that the Hunter Association is planning to create an X rank above SSS, specifically for their master. Eri and Finn think the title fits Sho perfectly. Bruce agrees, prompting Sho to ask if he's upset about losing his spot as the #1 hunter. Bruce says he couldn't care less about keeping that reputation. Besides, with monsters and dungeons getting tougher by the day, it's time for a new level of hunters to emerge. And to him, the The absolute best of this new generation is Kiritani Sho. As night falls over the city, the lights of towering skyscrapers turn on. Inside an office, the president of an organization asks if it's true that the Changryong Guild was completely wiped out during the raid. An employee confirms it, and a mug instantly flies past him, shattering against the wall. The president grumbles that it was great when the DeLong group collapsed because it allowed them to take their place. However, their very first mission was to deal with Jin's escape, and now the Blue Dragon Guild has been annihilated. Because of this, the president demands to know what they're supposed to tell the government. The employee tries to explain their next steps, but the president cuts him off, saying he's heard enough and orders him to get out. This is President Guak Ho Woon. Left alone, he starts wondering how Wang Hyun-gyong could have failed so badly. Even though Young Won self-destructed and they took over, nothing is going according to plan. The operation to retrieve and eliminate Jin failed, and Sho, the root of all their problems, is growing at an absurd rate. If things keep going like this, the government will abandon their conglomerate, and they had barely managed to secure those connections in the first place. Suddenly, someone interrupts the CEO's thoughts. A dark-looking man with shoulder-length hair comments that the boss seems to be in a tight spot and asks if he can make a proposal. It's Faye, the head of a multinational hunter dispatch agency, and he asks if Woon would like to join hands with Legion. Usually, hunters work to build up their reputation, but there are also those who operate in the underworld. Among them, a group called Legion is on the rise, and Faye is here to get Woon's answer. The president asks if the group really will do anything as long as the price is right. With a wicked smile, Faye replies that they can infiltrate, steal, and even commit assassination or start a war. Faye hands over a folder containing a list of hunters. Woon recognizes every single name. They're all people he's heard of at least once, including legends who have already retired from the front lines. This group definitely wasn't put together overnight. Now that they've taken DeLong's place, they need to solidify their position. Closing the folder, Woon asks if Faye can handle Kiritani Sho and Jin Baekji. With a sly grin, Faye says it won't be a problem and that they'll get to work as soon as they're ready. Meanwhile, a blacksmith is working hard at his forge when Sho suddenly appears, saying it's been a while. Sho explains he's here to ask for a favor. The blacksmith replies that he already saw the news videos and points out that Sho ended up breaking the Ashfire sword into tiny pieces. The blacksmith explains he only gave Sho the Ashfire because he lost a bet, and makes it clear he won't be doing any more favors for free. That's when Sho reveals he brought some materials the craftsman will definitely like. Seeing the massive claw in the young man's hand, the blacksmith is shocked. It's apart from the corpse of the lightning overlord, and he can feel an incomparable magical power radiating from it. Sho managed to defeat the creature by draining its spiritual energy. Since overlords usually have 6 ranks and the monster Maxby, which previously destroyed half of Osan, was just a scout, Sho knows these monsters typically act on their own while following orders. Their leader, the queen, died by his hand, which makes him wonder if a successor has already been born to take her place. Most likely, the queen herself resurrected. Either way, even stronger monsters are bound to show up in the future. That means everyone, especially the members of the Overlord Guild, needs to work hard to get stronger. While thinking about all this, Sho goes back to talking to the blacksmith. The man gets straight to the point and asks if Sho plans to make a weapon out of that claw to replace the Ashfire. Sho explains that he doesn't want to use it himself, and asks if there's anyone with a better compatibility with the lightning element than him. After a while, the scene cuts to the Vane Guild headquarters. The guildmaster called Aoki in for a talk. Curious about what's going on, her eyes go wide. The guildmaster mentions that the guild's situation has gotten really bad since the Babel Tower raid incident. Since the losses were so high, most of the participating guilds took a major hit. The man confesses that he realized the Vane Guild only grew as much as it did because they rode on Aoki's reputation. Worried, Aoki tells him not to say things like that, explaining she's incredibly grateful for all the help she received from them. But the guildmaster keeps going, telling her she's capable of much bigger things, and that Vane is just too small of a guild for her potential. He says he won't let his pride drag her down under any circumstances. With a smile, he thanks her for everything she's done and for all her hard work. A little later, the Vane Guildmaster is standing in a hallway, breathing heavily and looking increasingly anxious. Sho approaches him, and the master asks what brings him there. Sho explains he needed to talk to Aoki and heard she was in a meeting with him. With a relieved smile, the man says that since it's Sho, everything will be fine. He grabs Sho's hand with both of his and begs him, from the bottom of his heart, to take care of Aoki. Then, he turns and walks down the hallway, leaving Sho completely confused by his reaction. Inside the room, Aoki stares at the empty chair with conflicting thoughts. She wonders what it even means to be Korea's #1, and how much she must have worried Eri before. She also realizes she can't fight alongside Sho and the others, and has no idea what she'll do if the Vane Guild goes under. While she's lost in thought, talking to herself, Someone knocks on the door. Sho walks in, repeating the exact question she just asked herself. Embarrassed and trying to hide that she was crying, she asks what he's doing there. Without wasting any time, Sho pulls out a weapon and says he wanted to give her something. Aoki's eyes instantly light up the moment she sees it. It's Astrip, a heavy spear that summons lightning, crafted by a master artisan using rare materials to embody divine punishment. Sho explains he's giving her the spear because she's the best fit for the lightning element. He tells her not to feel pressured, explaining the weapon was custom made for her because she's the best lightning-wielding warrior he knows. Aoki asks why he's being so kind to her, but he doesn't really have an answer. With an emotional smile, she says she'll do everything she can to repay him for this investment. Sho gives a slight smirk. He warns her that if she plans on doing something, she'd better act fast, because he won't have much time. He explains he's going abroad for a while to look for something. Aoki asks where he's going, and Sho tells her his destination is Hong Kong. Once in Hong Kong, Sho walks down the street complaining about the terrible heat. Jin Baekji asks him to explain why they came to this country, and Sho answers that they're here for a new weapon. He reminds her that his old sword broke into tiny pieces during the last battle, and that there's an auction in Hong Kong that sells some really good weapons. Sho mentions he remembered that Jin knew someone to guide them around the city. With a cheerful smile, she confirms she knows a guide who should be arriving soon. Right on cue, a well-maintained white car pulls up to them. A girl with shoulder-length red hair gets out of the car and asks if she is indeed Jin Baekji. Thrilled, Jin calls out to Ryo-wan, and the two friends hug to catch up. Jin introduces her friend to Sho, explaining that she's the guild master of the Hwangchung Guild. Ryo-wan reaches out to shake his hand. Smiling, Sho greets her and says he heard about the time she stopped the rift flood in Hong Kong 12 years ago. Ryo-wan then invites them both to her place, and they get into the car to head out. On the way, the redhead mentions she was surprised to hear her friend joined a guild as a vice leader. She apologizes for not reaching out sooner, explaining she wanted to recruit Jin to her own guild, but Jin was hired too quickly. Jin smiles, saying she's just happy to see her friend after all this time, and explains they came to Hong Kong because Sho is looking for a weapon. Sho takes the opportunity to ask if it's true that Surya is holding an auction. Hearing this, Ryo-wan gets visibly shaken. Confused by her reaction, Sho asks if they aren't talking about the weapons forged by Aziz, the sinister hooded man known as Aziz al-Malik. After the awakening, Aziz overthrew the government of a war-torn nation, made himself king, and founded the terrorist group Mulak. Known as the world-devouring necromancer for his ability to control the dead, he is considered the world's worst criminal. Since undead also appeared during the symposium attack, Aziz must have some connection to the Talmoim since the Lion Mask Man's death. Plus, the sudden appearance of the missing Surya for a public auction seems incredibly suspicious. Ryo-wan explains that the weapon wasn't made normally. It was forged through the sacrifice of countless people. Sho's expression turns serious as he thinks about this physical weapon, supposedly recreated by the world's worst criminal. Crossing his arms, he thinks to himself that rumors like Surya being responsible for Syria's rapid desertification are hard to believe. Ryo-wan warns him that if they really plan to go after Surya, they better be prepared. The starting bid will be in the trillions, attracting the ultra-rich. At that moment, Sho pulls out a massive stack of winning lottery tickets, making Jin's eyes pop. With this, money won't be an issue. Glancing suspiciously through the rearview mirror, Ryo-wan asks if Sho has some kind of luck-related skill. With a subtle smile, he replies, "It's something like that." He then changes the subject, asking if there's any news on Aziz, but Ryo-wan says everyone believes he has no interest in Surya. In fact, the most common rumor is that Aziz never created her to be used as a weapon, but simply to show off the scale of his sacrifices. She concludes he's likely hiding, waiting for the auction to start. Elsewhere, in a dark, dimly lit room, a door opens. A hooded man approaches Lord Aziz, reporting that Surya was put up for auction as planned, as the organizers accepted the offer despite knowing what the weapon was. Raising his head, Aziz mocks the organizers' greed, saying they rushed into this without knowing their place. The informant comments that this means even more infidels will be offered as sacrifices, which plays right into their hands. He adds that all seats for the day are already filled, which should be enough to satisfy Surya's hunger. Aziz fires back, asking if his subordinate really thinks that amount is enough. Startled, the man admits he doesn't. Aziz stands up, stating that Surya's greed is so massive that no one would dare try to measure it. The hooded man explains with conviction that once unleashed, the weapon will spiral out of control to feed its hunger. He then reminds his boss that everyone knows exactly what to do the moment Surya takes the stage. Feeding fish in an aquarium, Aziz cracks an evil smile and declares this will be the greatest auction in history, an event no one will ever forget. Sometime later, the car pulls up outside the auction venue. As they arrive, Ryo-wan says she'll wait outside. Sho asks why she isn't coming in, and she smiles, replying, she doesn't care much for these kinds of events, and more than anything, doesn't want to get in her friend's way. While looking around, Sho is called by Jin. She changed her outfit to fit the auction's dress code and, a bit embarrassed, asks what he thinks. Flustered, Sho says it looks great on her, but quickly realizes this was all Ryawan's doing, since she lent her the clothes. As they walk, a mocking voice comments that a breath of fresh air just passed by. The hunter Kiramoto appears, complaining out of jealousy that it's enough to make him sick. He then sarcastically asks if Sho has won Jin's heart too. Sho fires back, asking Kiramoto if he came all this way to look for a new fashionable helmet. The tease instantly pisses Kiramoto off, completely changing the mood. He raises his voice, asking if Sho really thinks he wears that heavy gear just for fashion. Jin steps in and explains she heard Kiramoto has suffered from a severe bronchial issue since before his awakening, which is why he has to wear the helmet. Crossing his arms, Kiramoto snaps back, saying that unlike Sho, who's just there to stroll around with a woman, he came to the auction looking for a recovery item. Gripping one of his spheres, the hunter warns Sho not to get cocky just because he beat him once, pointing out that someone's life is on the line and this is no time for games. With a serious look, Sho replies that he doesn't dislike Kiramoto enough to make a joke out of something that important. Jin steps up and tells Kiramoto he can trust Sho, revealing that Sho also helped save her sick younger brother. Still, Sho points out they aren't close enough for him to just hand over the item, making Kiramoto accuse him of playing games again. But Sho just smiles, brushing it off, and explains he just needs a little favor during the auction. A bit later, the auction starts, and everyone takes their seats with their bidding paddles. Jin, Sho, and Kiramoto sit side by side. Sho explains he needs Kiramoto to use his future sight to read the other bidders' offers. Looking over the crowd, Kiramoto starts calling out the numbers and asks if that's all he needs to do. Sho confirms, explaining his only target is Surya, so the hunter only needs to feed him the numbers when that item comes up. Meanwhile, backstage, a blue-haired man reports that all preparations are complete. Aziz asks about Surya and gets confirmation that the weapon will be brought to the stage right after the next lot. Up on stage, the auctioneer enthusiastically announces that the moment has finally arrived. Still backstage, the blue-haired man mentions he doesn't understand why he was called in. Aziz replies that he needs his healing skill, leaving the subordinate confused enough to ask if Aziz is hurt or feeling unwell. The cloaked man says no, explaining he just needs the properties of a healing type skill because they are much closer to cell proliferation. Taking off one of his gloves, Aziz asks the healer if he knows why he was chosen to be part of such an important moment. The man humbly replies he doesn't, saying it's just an honor to be of use. Aziz praises his attitude and tells him to just let go and go with the flow. The next second, Aziz activates his SS rank skill, Mutant Flower, which can break the limits of human DNA and trigger infinite cell proliferation. The man's body completely loses its shape, exploding into an unrecognizable mass of flesh. Watching the scene with a satisfied smile, Aziz declares he will never forget his sacrifice. Back on stage, the auctioneer hypes up the crowd, telling them to get ready for the next item. Pointing to a sword resting inside a casket, he reveals it's the legendary weapon created by Aziz, called Surya. The moment it's unveiled, the sword starts radiating an incredibly dark, oppressive energy, instantly making everyone uncomfortable. The crowd murmurs in awe at the terrifying aura. Kiramoto confirms the weapon is the real deal, and Sho also senses the strange, dangerous, and sinister energy. As Surya's threatening aura grows stronger, Kiramoto looks around at the bidders, saying they first need to find out what the starting bid is. Suddenly, something goes completely off script. Stunned, Kiramoto notices his vision has turned completely red and wonders what's happening. Right then, the ceiling starts cracking in several spots. Suddenly, the deformed mass of flesh that used to be a human crashes down onto the stage, horrifying everyone. Chaos erupts as the panicked crowd tries to figure out what just fell. Right on cue, a cloaked man quietly appears and mutters, "Ignite!" The mass of flesh violently explodes right towards Surya. The blast sends the auctioneer flying, while the sword breaks free from its case. Free from its container, Surya starts absorbing all the leftover energy from the exploded body. A second later, a massive explosion tears through the auction house with a deafening roar. Panic takes over the room. People are screaming for help, realizing they're trapped under the rubble. Sho immediately checks to see if Jin is okay. She nods and points to the stage, warning him that Surya is gone. Nearby, someone is desperately crying out, pinned under the debris. Looking around at the chaos, Kiramoto realizes this is a total nightmare, and he immediately suspects that Aziz has finally put his plan into motion. Sho holds up a green orb, the heavenly mandate cure, and explains that it can heal congenital disabilities and physical defects. The sheer value of the reward makes Kiramoto curse before accepting the offer. He admits that a bribe like that is impossible to turn down, and agrees to join the group. Sho says their absolute priority right now is to capture Surya before it's too late. While he doesn't know exactly what Aziz is planning, he's certain that a weapon created through human sacrifice will never lead to anything good. Kiramoto asks if Sho even knows where Surya fled. Sho replies that a weapon like that will naturally seek out a crowded place to feed, concluding that the sword's most likely destination is downtown Hong Kong. Meanwhile, in the heart of Hong Kong, a female figure appears looking down at the crowd. Satisfied, she notes that there are plenty of people around, which isn't bad at all. Licking her lips, The girl remarks that the quality of these souls is much lower than what she tasted back on the stage, but it's still refreshing. An oblivious man walks by, talking on his phone, when the young girl reaches her hand out toward him. Instantly, he bursts into flames. The crowd panics as they watch the victim catch fire out of nowhere. Within seconds, the man's body is completely consumed by the flames and crumbles into sand. Now in the form of a young girl, Surya begins to float, announcing that it's finally dinner time. Quickly, downtown Hong Kong is engulfed in a massive fire as countless people spontaneously combust. A breaking news broadcast reports that a massive fire of unknown origin has suddenly broken out in the heart of the city. Jin shows the news report to Sho, who confirms it's Surya's doing. Since it's not too far away, he says they need to get there immediately to stop her. Just then, a car screeches to a halt, and the driver calls out to Sho and Jin. It's Raiwan, and she warns them of another emergency. A rift overflow has just occurred near the airport, and a giant dragon-like monster has emerged. Shocked, Jin asks how this could be happening at the exact same time Surya is causing chaos. Sho quickly makes a decision. He tells Jin to go with Raiwan to handle the rift overflow, while he and Kiramoto take care of Surya. Though worried, Jin agrees and tells her master to be careful. With the plan set, the two teams head in opposite directions. The destruction in downtown Hong Kong is already devastating. Buildings are ablaze and the streets are ruined, looking like a literal hellscape. Impressed, Kiramoto remarks that it's unbelievable for someone to set an entire city on fire in such a short time. Looking around, Sho notes that at least the trail of destruction saves them the trouble of searching for their target. Spotting a figure in the distance, Sho's face goes serious. He admits that in all his time as a hunter, he's never seen anything like this. He wonders if this is Soraya's true form, and looking at the creature, he concludes that the story about the human sacrifice was true. The fragment of a sealed god really is inside that sword. Soraya glares at them, asking who the intruders are and complaining that she was finally enjoying her walk after so long. With a dark smile, she asks if they plan to ruin her fun, but quickly changes her mind, noting that unlike the regular trash around here, these two look like they'll be a lot more fun to burn. Kiramoto doesn't even bother to reply. He readies his magic orbs, complains about the girl's attitude, and fires. The projectiles graze Surya's face. Wiping away a small scratch, the creature admits they are better than the others she's faced, but says this is still child's play. She then summons a massive tornado of fire, declaring that their attack doesn't even pose a threat. The flames roar right between Sho and Kiramoto, forcing them to dive out of the way as massive explosions blow the fronts off the surrounding buildings. Seeing the destruction spiral out of control, Kiramoto says they need to wrap this up fast and asks Sho how long it'll take him to put her down. Sho jokingly replies that his potential weapon is totally out of control, asking how he's supposed to handle this. Kiramoto asks if he could win if he had a proper sword. Without missing a beat, Sho confidently says victory is guaranteed. Mumbling about his partner's arrogance, Kiramoto hands him a katana called Nenakiramaru A+, which gets a special bonus when attacking intangible targets. Gripping the sword, Sho thanks him for the gift, praises the quality of SSS-class hunter gear, and says he'll put it to good use. With no time to waste, Sho charges straight at Surya, who glares back with a creepy grin. She easily blocks his strike and smiles, praising his skills and saying it'll make devouring him taste even better. Right then, Kiramoto fires another volley of energy spheres. Before the projectiles can hit her, Surya easily blocks them. She glares at Kiramoto, calling him Helmet Man, and snaps that he's getting incredibly annoying. She throws one of the spheres right back at him. Kiramoto barely dodges it and complains that he almost died, telling Sho to pick up the pace. But Sho just replies that a little blast like that wouldn't kill him. As he analyzes Surya, Sho realizes that even though her stats are ridiculously high, her actual combat technique is incredibly basic. She's just throwing around massive amounts of fire and using predictable, repetitive attacks with zero strategy. While blocking his katana strikes, Surya calls him a slippery eel and angrily demands he just die already. Watching her every move, Sho notices her swings are way too wide. Spotting an opening, he dodges her next strike to counterattack right in her blind spot. But before he can land the blow, she triggers a skill called Superheated Hell. A firestorm completely swallows Sho, turning the entire area into an oven. Convinced she's won, Surya screams for him to burn to ashes. Kiramoto panics and screams Sho's name as the heat blasts right through his protective suit, unable to believe how intense the fire is. Surya laughs, mocking him and asking if he's already melted. But a calm voice cuts through the roaring flames, apologizing for ruining her fun. Sho explains that he knows fire better than anyone, and fire element attacks simply don't work on him. He's using a skill called Avatar of Fire, which grants him total immunity to fire damage. Shocked, Surya asks how a human could possibly survive that. Gripping the Nenakiramaru tight, Sho glares at her and says it's his turn to attack. The look on Surya's face quickly changes. Suddenly, she flares up with even more fire, screaming at Sho not to make her laugh. A massive explosion rips through the city buildings. Kiramoto is completely stuck. If he gets any closer, he'll melt, even with his protective gear on. Furious, Surya asks how mere humans dare defy her, declaring that now that she's cleared out any interference, they can finally have some real fun. Sho realizes that since he's the only one immune to fire, she's trying to keep Kiramoto out of the fight to make things much harder for him. Losing her temper, Surya says she has a backup plan since her flames aren't working. Channeling energy into her hands, she declares she'll just tear him to shreds with her bare claws. She unleashes a flurry of violent strikes, but Sho blocks every single one with his sword. However, one of her claws slips past his guard, grazing his face and drawing blood. Surya licks the blood off her hand, letting out a creepy smile as she talks about how amazing it tastes. But before she can even enjoy the moment, Sho's wound starts healing right before her eyes, thanks to his super regeneration skill. Shocked, she watches the cut completely vanish and wonders what kind of trick he's pulling. Instead of answering, Sho goes right on the attack with a Spectra reversal slash. Surya manages to block it by crossing her arms in front of her face. Even though she's annoyed, she admits that Sho is easily the strongest human she's ever fought. Right after, she parries his strike and blows him back, declaring that no matter how hard he struggles, he's still just a human, while she is destined to become a goddess. As they exchange blows, Surya notices that Sho is staying incredibly calm and looks completely unscathed. She realizes this must be why Aziz never used him. Spinning around, she prepares another claw attack, lunging forward until her nails are inches from Sho's eye. But right before she can land the finishing blow, Sho completely vanishes. Using a movement skill, he reappears right behind her and swings. Even though she's caught off guard, Surya blocks the strike, getting more and more excited as she yells that this is getting really fun. As the fight drags on, Sho notices the city is taking massive collateral damage and realizes he needs to wrap this up fast. Surya, on the other hand, couldn't care less about the destruction and just keeps spamming attacks. Suddenly, Sho starts moving around her so fast that she calls him slippery. Turning to face him, Surya points out that he's finally stopped running and asks if this is going to be his final strike. Right in front of her, Sho plants his feet, his signature halo appearing over his head as he grips his sword with both hands. Sho points out that throughout the entire fight, Surya hasn't dodged a single one of his attacks. She's only blocked and countered. She laughs and says the answer is obvious. There's no point in dodging human attacks that can't even hurt her. Sho cracks a small smile and tells her that in that case, she should try taking his next hit. With a firm grip on his sword, Sho channels all his power, prepping his ultimate technique. Showing zero hesitation, Surya charges him, screaming for him to just die already. Before she can reach him, Sho blitzes forward like a bolt of lightning, cloaked in intense blue energy. An instant later, he tears right through her. A massive explosion of violet energy erupts behind Sho as Surya takes the full devastating force of the attack. Scratching his head, Sho mutters that her arrogance made the fight way easier than he expected. Right after, her body vanishes, turning back into a sword. Looking down at the weapon on the ground, Sho sees she's back in her original form. Just then, his phone rings. On the other end, they ask how things are looking downtown. Jin reports that things are pretty much wrapped up on their end too. The monster is down, and cleanup crews are already on it. Relieved, Sho says it's great the crisis was resolved so fast, and tells them that he and Kirimoto will head over to meet them right away. Kirimoto slowly walks over, clenching his fist as he yells Sho's name. Sho greets him and thanks him for all his help during the fight. Instead of accepting the thanks, Kirimoto completely snaps when he sees the state of the Nenakirimaru. Looking down at the weapon, Sho realizes only the sheath is left. The blade has been completely melted down. Furious, Kirimoto reminds him the sword was a gift and demands compensation, on top of the elixir he was promised. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a figure wearing a bear mask reports that not only did they fail to power up Surya, but Eagle also failed to retrieve the sword. Another person in a white mask comments that Surya ended up in Sho's hands, making an already troublesome opponent even more dangerous. He then asks what Eagle is up to. Apparently, Eagle is planning his next move to make up for the failure and is going to deploy Mutalek directly. The bear-masked figure asks if they should go retrieve Surya right away, but the one in the white mask tells him not to rush, reminding him that their own tasks are way more important. He says Surya is a weapon of immense power that no one has ever been able to fully control. When asked about Eagle, the white-masked man replies that Mutalek is Eagle's subordinate, so for now they should just sit back and watch. Finally, he orders his subordinate to take advantage of the chaos Eagle is causing and focus all their efforts on preparing their main plan. He concludes that while Eagle might not be reliable, the fanatics following him are absolutely loyal. Sometime later, Inside the massive Overlord Guild headquarters, Sho is walking in a hurry, saying he can't wait any longer. It's been a few days since the incident with Surya. He stops in front of the sword and asks how long she plans on staying cooped up. The sword doesn't make a sound, but it trembles slightly. Since she's not cooperating, Sho warns her that she's leaving him no choice. He snaps his fingers and says he'll just have to force her out. Before he can do anything, the sword finally begins to emit a fiery energy. Now, in her human form, Surya says she never thought a mere human would get so cocky after winning just one battle. Checking her stats again, Sho realizes her power is truly unbelievable. While he's lost in thought, Surya asks if he summoned her all by himself. Smiling, Sho says he wants to have a serious talk with his newest weapon. Surya bursts out laughing and asks if that annoying guy in the helmet isn't showing up today. She promises that this time, she's going to devour him once and for all. Sho grabs her arm and accepts the challenge. Landing a powerful punch, he tells her it's time to punish those who won't listen to reason. Still on the ground from the impact of the blow, Surya threatens to kill him with her bare hands. But before she can even get up, Sho is already standing right over her, ready to strike again. Surya can barely keep up with his movements. Sho unleashes a rapid barrage of punches at incredible speed. Once the dust settles, she's lying on the ground in severe pain. Looking worried, she asks Sho what he wants. He tells her he wants to make a contract. She must lend him her power and promise not to turn on him. If she doesn't want to sign the deal, she'll be destroyed, because he doesn't need an uncontrollable nuclear weapon lying around. Clearly furious, she gnashes her teeth and curses at him. But as Sho starts charging up another punch, she realizes she has no choice but to agree. Smiling, Sho is glad he finally secured his new weapon. A while later, Sho is walking through the building when he runs into Aoki. He stops and asks what she's doing there. Getting straight to the point, she asks to join his guild. Surprised by the sudden request, Sho asks if she talked to her guild leader. Aoki replies that she always pays her debts, which reminds Sho of when she told him she hated just receiving favors and preferred to pay him back on the battlefield. Aoki plans to settle that debt by joining his guild, and she also reveals that her promotion to SSS rank has officially been confirmed. Sho realizes she really did get a lot stronger in such a short time. She explains that she decided to join him after leveling up because she wants to fight by his side as an equal. With a smile, she adds that the Bane Guild has proposed a merger with Overlord. This makes Sho pretty happy, since they are considered the top guild in the country. Aoki assures him that Sho would remain the guild master even after the merger, especially since things might get complicated for him once he reaches X rank. The experience and power of the nation's #1 guild would be incredibly useful to him, which she feels is more than enough to pay back everything she owes him. Before Sho can answer, Kishida runs up shouting his name. Embarrassed by the interruption, Kishida greets Aoki but quickly warns them that the Hunter Association president is there to see Sho. The president approaches, bows, and apologizes for the sudden visit. He says he needs to get straight to the point because there's no time to lose. In a panic, the man reveals that Kane has been defeated. Aoki is shocked by the news, and Sho asks for more details. The president explains that the United Nations forces started acting strange after the battle against Aziz's organization began, pointing to the attack on the symposium Sho attended. To handle that situation and the Surya incident, they called in Kane, the world's top hunter, but things went completely wrong. Anxiously, the president explains that the terrorist organization used a secret ability that spread tumors all over Kane's body. Sho finds it hard to believe that someone with Kane's skills could be taken out of commission, wondering what kind of power they could have possibly used against him. The president bows again, begging for Sho's help as an X-rank hunter. Sho simply asks where he needs to go, saying he needs the location so he can get a plane as fast as possible. The president immediately orders his assistant to prep the association's private jet. Sho invites Aoki to tag along. Since the entire Overlord Guild is leaving, she agrees right away. With her eyes sparkling with excitement now that she's part of Sho's guild, she promises she'll be ready in a second. A little later, a helicopter approaches a UN military base. Inside the facility, several SSS-class hunters are already gathered, as a soldier stands at the front of the table to start the meeting. The soldier introduces himself as Eric Mudner, the commander of the operation against Mutilak, and says he'll be briefing them on the mission. Pointing to a map, Eric explains that everyone will head to the location of Aziz's base. The team will be split into two groups, A and B, for a simultaneous infiltration. Meanwhile, Hunter Jin will handle rear support alongside the military forces. Departure is scheduled for 3 hours after sunset. Norman raises his hand and questions if it's really necessary to split hunters of their caliber into two teams, arguing that a frontal assault would be more than enough. Eric replies that it's just a precaution, since one of the enemy scouts can manipulate sand. Norman crosses his arms, realizing the mission won't be as simple as he thought. Eric confirms his concerns and warns them to expect SS-class fighters or higher, reminding everyone not to let their guard down. That night in the desert, a few birds fight for space over an old rifle partially buried in the sand. Shortly after, the Overlord Guild hunters move in, fully prepared to start the operation. Eri finds the silence around them strange. Finn replies that this is likely Aziz's doing, since his ability allows him to control corpses, adding that the enemy's real goal has always been to gather bodies. As the group moves forward, Kishida quietly approaches Sho. Speaking in a low voice, he points to a man and asks who he is, noting that since he was at the briefing, he must be a high-level hunter. Unfazed, Sho replies that it's Hunter Kiramoto. The revelation shocks everyone. Noticing their reaction, Kiramoto casually remarks that it's no fun when he's recognized so easily, since now he doesn't even need his helmet. Remembering the medicine he got from Sho, Kiramoto admits that none of this would be possible without it, and bows his head to thank him in his own way. Sho doesn't even react to the gesture, prompting Kiramoto to complain that he could at least say something when someone is thanking him. Before the conversation can go any further, Kiramoto senses a hostile presence and yells for all units to prepare for combat. When they ask where the attack is coming from, they get their answer instantly as a hand bursts through the sand. A second later, countless undead begin crawling out of the ground, reaching to grab the hunter's feet. Kishida scoffs, saying a few zombies are no threat to him anymore. But then he spots Eri running in the opposite direction and calls out to her. Eri points to the sky, warning everyone that something much worse is coming. They all look up and see a massive army of undead charging right at them. Sho yells for everyone to get down. Gripping his sword, Surya, he unleashes his secret technique, sea parting. The massive slash tears through countless zombies in a single blow, but the sea of undead doesn't shrink at all. No matter how many he destroys, more just keep rising. Realizing the situation is getting out of hand, Eri calls out Sho's name, terrified. Suddenly, a violent burst of energy erupts across the battlefield. Sho instantly recognizes the spell. It's the exact same teleportation magic used during the Tower of Babel incident. A sinister purple energy blankets the entire area. Sho quickly pieces it together. The zombie army was just a distraction to split up their squad. Determined to grab onto whoever is closest, Sho reaches out and manages to catch someone before they disappear completely. It's Aoki, but she's already sinking into quicksand. Sho realizes they've been teleported right into the center of a trap, likely caused by sand manipulation magic. Looking around, Sho sees that only he and Aoki were dragged to this spot. He tells her to stop moving, warning her that the more she struggles, the faster she'll sink. In a complete panic, Aoki has already sunk up to her waist. Sho tells her to hold her breath and to do exactly what he says the moment they're fully submerged. Watching from a distance, a hooded man laughs at their struggle. It's McCain, a follower of Aziz and member of Mutalak. He mutters about how amusing it is to watch humans squirm like bugs. As a massive sand tornado forms around the trap, he declares this place will be their grave. Knowing this is their only shot, Sho screams for Aoki to act now. Confident in his victory, McCain mocks them, asking if this is really the best an ex-hunter can do. But before he can even finish his sentence, a slash cuts right through his shoulder. Bewildered, McCain collapses to the ground, completely dazed. He looks around in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he couldn't even see his opponent's movement. Looking up, he sees Sho and Aoki, already free from the trap. Panicking, he demands to know how they escaped his sand hell. Sho explains that Aoki used her electricity to turn the sand into glass, and then he simply shattered it with his sword. He adds that since McCain can only control sand, turning it into solid rock completely ruins his magic. With a cold glare, Sho says he has a few questions, promising to spare McCain's life if he cooperates. Clutching his wound, McCain says he's ashamed to have failed, but vows to remain loyal to Aziz to the very end. He throws open his coat, revealing a vest packed with explosives. Without hesitation, he lunges at Sho in a desperate suicide attack. Sho reacts instantly, decapitating McCain in a single swing, neutralizing the bombs before they can detonate. Sheathing his sword, Sho realizes it was a last-second kamikaze attack. He notes that the enemy chose to die rather than risk leaking any information. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Finn and a visibly exhausted Eri are staring at a terrifying sight. Kishida has been captured and is currently being choked to death by a man wearing a turban. Another blast of purple energy rips through the battlefield. The scene then cuts to show exactly what happened to Kishida, Finn, and Eri after they were teleported. As soon as Finn gets back on his feet, he asks Eri if she's okay, and though she's shaken, she says yes. Finn immediately turns to check on Kishida, but before Kishida can even answer, he screams for everyone to get down. A massive wave of purple energy sweeps right toward them. Kishida raises his spear and blocks the attack with everything he's got, struggling to shield his teammates from the blast. Holding his ground against the impact, he shouts for Finn and Eri to fall back immediately and provide support from a distance. Just then, the sound of a sword dragging across the ground echoes across the battlefield. A man wearing a turban and wielding a massive sword slowly approaches. It's Urus, another one of Aziz's followers. Kishida realizes that close quarters combat is a huge disadvantage for Finn and Eri. With Sho not by his side, he realizes it's entirely up to him to protect them. Determined, he unleashes a rapid flurry of spear thrusts. Urus dodges every single strike with absolute ease, looking completely effortless. Right after, he rams the sheath of his massive sword hard into Kishida's stomach. Seeing him fly backward, Eri screams his name in sheer panic. With a smug grin, Urus mocks them, saying the fight is incredibly disappointing, and that he expected more from members of the pseudo-celebrity Kiritani Show's guild. Even though he's hurt, Kishida drags himself back up and warns the enemy not to insult his brother. Still feeling the impact of the blow, he wonders how someone that massive can move so fast. Urus praises his durability, saying that at this rate, the fight might actually stay fun for a little longer. Meanwhile, Eri quietly starts preparing a skill to help her ally. Not even caring about what she's doing, Urus reveals that he isn't dodging because he's faster, but simply because he knows exactly where every strike is going to land. Finn and Eri are shocked that the enemy can read their attacks so easily. Urus explains that his skill allows him to instantly tell a real attack from a feint, as well as the exact direction the strike is coming from. He boasts that any attempt to fight back is completely useless against his power. Noticing Eri trying to make a move, Urus snaps at her not to interrupt him while he's talking. Gripping his giant sword, he switches targets and charges straight at Finn and Eri, declaring he'll eliminate them first since they're just dead weight. But before he can reach them, a yellow energy flashes right in front of him. Urus lands, bracing himself on his sword, and immediately recognizes the energy as a healing type skill. Realizing the kids are trying to stop his movements by rapidly growing tumors on him, he admits it's a creative technique. Finn's eyes widen as he asks how he figured that out. Urus replies that his own group has someone with a similar ability, meaning approaching Finn carelessly would be dangerous. Because of this, he decides to change his plans. But before he can make his next move, Kishida spots an opening and lunges forward with a spear thrust. Urus effortlessly blocks the attack and grabs Kishida by the throat with one hand. Watching this happen, Eri desperately screams her teammate's name. Holding him in a chokehold, Urus says that those who overestimate their own strength are destined to die young. The pressure is so intense that blood starts dripping from Kishida's nose. As he suffocates, he remembers a conversation he had with Sho. His brother had asked if his head always hurt whenever he used his racial skill. Kishida had said yes, especially around his temples, and asked if it was some kind of side effect. Sho explained that the racial skill belongs to the High Dragon clan, and the pain was likely because horns were trying to grow out of his head. Terrified, Kishida grabbed his head and complained that couldn't happen, joking that he hadn't even gotten a girlfriend yet and was already growing horns. Sho just laughed at his panic and told him to relax, saying he was still a long way from that level. Even so, Kishida asked what would happen if he actually did reach that level one day, and Sho replied that if he did, he might finally acknowledge a bit of his potential. Back in the present, Urus raises his other hand to deliver the final blow, but before he can strike, he's forced to let go as he senses a sudden surge of unfamiliar energy. Backing away to regain his stance, Urus looks up to see Kishida completely transformed, with a tail growing behind him and horns sprouting from his head. Urus keeps his cool and asks what this transformation is supposed to be. Stepping into his battle stance, Kishida replies that it's the result of all his hard work, even calling the form the crystallization of love. Urus just laughs it off, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Drawing his sword again, the villain declares that even if Kishida is stronger or faster now, he can still predict every single move he makes. But Kishida's transformation immediately catches him off guard. In the blink of an eye, the boy vanishes and reappears right behind Urus. Shocked, the warrior realizes he couldn't even follow his movement, concluding that this form specializes in speed. Still, Urus keeps his confidence, believing his ability is more than enough to predict any incoming attack. His eyes glow a deep emerald green as he focuses to predict the next move, but a split second later, the tip of Kishida's spear is already brushing against his neck. For the first time, Urus fails to fully predict an attack, barely managing to raise his sword at the last second to block it. Kishida tells him that if he can read all his attacks, then he'll just have to strike faster than his eyes can follow. Furious, Urus asks if the boy really thinks he relies on that one ability. Swinging his massive sword, the warrior unleashes a brutal flurry of attacks, claiming the end result will still be the same. Kishida blocks every single strike and tells Urus he still doesn't get what actually changed with this transformation, leaving the villain puzzled. The next second, Kishida spins around and reveals the real difference. His new tail whips out from behind and hits Urus hard on the back of his neck. Even though he takes the hit, the warrior tries to counterattack. Right then, however, a blue energy wraps around his body, completely paralyzing him. Finn and Eri had jumped in to support, and Finn yells that this is their perfect chance to end the fight. Kishida looks at his opponent and repeats the exact words Urus said to him earlier. Those who overestimate their own strength are destined to die young. Eating his words, a frustrated and angry Urus admits he never thought he'd lose to a rookie. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man holding a glass of ice remarks that he didn't expect the kid to make it this far. Wearing an eagle mask, Aziz calmly watches the scene play out. Sho approaches with a confident look, holding Surya tightly. Staring at the newcomer, the masked man asks if he abandoned his own teammates just to face him directly, calling him cold-hearted. But but Sho calmly replies that he trusts his allies, and that his team is more than capable of handling Aziz's followers. Sho and Aziz clash, locking swords in an intense struggle of raw strength. Testing his opponent's power, Aziz mentions he had high expectations for Sho as an X-class hunter, but asks if this is really all he's got. Gripping Surya with both hands, Sho channels his energy and prepares one of his techniques. In the next instant, he swings a powerful horizontal slash that blows them both back. The impact is so devastating it destroys part of the building they're fighting in. Despite the show of force, Aziz smiles and says he can't wait to see the look on Sho's friends' faces when they find his dead body. Without hesitating, Sho charges again and declares that will never happen, because the only one dying here is the villain himself. The masked man grips his weapon tightly and unleashes a flurry of thrusts. Sho blocks every single strike while keeping his focus on his sword, calling out Surya's name in his mind. Immediately, the blade starts glowing with a bright, fiery red energy. Recognizing the aura, Aziz's eyes widen in sheer shock. Sho takes advantage of the hesitation and goes on the offensive. As he blocks the strike, Aziz remarks that when he heard the plan failed, he had his suspicions, but he never imagined Sho would actually manage to tame Surya. Sho calmly tells Aziz to just give up. The masked man laughs it off, calling him way too cocky. He asks Sho if he really thinks he doesn't have a trump card up his sleeve. Not giving him a chance to finish, Sho lunges forward again, calling his bluff. But then, a ring on Aziz's hand starts glowing brightly. It's an artifact capable of controlling a target's actions for a brief moment. Using the ring, Aziz instantly seals Surya's powers. Satisfied, the villain points out that while Sho managed to bond with the sword incredibly fast, from here on out, it's nothing but a regular weapon. Convinced he's got the upper hand again, Aziz goes back on the offensive. During the clash, one of his strikes slips past Sho's defense and cuts his arm. Seeing the blood, Aziz smirks and declares it's over. Right after, the wound begins to swell grotesquely, and Sho instantly recognizes the symptoms of the death flower. Aziz laughs hysterically, telling Sho he's going to end up just like Cain, dying and turning into a hideous mass of flesh. Without panicking, Sho immediately activates his mana control, channeling a powerful wave of healing energy to suppress the ability. Aziz is surprised to see this, but asks how Sho plans to defeat him now that Surya is powerless. Even without the sword's strength, Sho replies that taking Aziz down still won't be a problem. Aziz admits that might be true for someone who already defeated the butterfly, the lion, and the dragon, but declares he isn't letting his pride get in the way. This unexpected move catches Sho off guard. Aziz lets a red liquid drip onto his ring and summons a new creation, calling out for Mosaic to answer his command. A blinding red light floods the entire room. Meanwhile, outside, Eri, Kishida, and Finn are still fighting off a massive horde of undead. Suddenly, Sho's body comes crashing through the building's window, landing right in front of them and shocking everyone. Kishida looks at him and asks if he already took care of Aziz. Sho says not yet. He warns the group that the enemy got Surya back and did something to the sword, telling everyone to be extremely careful. Right then, a massive purple magic circle appears under Kiramoto's feet. Confused, the hunter realizes his future vision has completely vanished and knows something is terribly wrong. Panicking, Kiramoto screams for everyone to back away immediately, warning them that the biggest creature he's ever seen in his life is about to appear. The hunters watch in horror as a colossal monstrosity begins to take shape. The creature has giant purple eyes and a body made of a grotesque mass of flesh, with countless undead fused into its structure. Unable to believe his eyes, Kiramoto is left completely stunned. Even facing that terrifying sight, Sho doesn't hesitate and keeps cutting down the undead in his path. Seeing his brother fight on without backing down, Kishida gets a burst of determination. Raising his spear, he orders everyone to hold off the undead so Sho can focus all his strength on the real enemy. Sho channels mana into his feet and activates his rapid movement technique. Moving at insane speed, he tears through the undead horde, decapitating one enemy after another in a single dash. When he finally reaches the giant, he figures a body that size won't be able to dodge his attacks. Channeling intense flame energy into Surya, Sho prepares his finishing blow. Using his Colossus hunting technique, he unleashes a powerful vertical slash that cleaves right through the creature's head. The massive monster is split clean in half in a single strike. Relieved, Sho thinks he wrapped things up faster than expected, figuring all that's left is to finish off Aziz. But the moment he lets his guard down, his eyes go wide. Aziz appears right in front of him, telling Sho he made a fatal mistake by relaxing, and declares that this is the end. Eri and Kishida watch in absolute despair. Aziz has run his sword straight through Sho's heart, mocking him by saying he can't wait to see how powerful Sho will be as his new servant. The tension on the battlefield is unreal. Seeing Sho stabbed, Kishida screams his friend's name in desperation. He tries to push his way through the endless undead, complaining that he can't get any closer because the horde is completely blocking his path. Sho lies motionless on the ground, with the sword still impaled in his chest. Convinced he's won, Aziz comments on how much easier this was than he expected. To make things worse, he steps on the sword, driving it even deeper into the wound, and asks Sho how it feels to be hit with a deadly poison. Keeping his foot on the weapon, Aziz mocks him, saying the boy is probably still trying to figure out how someone so powerful got taken down by such a simple attack. The villain then reveals that his ring does more than just control Surya. The artifact, called Devil Temptation, can manipulate anyone caught in its influence. Aziz brags that not even Cain saw this ability coming, adding that his teleportation technique is also a closely guarded secret. Laughing, the masked villain mocks Sho's old titles, saying it doesn't matter if he's an SSS class or even an X-class hunter anymore, it's over. But to everyone's shock, Sho reacts. Without a second thought, he grabs the sword embedded in his chest and rips it out in one motion. Aziz's eyes go wide, unable to believe what he's seeing. Instantly, Sho activates multiple recovery skills at once, and his wounds begin to heal right in front of his enemy. Shocked, Aziz realizes the guy has multiple healing abilities. Panicking, the masked man raises the hand with the ring and lunges forward again, claiming that Devil Temptation is still active, and Sho still can't move. But before he can even finish his sentence, a slicing sound echoes across the battlefield, and the finger wearing the ring is clean cut off. Sho grabs the artifact and coldly replies that he just needed to rip it away before the enemy could use it. Right after, he calls out for Surya. The sword's spirit immediately reappears behind him. Overjoyed and relieved, Surya runs toward her master, who complains that she let herself get controlled without putting up a fight. Desperate to defend herself, Surya protests, saying it wasn't like that, and she never wanted any of this to happen. Aziz tries to regain his composure, figuring that as long as Sho has to suppress Surya's power, there's still a chance to win. Teleporting right in front of Surya, Aziz mocks her, saying she looks pathetic fighting like this. Without hesitation, Surya triggers her Scorching Inferno technique, unleashing a massive explosion that engulfs the entire area. Aziz is blasted back, rolling across the ground as flames consume his body. Dazed, the masked man can't comprehend how she can release so much power without hurting Sho, who is standing right next to her. Sho slowly walks over, grabs Aziz by the neck, and declares that the fight is over. He explains that he's already neutralized the mosaic, sealed Surya, and even blocked the villain's mana, demanding that Aziz start answering his questions. Even cornered, Aziz grits his teeth and snaps that they'll never get any answers out of him. Sho calmly replies that he already figured there would be a restriction preventing the villain from talking. Pointing out the followers they captured before, he explains that he prepared a way to bypass this block. He then grabs Aziz's eagle mask, making the panicked villain scream, asking what he's doing. Dark energy begins to flow from Sho's hands. Using mana manipulation, he extracts the restriction implanted deep inside the enemy's mind and combines it with Devil Temptation. Holding Aziz in place, Sho asks his first question: what is the cost of controlling corpses? Unable to resist the skill's effect, Aziz confesses that the control drains his own lifespan. Sho presses on, asking what the ultimate goal of all this is. The villain replies that he's fighting for the salvation of his clan, claiming his people are still suffering, which is why he has to keep going down this path. Intrigued, Sho asks if his homeland wasn't supposed to be prosperous. Without pushing for an answer, he moves to his next question, asking who the real leader of the organization is. On the verge of collapse, Aziz can only answer that he is simply following the will of his god. Realizing he's not going to get any more information, Sho sighs. Deciding not to drag things out, he delivers a clean strike and beheads Aziz. As he watches the body collapse, he notes how surprisingly pathetic of an end this was for someone who terrified the entire global order. But even with his head severed, Aziz keeps talking. With his final breath, he warns Sho that the one true god, Aden, will never forgive him. Hearing that name, Sho immediately turns his attention back to the severed head. He's so caught up in his thoughts that he doesn't even notice Karina approaching. She confirms the enemy is down and asks if he managed to learn anything important. Sho starts to answer, but a deafening roar echoes through the sky, cutting him off. Karina covers her ears, startled by the sudden noise. Over the comms, Hunter HQ reports that a phenomenon has just appeared right above their coordinates and orders all units to evacuate immediately. Sho looks up at a massive rift, tearing open the sky as countless creatures begin pouring out. Without wasting a second, he tells Karina to take command of the other hunters, explaining that besides him, she's the only one capable of facing the overlords. Karina tries to stop him from taking on the threat alone, but he tells her he won't let this place turn into another living hell. Drawing Surya, Sho channels every ounce of his energy. Intense flames wrap around the blade as he preps his ultimate technique, One Step. Surya asks in disbelief if he really plans on stopping all those monsters by himself. itself. Sho replies that this is exactly why he chose to fight by her side, declaring that he's going to slash the rift itself. Even though she calls it complete madness, Surya admits she has no interest in letting these invaders destroy her new home either. With absolute determination in his eyes, Sho glares at the dimensional rift and vows not to let the invaders trample over this world. Determined, Sho yells at Karina to take charge of the other hunters, reiterating that she's the only one who can handle the overlords besides him. He makes it clear that he won't let these monsters turn this world into a wasteland too. Kushida and Eri rush over to try and stop him from fighting alone, but both suddenly lose consciousness. It turns out Finn knocked them out so they wouldn't get in the way, agreeing to follow Sho's orders. Sho then turns to Hunter Kiramoto, apologizing for leaving such a heavy burden on his shoulders. Karina approaches one last time to ask if he's absolutely sure about this. With a calm smile, Sho says he doesn't want to see this world suffer the same fate as his homeland, remembering all the death and destruction he left behind. He asks her to watch over his friends if anything happens to him, and Karina makes him promise that he'll make it back. All these memories flash through Sho's mind as he focuses on buffing his stats for the fight. Even with his fire resistance, his body feels so hot it's burning. Facing down the monsters pouring from the rift, Sho unleashes his secret technique with his sword. He takes the great demon Mara's heaven-striking stance, unleashing a blinding light into the sky that quickly erupts into a massive explosion. The brilliant flash illuminates the approaching monsters, and a massive tear rips through the sky the moment it explodes. Below, the hunters watch in suspense. Aoki asks what that explosion was, and Jin yells for everyone to look ahead, pointing out that the sky is returning to normal. High above, Sho begins to freefall, realizing the dimensional gate has finally closed. Surya cheers happily, telling her master that the plan worked. Sho, however, is unconscious, his energy completely drained. He thinks to himself that his job here is done. Suddenly, he feels as if he's being teleported. A gentle voice calls out to him, as a soft hand touches his face. Lady Idea leans in and asks Aiden to open his eyes. Looking around, he wonders if this place is the Lake Shnia from his dreams. The goddess tells him in a serene voice that he can't die yet. Embracing him, she promises to grant him her final blessing. The surroundings begin to shift, radiating with Lady Idea's divine energy. Then, someone's eyes slowly open to reveal lights on a ceiling. Sho wakes up groggy, with no idea where he is, and rubs his head to try and clear his mind. He spots Eri and Kushida fast asleep right next to his bed. Karina is also in the room, and as she wakes up and rubs her eyes, she realizes Sho is finally awake and lets out a scream. Sho explains that he was saved thanks to Lady Idea. Karina says she's just so happy to see him alive because she really thought it was over for him. All the noise ends up waking Eri and Kushida. The little girl's eyes go wide when she sees the guild master is awake, and both of them can't contain their joy that he made it. Sho tries to calm them down, reminding them he's still a patient in a hospital. Right then, the sound of a wheelchair approaches. Kane Bruce bursts into the room, asking if Sho is all right. He explains that once Aziz died, his abilities faded away, and now he feels much better. He tells Sho he is eternally grateful for what he did. A few days later, a plane flies through the sky. After returning home, Eri, Finn, and Kushida are all promoted to SS rank hunters. Meanwhile, the Overlord Guild has merged with Bane, becoming a massive SSS rank guild. During the celebration, Sho raises a wine glass to toast everyone's hard work. He thanks everyone there, saying it's because of them they made it this far, and that he'll keep relying on their support in the future. The hunters cheer wildly, shouting that Overlord is the best guild out there. Suddenly, Sho notices that his spirit status has increased. Right at that moment, his phone starts vibrating. It's Karina, asking if the guild merger went well and calling him an X-rank hunter. She mentions she ordered some supernatural core suits that will be ready for use soon, which will greatly increase the hunters' survival rates. Hearing all the noise in the background, Karina asks what's going on, and Sho explains they're celebrating the merger. Annoyed that she's the one stuck dealing with all the leftover paperwork, she tells him she wants to grab a drink with him next time. Just then, Kushida comes over to propose another toast, and Sho ends the call, promising to bring some good sake to their next meeting. With a proud smile, Sho thinks to himself that there's nothing wrong with enjoying the moment after everything he's been through. But right then, an announcement blares over the loudspeakers, warning that a monster has appeared in downtown Tokyo and ordering everyone to evacuate. Looks like the party's over. Getting into stance, the hunters gear up for their next battle.